still glancing around as though she couldn't believe her eyes. We just want to find a place to stop for lunch since Ikaraku's is remodeling. I wasn't expecting something this crazy. Naruto nodded, still looking me up and down. I wasn't either. Who would have thought a nine-tailed fox could exist that wasn't pure evil? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clutched his stomach, his face twisting in pain. I felt an unmistakable pulse of dark chakra. Being a yokai, I was sensitive to things like that. It was like a flicker of anger had sparked from somewhere deep inside him. Naruko winced as well, putting a hand to her own stomach. I don't think the fox likes Haru very much, Naruto muttered, his face tight. Yeah, I don't think my half likes him either, Naruko added with a pained grimace. Ila and Enri exchanged curious glances, but I waved them off. This wasn't something we needed to get involved in just yet. If Kurama, their nine tails, was jealous of my freedom and incredible good looks, that was his problem. So, I said, breaking the tension, what can I get you two to eat? Naruto and Naruko straightened up, the pain seeming to fade as quickly as it had appeared. They glanced at each other before, with perfect timing, they blurted out in unison, ramen. Naruko Uzumaki Naruko felt conflicted. On one hand, Haru seemed like a genuinely nice guy, handsome, charming, and welcoming in a way that made her feel at ease. But on the other hand, he wasn't human. He was a nine-tailed fox, the same kind of creature that had terrorized her village, destroyed homes, and left her and Naruto as orphans. Because of that fox, she and her brother had grown up with the whole village resenting them. The fourth Hokage had ripped that fox in two and sealed each half inside her and Naruto, making their lives difficult to say the least. Which was why she couldn't just let her guard down around a random yokai that popped up in Konoha out of nowhere. But at the same time as food was literally to-die for her. The ramen Haru made was unlike anything Shed ever tasted. Screw Ikaraku's. Haru's cooking left old man Tucci in the dust, hands down. By the end of it, Naruko had ordered 10 bowls, and Naruto had topped her with 15. When they finally left the foxhole, stuffed to the brim, she couldn't believe Shed ever eat ramen that good again. But now, full as they were, they had to report to Tsunade. Being the village's Jinchuriki pretty much meant they could talk to the Hokage whenever they wanted, and the Hokage needed to hear about what they just experienced when they arrived and opened the door. Tsunade was in the middle of lecturing Kakashi, who stood sheepishly scratching his head. You were late again? And rude to a customer, do you have any sense of responsibility? She demanded. Ere Kakashi was struggling to answer when he noticed them arrive. He gave Naruko and Naruto a relieved, one-eyed smile when he saw them. It looks like my students have something important to talk to you about, Tsunade-sama. I'll leave them to it, he said, and before she could protest, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruko could only shake her head at Kakashi's boldness, damn brat, Tsunade muttered, scowling as she hurled an empty sake bottle at the wall where Kakashi had just stood. She turned to Naruko and Naruto, her expression skeptical. So what do you two brats want? You only just got back yesterday. Don't tell me you're already in trouble. Naruko scratched her cheek, glancing at Naruto before looking back at Tsunade. It's not that. Granny Tsunade, we just want to know if you knew about the restaurant that just opened up in the village, and its owner knew what Haru Enri was busy sweeping the floor and wiping down a few tables when my mother, Yasaka, walked in for a late lunch. I'm in the mood for some takoyaki today, she said as she took a seat at the counter, her tails happily sawing behind her. Coming right up, I replied. As I got to work prepping the batter and chopping the octopus, Yasaka looked around, then leaned forward slightly. So, she said casually, anything interesting happened today? I grinned. My restaurant connected to an actual anime world today. Yasaka gaped at me before blurting out that Kunu was going to lose her mind. I laughed and mentioned that ID said the same thing about Rias. Speaking of Rias, Yasaka trailed off with a grimace. She might have brought you a teeny bit of trouble, although we were all kind of expecting this to happen, Yasaka said before pulling a letter out from her kimono. I vaguely recognized the broken seal on the letter. I think it was from the Phoenix clan in the underworld. I opened it and read it out loud. To the fiancé, stealing piece of shit animal known as Haru, I The great riser phoenix will not stand for the humiliation you dealt to me. Rias Gremory was mine, and you had no right to take her from me, you filthy animal. I hereby challenge you to a duel for her hand in marriage against myself and my peerage. Of course, since you are a filthy animal and need some form of advantage, I shall graciously allow you to bring someone of your choice as backup for our duel, provided it is not your mother. We shall duel in 3 days' time in the underworld. Fuck you, Riser Phoenix of the noble Phoenix clan. Wow, was pretty much all I could say when I finished reading the letter. Once I was done with it, I set it on fire until it was nothing but ash that Inri quickly swept up. Wow is right, Yasaka shook her head. Are you going to be all right, Haru? Inri asked, and I smiled at her. Against a guy like Riser Phoenix? Yeah, he's not much of a threat. My Foxfire is hotter than his Hellfire any day. That is, if I even bother showing up, I don't know why I would even bother. Just because he challenged me didn't mean I had to accept. I was already Rias' fiancé. I had nothing to gain from this duel besides wasting my own time. Yasaka agreed with me, but sadly she told me that Riser's brother owned a large media company in the underworld and they were already advertising this fight everywhere. Tickets were being sold to not just devils, but other factions as well. If I don't show up for the duel, it would make the yokai look weak. This was the kind of sly shit that I always hated about politics. Fine then, if the flaming chicken wants to get a beating in front of the whole supernatural world, I might as well oblige. Danzo sat alone in his hidden office, deep beneath Konoha, surrounded by the shadows and silence that filled the underground chambers of his secret base. Here, far from the prying eyes of the fifth Hokage, he managed to root his private army and, in his mind, the true power behind Konoha and the entire ninja world. To him, Root was the only safeguard for the village, the only force capable of true strength without the frivolities of morality or emotion. One of his masked operatives appeared before him, a figure draped in nondescript clothing, face concealed by a blank white mask. The Jinchuriki have both returned to the village, Danzo-sama, the masked ninja reported, voice steady and controlled. Good, Danzo replied, sipping his tea with a faint hint of satisfaction. It's good to have our weapons back where we can control them. What have they been up to? The operative explained that the Jinchuriki had been reconnecting with old friends and allies. Danzo sniffed in disdain, dismissing the sentiment as weakness. Friends, he muttered, frivolous and pointless. Weapons don't need friends. If I were Hokage, those two would know their place. As tools, nothing more. The masked operative hesitated, then continued. Aside from that, Danzo-sama, there was one unusual occurrence. A new establishment has opened in the village, a restaurant called the Foxhole. A restaurant? He repeated, a hint of irritation threading through his voice. Konoha didn't change without his knowledge, and any new establishment warranted careful scrutiny. And why is this place significant? The two Jinchuriki visited it, but the operative shifted slightly, as if uncomfortable with the next part of his report. When I attempted to spy on them through the windows and from the rooftop, I couldn't see through the glass. The building itself seemed almost impenetrable. I tried slipping in through the back, but I was nearly spotted by strange guards, each with distinct animal features. Danzo frowned deeply, his eyes narrowing. A hidden establishment that even his operatives couldn't infiltrate was a serious problem. Nothing in Konoha was supposed to be out of his reach or beyond his knowledge. I want this restaurant investigated, he ordered, his voice firm. Uncover everything you can about the owner, the patrons, and these guards. I want to know how this place appeared without our knowledge. The operative bowed, disappearing back into the shadows. Danzo sat back, fingers tapping on the desk, as he considered the implications. This new restaurant had managed to evade his network of spies and kept their secrets well hidden. But Root would not be kept in the dark for long. Chapter 17. An elf and a Chutoi Haru today was quieter than usual. Most of my regulars knew I'd be closing early. The morning crowd included Counselor Tevos and a few of her Asari friends, chatting over breakfast, but now the place had emptied out. The door opened, and in walked Harry Potter. The 14-year-old looked way different than the scrappy kid I first met over a month ago. Now, thanks to Sarana's intense training, he had a sharper look about him, a healthier complexion, and a quiet confidence lurking in his eyes. He strolled over to the counter and plopped himself onto a stool. "Give me the fish and chips, Haru," he ordered with a grin. "Coming right up, kid," I said, moving to the fryer. It didn't escape my notice that Hermione wasn't tagging along. Usually, the two were joined at the hip. Everyone always thought it was adorable. "Where's Hermione today?" I asked while setting the fish to fry. Harry rolled his eyes but smiled. "She's doing an extra credit essay for McGonagall's class. What's the point when she's already at the top of the year? If it was extra magic practice, I could understand. But who wants to spend their Saturday writing a 5-feet-long paper on the potential dangers of letting people drink from a teapot that used to be a toad?" I chuckled at that. Transfiguration always seemed like a wild branch of magic to me, but I never really saw its practical purpose considering it wasn't permanent. If anything, it was the best branch of magic for assassins because they could transfigure a cup full of poison into a cup of wine, and their victims wouldn't even realize it until after it had turned back in their stomach. As I played it up his order, Harry leaned in. "So I heard you're going up against Rias' ex-fiancé and his harem later today?" I snorted, trying not to outright laugh. "Yep, the arrogant flaming chicken challenged me himself. If he wants to get his ass kicked on live TV in front of the whole supernatural world, who am I to say no? That's not counting the fact that I couldn't say no even if I wanted to. Of course, any of my regulars are free to come watch or even play some bets for easy money. Rias is going to allow all of us to use her teleportation circle to get to the underworld." Harry was practically bouncing on his stool. "Blimey, I'm definitely placing a load of galleons on you to win." He grinned. "I can use those, right? They're solid gold, after all." At that, I let out a groan, my tail swaying in slight irritation as I slapped my forehead. "Right, I've been meaning to talk to you about that, Harry, but it kept slipping my mind. Hey, race the thing. All those gold coins you've been paying with are fake what?" Harry blinked, clearly thinking I was joking at first. But when I didn't laugh, his face turned to one of pure shock. "All my gold is fake. My parents left me that money." "How?" "The goblins run the entire economy. Where did all of my money go?" I shrugged. "Who knows? There's a reason goblins are always the bad guys in video games and stories. Shifty little bastards. They probably swapped out the real gold for fake over the years and pocketed your actual wealth." Harry looked down at his galleons, brow furrowed. "But wizards have trusted the goblins for centuries. Are you telling me they've just been robbing us this whole time? Seems that way. They probably did it so gradually that no one even noticed. Think about it. They control the only wizarding bank, mint the currency, and handle all the exchanges." I placed Harry's order of fish and chips on the counter, and the kid dug in, but I could tell he wasn't thrilled. Learning that all the money his parents had left him was essentially worthless had really knocked the wind out of him. As he ate, I continued wiping down the counter, my mind turning over the best way to handle this. Finally, I leaned over and said, "Look, Harry, here's what you should do. Just slowly start withdrawing your money from Gringotts, bit by bit, in regular British pounds. Don't take it all at once, or the goblins might catch on. Spread it out over the next few months, and you should be able to get all your money back without them noticing." Harry looked up, a thoughtful expression settling on his face as he chewed. That could work. He nodded, a little more confidence returning to his eyes. "You're really smart, Haru." I laughed and waved him off. "Nah, I just know a good scheme when I see one. Played enough games, watched enough TV dramas, you get the idea." He managed a small smile, but I could still see the disappointment lingering on his face. "Guess this means I can't place an easy bet." I sighed in relief, shaking my head. "Good thing I caught you before you did. The devils wouldn't have taken kindly to being scammed, even if you didn't know." Harry polished off another bite. "So, who are you bringing as your second for the fight? And since I can't bet, then you've got to let me fight." I raised an eyebrow, amused at his offer. "Kid, you gotten better, they'll give you that. But you're not ready to face Riser's whole crew yet," I said before tapping my chin in thought. Or was he? Nah, he could probably handle all of Riser's pawns by himself, but I don't think Harry would be able to beat any of the other pieces quite yet. Most of Riser's peerage were useless, and only there because they were hot girls, but a couple of them could actually fight. I told Harry that I was probably just going to fight alone. Having someone with me wasn't going to make a difference regardless. Lame Harry groaned. I was just about to head to the door and flip the sign from open to closed when the door swung open and a new face walked in. "Whoa," Harry exclaimed. "Is that an actual elf?" I looked over, and sure enough, the girl who walked in looked like she had stepped right out of some high fantasy novel. Silver hair in twin tails, ears so long and pointy you could probably hang Christmas lights off them. They were hard to miss. She was cute in a way that was almost ethereal, but her expression was blank as she scanned the room. Her gaze landed on me, specifically on my tails and ears, and I caught her eyeing me with the kind of look you give when you can't figure out what exactly you're looking at. After a second, she shrugged and made her way over to the counter, dropping herself onto the stool next to Harry. "I would like some food," she said in the most monotone voice I'd heard in a long while. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Sure thing. They'll whip something up for you." She didn't look like she'd care what she ate, so I figured I'd keep it simple vegetable fried rice, just in case she was one of those elves who couldn't stand the thought of eating an animal. As I tossed some veggies into the pan, I heard Harry clearing his throat, clearly trying to strike up a conversation with the new girl. "Hi there. I'm Harry Potter," he said a bit awkwardly. "You're new here, right? To the foxhole, I mean?" "Yes," she replied, giving him a blank stare. "I have never been to this establishment before. My name is Friaren." She trailed off and didn't say anything more. "Friaren," Harry repeated. "Are you no an elf?" Friaren just blinked at him. "Yes. I'm an elf." What gave it away? I could detect a tiny bit of sarcasm in her monotone voice. I had to bite back a laugh as Harry did his best to not say it was her ears. "So where are you from?" Harry tried again to strike up some kind of conversation with her. "Far away." She didn't offer anything more, just stared blankly at Harry like she was waiting for him to say something interesting. Harry let out a sigh and sent me a pleading look to take over. I set her plate of vegetable fried rice in front of her. "Here you go, something light. No meat, just in case you elves don't eat that." Friaren eyed the dish, gave a slight nod, and started to dig in. Her bored expression quickly faded away the more mouthfuls of rice she ate. "This is very good," she said after quickly cleaning up half her plate. Friaren didn't take long to finish up her fried rice, practically inhaling it without breaking that stoic expression of hers. When she was done, she surprised me by flashing a small smile. "Your cooking is very good," she said. "Glad you liked it," I said, grinning. Always nice to know I'd won over another customer. She stared at me for a moment, eyes narrowing slightly as she took in my ears and tails. Then, blunt as a brick, she asked, "What exactly are you?" "I don't think you're a demon. I've never heard of a demon capable of cooking before." "Well, unless they're cooking humans." I grimaced. Yeah. Humans are not on the menu here." I introduced myself to her as a kitsune yokai, although judging by her expression, that meant nothing to her. Obviously, she didn't have yokai in her dimension. I then gave her the usual spiel about her stumbling into a restaurant that connects numerous dimensions together. Her eyes widened slightly, showing the most interest she'd shown since stepping in here. Other dimensions, my master once speculated about such possibilities, but no mage has ever been able to prove it. Not even Ciri, she muttered, almost to herself. Her gaze shifted back to me, sharper now. "How'd you set all of this up?" "You would have to be an incredible mage to do so. And why a restaurant of all things?" I chuckled, crossing my arms as I leaned on the counter. "What? You don't think cooking is a respectable line of work?" "I like what I do. I love feeding hungry people and giving them a place to relax. Also, I set up this restaurant, but I'm not the one who connected it to other dimensions. We're still in the process of figuring out who did that." Friaren's long, pointy ears gave a little twitch. She looked at me seriously, like she was trying to teach a lesson. "Operating in a building enchanted by an unknown mage or goddess is foolish," she said flatly. I just shrugged and gave her a wistful smile. "Maybe, but whoever set this place up did a damn good job. So far, only decent folks have walked through that door well, except for that one time with being X." I leaned forward with a grin. "So what about you?" "Friaren? Should I be worried?" Are you secretly a bad person? The look on her face was priceless, almost offended. Hardly, she replied, her voice bland but with a hint of edge. I was part of the hero's party. We're the ones who defeated the Demon King. Now, I had no idea who this Demon King was or why she had been part of this hero's party, but it sounded like Shed had quite the adventure. Well, that's one hell of an accomplishment, I said, reaching under the counter for the jar of chocolate chip cookies ID made earlier. I held one out to her with a grin. Here, have a cookie to celebrate. She stared at the cookie like it was a foreign object, then sighed, looking at me with the faintest hint of a pout. But, of course, she took it anyway, nibbling on it as she scanned the restaurant. After a moment, she looked back at me. Has business been slow? She asked, glancing at the empty tables around us. Nah, I said, shaking my head. All my regulars know we'll be closing early today. I've got a fight lined up with an irritating devil, so they'll probably show up later if they want a front row seat. We'll be heading down to the underworld for it. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she paused mid-nibble. Underworld? She repeated, clearly confused about what I was talking about. A couple hours later, we made it to the underworld, along with everyone who wanted a front row seat to this showdown. The teleportation circle dropped us right in the heart of the Gremory Mansion, where Rias and her family lived whenever she wasn't kicking around in the human world. No sooner had we stepped in than Rias zeroed in on Friaren, her eyes lighting up. Please join my peerage. She practically shouted, barely giving the elf a second to process that we'd arrived. Friaren, to my surprise, had actually been interested in tagging along. She looked at Rias with her usual blank stare, clearly unimpressed, and said nothing. But Rias didn't stop there. She spun around to Naruto and Naruko and hit them with the same offer. This was probably the 50th time in 3 days that Shed tried to recruit the ninja twins, and the 50th time she got turned down. They'd been polite enough about it, but once they'd found out what joining her peerage actually involved, it was a hard no from them, much to her disappointment. Rias's shoulders slumped, but she quickly turned her focus back to Friaren. The elf crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing slightly. You might not be a demon, Friaren said flatly, but I still don't like the aura of your mana. I was pretty sure that was the elf equivalent of telling Rias to fuck off, and I had to fight down a smirk. Rias pouted, then looked over at me, eyes brightening as she walked up and wrapped me in a tight hug. She felt sinfully soft pressed against me, and I could practically feel her pout melting into a smile. I'm sorry Riser is such an asshole and is forcing you to fight him. She muttered against my chest. I offered to take him on myself. You know, my brother's actually been giving me some lessons, but he just seems to really hate you specifically. Can you blame him? I said, smirking as she let me go. I'm the better-looking blonde, and my blue flames are just plain cooler than his basic red ones. Plus, I have you in my arms. She grinned back. Damn right you do. Also, you're right. Everyone knows blue fire looks way cooler in anime than red fire. Rias was a true woman of culture. Are you sure I can't fight with you, Haru? Harry grumbled. Wait, we can fight with Haru. Naruto perked up, turning to me. But before he could get another word out, Naruko smacked him on the back of the head. Moron, she hissed, rolling her eyes. The Hokage ordered us not to get in any fights. We're just here to observe other dimensions, remember? Fine Naruto alved, sharing the same disappointed look as Harry. Apparently, the Hokage Tsunade wanted to meet with me personally, but she had been holding off till after my duel. It seemed that duels held a pretty high status in the ninja world, treated with a kind of respect reserved for real head-to-head battles. I was starting to get why no one ever jumped in during those legendary fights, like Madara and Hashirama going at it. They were sacred events, and no interference was allowed. Agner clapped me on the shoulder with his usual enthusiasm. My friend, why did you not mention that part to me? I would happily join you in this glorious battle to defend your woman's honor. I snorted, looking around at the eager faces of everyone. They all would have jumped to help me if I asked, especially the Nords. Even Ela was even muttering something about how dare some prissy milk drinker try to take her future sister. Rhea squealed at being called that and ran over to hug Ela next. Sorry to disappoint everyone, but this isn't going to be a glorious battle. It's going to be me wiping the floor with a glorified peacock in front of millions of viewers, millions. Everyone blurted out at once. Only a couple hundred people came to watch me fight a dragon, Harry mumbled. Aaron's second thought. I'm sure you shall be fine, my friend, Agner said nervously. Sir Anna started chuckling at him and saying it was cute that her dragonborn suddenly had stage fright. There was a knock at the door, and a second later Surzek's Lucifer, my future brother-in-law, along with his maid wife Grafia, walked in. It's time for the duel, Haru-sama. Grafia infomed me. Friar squinted at the arena below, wondering if her student, Fern, would even believe half of what Shed experienced today. Even she was having a hard time digesting it all, and Shed been alive for 1,000 years. Just that morning, Shed stumbled upon a random restaurant in the city. It was owned by a whole new sentient species Shed never heard of before. Kitsune. Haru called himself. Whatever a Kitsune was, it was powerful. Or more, maybe it was just Haru. The blonde fox had enough raw power that he could probably conquer any country in her world single-handedly if he felt like it. Usually, people with that kind of power live more violent lifestyles. But no, this Kitsune had opened a restaurant instead. She had to admit, that choice alone intrigued her. And his cooking? It was absurdly good, better than any food Shed had in her entire life, which was saying something given Shed been around for a literal millennium. Without much thought, Shed followed Haru when Head invited her to some unknown location to watch him duel a man he kept referring to as a flaming chicken. Apparently, the duel was over a girl. Friar figured Himmel would have found that amusing if he was still alive. In hindsight, maybe teleporting somewhere Shed never been with a complete stranger hadn't been her wisest decision. But well, Shed taken bigger risks in her long life. She was also a pretty good judge of character, although Fern might argue that, and she didn't sense anything wrong with Haru. The woman he was about to duel over, on the other hand? Well, that was a different story. Rias Gremory, she called herself. Rias had this kind of unnatural beauty, like demons back home, in a dark mana that clung around her like a fog. Friar watched her carefully at first, having thought she might be a demon in disguise, but Rias acted far too human to be one. Demons were creatures that couldn't understand emotions. Then there was Haru's crowd of other friends or customers or whatever they were. Shed met plenty of odd folks in her life, but this group was certainly special. Each one of them had some level of power, even the kid, Harry, only 14 and already nearly as skilled as Fern had been at his age. Coming from her, that was high praise, since she considered Fern a once-in-a-generation genius. Friar's thoughts were interrupted by a loud, commanding voice echoing over the arena. The duel between Riser Phoenix and his peerage versus Haru will now commence. The silver-haired maid stood alone in the center of the massive arena, her voice amplified across the Colosseum using some kind of magic. Haru and Riser's faces appeared on two large screens around the stadium as the crowd of hundreds of thousands roared in anticipation. This reminds me of the Chunin exams, the blond young man with whisker marks on his cheeks said, while moving closer to the glass to get a better look at the arena below. Hi there. I'm Naruto Utsumaki. I'm from Konoha. I am Friarin, and am not really from anywhere, she replied. Have you known Haru for long? She asked curiously. Naruto shook his head as the girl who was most likely his sister also walked over. Nah, we only met Haru 3 days ago, but we've been eating at his restaurant every single day. It's nice, the red-haired girl, who also had whisker marks, added. Haru's restaurant is one of the few places in the village where no one discriminates against us. Even when we're eating at Ikaraku's, we still have to deal with glares from other customers or people walking past his ramen stand. Friarin tugged on her hair a bit. She was familiar with discrimination despite usually ignoring it. Many humans were jealous of her innate magical power or natural longevity as an elf. Haru's place is much better, though, Naruko said. Aye, lass, Haru is a good man, Agner said, striding over with a confident grin. Don't let his chef act fool you. He's a mighty warrior too, slayed a dragon in single combat to protect my people back home in Whiterun. Friarin raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. Shed sensed Haru's strength just from standing near him, but to hear Head killed a dragon in single combat? That wasn't a feat just anyone could boast. That's right. My big brother is the best, piped up a young voice right next to her, causing Friarin to flinch slightly. She hadn't sensed anyone approaching, which was no small feat. Friarin turned to see a little blonde girl with the same fox ears and golden tails as Haru, her bright eyes staring up at her with unabashed curiosity. The girl tilted her head. Are you a new friend of Haru's? Or are you one of his new girlfriends? Neither? Friarin replied, more like a question than a statement. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her usual composure. I've only known your brother for an hour in Kunu, the girl said brightly, her tails swishing. And that's okay, you'll learn just how awesome my big bro is soon enough. Indeed, she will, little sister. Ela chimed in, giving Kunu a bemused smile. But where's your guard, Tanya? Weren't you supposed to be with your mother and Rias family in the private booth? Kunu glanced to the side, looking just a little guilty. They were talking about boring politics, so I snuck out, she admitted. Tanya will probably catch up soon. She's been kind of distracted since her girlfriend Victoria showed up. She shrugged, as if this were common knowledge. There was a lot to unpack in that little confession, but Friarin didn't have a chance to process it because Kunu suddenly bounced on her heels, squealing with excitement. Oh, the fight's starting. Friarin turned along with everyone else to face the arena. There stood Haru, looking perfectly at ease, his 9 golden tails swaying behind him as he faced down his opponent. Across from him was a smug-looking devil with slicked-back blonde hair, who Friarin assumed must be Riser. He was flanked by a small army of women in strange, mismatched outfits, clearly his peerage, if she understood how these devil clans worked. Haru, I cracked my knuckles, feeling a smirk tugging at my lips as I stood in the middle of the arena, facing off against Riser Phoenix and his peerage. There you are, you damn yokai. I could feel the disdain rolling off him. How did a filthy animal like you seduce my darling Rias away from me? I raised an eyebrow. First of all, dude, that's straight up racist, I shot back. Second, you literally have 2 yokai girls in your peerage, and yep, they're both glaring at you right now. Riser's twin cat girls were both giving him looks that could kill for calling a yokai a filthy animal. And third, you're a dickhead. Laughter rippled through the audience at that one. Riser's face twisted into something nasty as he registered the mockery echoing around us. You will not humiliate me with such crass language. He spat, and then his expression changed to a sneer. Riser offered you the chance to bring a warrior of your choosing to fight alongside you. But it seems you're looking down on Riser. Yeah, I deadpanned. I'm looking down on you. Figured that was obvious by now. That really got to him. Flames shot up around him. He probably thought it made him look intimidating, but he just looked like a kid throwing a tantrum with his magic fire. Get him. Girls. He screamed. His whole peerage charged at me at once. Team effort, I laughed. Goo. The first ones to rush me were Riser's 2 knights twin girls swinging their swords from opposite directions. It was a well-coordinated attack. I'll give them that, and they weren't slow. But speed only gets you so far when you're lacking in the power department. 2 of my tails shot out instinctively, blocking their blades before they even got close. The metal clanged uselessly against my fur, and the looks on their faces were priceless, total shock. Like they couldn't believe they couldn't cut through it. They staggered, thrown off balance, and that's when I wrapped my tails around their throats. They kicked and struggled, but my grip was as solid as steel. Sorry about this, I said with a shrug, giving them a once-over. They were pretty, at least, so I had to give Riser credit for his choices. Well, except for the few suspiciously young ones in his lineup, which was just wrong. Maybe you two should find someone better to work for. With a flick of my tails, I snapped their necks in unison. Their bodies faded into light. A mercy of the arena's enchantments preventing any real harm. 2 of Riser's rooks had been retired. Greyfire's voice rang out across the arena. Damn you. Riser's angry yell echoed from the back. He was fuming, and I could practically feel the heat from where I stood. The rest of his peerage froze, staring at me with fear flickering in their eyes. I knew this was a stupid idea. Ravel Phoenix wailed, looking up at her brother, panic clear on her face. It's not exactly a secret that Prince Haru is ultimate class. We never stood a chance. Quiet, little sister. Riser barked, glaring at her. That's obviously just propaganda spread by the pathetic yokai to make them seem stronger. What are you all waiting for? Attack him together. He roared at his team. 8 pawns scrambled toward me, all of them rushing from the front like they thought numbers alone could overwhelm me. None of them looked particularly impressive, but they all seemed nervous enough to follow orders. I raised my right palm, pointing at the group as they closed in. Foxfire, I called out casually, and a wave of blue flames erupted from my hand, sweeping over them. The girls barely had time to scream before they were engulfed in flames, their bodies disintegrating into light. The audience went wild, cheering louder, and I smirked, knowing ID just knocked out half his team in one blow. All of Riser's pawns have retired, Grafia announced. Her voice even, but with a hint of impatience, like she'd rather be anywhere else. I took a small jump back, feeling a rumble beneath my feet just in time for the ground to explode. Dust and debris shot up around me, but I glanced up, already knowing who was responsible. Floating high in the air was Yubaluna, Riser's so-called bomb queen. She looked down at me with a smirk as she prepared another blast. You can't beat me if you can't fly, she taunted, hurling another explosion my way. I rolled my eyes. Did she seriously think yokai couldn't fly just because we don't have wings? I summoned blue flames around my feet and leapt high into the air, flames propelling me higher and higher until I hit the peak of my jump and then jumped again, using the supernatural fire as a springboard. Yubaluna's smirk faltered, her eyes widening in shock. She started chucking magic bombs left and right, desperate to hit me, but it was like dodging slow-motion water balloons. I kicked off the air, flames trailing around me, moving effortlessly through the sky as if it were solid ground. I closed the gap between us in a heartbeat and brought my foot down with a flaming kick to her face. She let out a shriek as my heel connected, and I watched her spiral downward, crashing hard into the arena floor below. Riser Phoenix Queen has been retired, Greyfire's voice echoed, sounding almost bored. Riser clenched his fists, his face twisting with rage as he watched his team fall one by one. The guy looked about, ready to burst a vein. This isn't over. Riser will not be humiliated like this. I landed back on the ground. Riser was down to his 2 rooks and bishops, one of which was his sister, who I knew wasn't actually a fighter. The other 3 girls really looked like they didn't want to fight me. Fuck! Riser cursed, looking ready to explode. Riser will do it himself, he snarled, sticking to his weird third-person routine. Then, with a flare of fiery red wings, he shot into the air, his flames roaring like a jet engine as he powered toward me. Perfect. I'd been waiting for this. I smirked and gathered my energy, letting blue fire swirl up around me, forming a blazing ring that quickly expanded. When the flames dissipated, the ground beneath me was scorched black. An ID transformed into my full, towering form, a 30-foot-tall, 9-tailed golden fox. My tails whipped around behind me, stirring up the dust and casting huge shadows across the arena. Oh fuck. This time, Riser's curse came out in a panicked whisper, and he actually had the sense to look scared. Too bad for him that had already committed to his charge, and he was heading straight for me with no way to stop. If foxes could smirk, I definitely would have been. As it was, I let my jaws open wide, and with a quick snap, caught him midair like a fox catching a bird. My teeth sank in, and I felt his pathetic flailing as he screamed, "Let go of me! Aya!" Riser's screeches were music to my ears as I clamped down, giving him a good crunch before releasing and biting down again. His Phoenix healing kicked in every time, so he didn't stay injured for long, but that just meant I had a fresh, unharmed Riser to chew on again and again. He started trying to torch me from the inside, but I barely felt it. Fire? Really? I breathed fire. I chomped down over and over, savoring each yelp and scream that escaped him. Riser wasn't just in pain, he was humiliated. Every bite a reminder that he was nothing more than a harmless chew toy to me. Brother, maybe you should just surrender already? Ravel called out from the sidelines, looking a little green as she watched me turn her brother into fox kibble. Never. Riser screamed again, his defiance dripping with desperation. Each time I chomped down, he howled, more pitiful than the last, his voice cracking as he realized there was no end in sight. He'd give up when he ran out of magic to regenerate or the humiliation got to him first. In the meantime, I was having fun with this. I didn't even have to taste any nasty blood because his body was basically made of living flames. Chapter 18. Sandwiches ill-admitted. Riser Phoenix lasted longer as a chew toy than I expected. I had to hand it to the guy. He was stubborn, maybe more than was good for him. But eventually, the inevitable happened. His demonic power started to fade, and that precious healing of his wasn't going to work anymore. He was running on fumes, barely able to keep up, and frankly, I was getting bored. Riser surrenders, please stop. I spat him out of my giant fox mouth with a snarl, watching him collapse onto the arena floor, panting like a dying fish. Blue flames erupted around me as I shrank down, my body shifting back into my humanoid form. I stretched out, rolled my shoulders, and gave my tails a satisfying swish. Being back to 2 legs always felt better than stomping around as a giant furball. Anyway, Riser Phoenix has surrendered. Greyfire's voice rang out, echoing through the Coliseum. The crowd went nuts, cheering and clapping like they'd just seen a gladiator win the fight of a lifetime. All for a guy who'd been bitten into submission. Guess it didn't take much to entertain these people. Before I could leave the arena, though, Riser's little sister, Revel Phoenix, walked up, her face flushed, looking a bit embarrassed. I apologize on behalf of my brother, she muttered, casting a sidelong glance at the heap that was Riser, still twitching. And thank you for not humiliating him too badly. I nearly choked. Not too badly? I asked. I literally used him as a chew toy. What? Would ripping him limb from limb have been too far? Revel gave a tight, awkward smile and looked like she was weighing her words carefully. Well, I suppose it could have been worse with a shake of my head. I gave her a lazy wave, turning to head out. The magical energy around me shifted, and in a flash, I was teleported out of the arena, ending up in one of those private waiting rooms they set aside for fighters. Before I could even blink, I heard a high-pitched squeal, and then bam, I was tackled to the floor. My eyes barely had time to register a flash of red hair and an overjoyed smile before Rias was all over me, knocking the air out of my lungs. Oh my Malharu, you did it. You finally put that arrogant jerk in his place, she cried, her voice brimming with excitement. Yeah. Well, I barely got the words out before she started peppering my face with kisses, practically vibrating with happiness. I let out a laugh, but quickly died in my throat as she pressed her lips to mine, catching me off guard. Instinctively, my hands found her waist, pulling her closer as I kissed her back, and my tails snaked around her, pulling her even tighter against me. She melted into me, fingers threading through my hair as she deepened the kiss. And hell, I wasn't going to complain. I tightened my grip on her, feeling her heartbeat against mine, as one of her hands traced down my back. I could feel her smile against my lips, that devious little smirk she got whenever she was feeling particularly pleased with herself. Pulling back for a breath, Rias looked at me, her blue eyes practically glowing. That was amazing, Haru. You showed him and everyone else exactly who I belong to now. With that, we fell back into another kiss, my tails wrapping tighter around her, enjoying the moment as if the rest of the world didn't even exist for us. Just as things were heating up between me and Rias, there was the unmistakable sound of someone clearing their throat. Our lips broke apart, and I glanced over, only to see Hila standing there, arms crossed and foot tapping against the floor. Her eyes narrowed, and I caught that jealous glint. You ran ahead of me, sister, Hila said, looking right at Rias with a scolding tone. Rias let out a sheepish laugh, a bit of pink coloring her cheeks. Sorry, I was just so excited. I couldn't wait. Hila clicked her tongue, her expression softening only slightly. Honestly, you're both lucky you didn't knock down a wall with all that. Now up. With that, she reached down, grabbed both of us, and yanked us to our feet like we weighed nothing. For a second, I stumbled, but quickly steadied myself as Hila dusted her hands off. Then, out of nowhere, I noticed her cheeks reddening, her usual fierce nor demeanor shifting to something a bit shy. I raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised to see my fierce werewolf girlfriend looking flustered. "Ila, you okay there?" I asked, giving her a teasing smirk. She shot me a quick glare, but it didn't hold, and her blush deepened. "Greyfi is sending everyone else back to your restaurant," she muttered, clearing her throat again. "So it's just us, you, me, and Rias. Alone. Here, in the underworld." "Oh, really now?" I replied, trying to keep the grin from spreading too wide. I could feel my heart picking up speed. Rias squeezed my hand, and leaning close, her voice soft and playful. "Actually, Ela and I have a little surprise for you." Back in my bedroom, I swallowed hard, trying to keep cool, but even I could feel the flush creeping up my neck. I assure, "Lead the way, ladies." Ela was no stranger to life's pleasures. Living as a warrior in Skyrim, facing danger on a daily basis, she had learned to seize what she wanted. She wasn't exactly a veteran in the carnal arts, but she had been around enough to know her way around the basics. Compared to her, both Rias and Haru were practically innocent in that department. They might have flirted and exchanged a few kisses, but she could see it in their eyes they didn't know what came next. Fine by her. She'd be happy to show them. As Rias led her and Haru into the bedroom in the Gremory mansion, Ela felt her pulse quicken, a thrill of anticipation surging through her veins. Rias closed the door softly, turning back to them with a sly smile, but Ela wasn't about to waste time with more games. She stepped up to Haru, her eyes meeting his, and without another word, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him into a fierce, hungry kiss. Haru stiffened at first, caught off guard, but he quickly melted in her touch, his hands moving to her waist as he responded eagerly. When she finally pulled back, she couldn't help but let out a low, satisfied chuckle at the dazed look on his face. Before he knew what hit him, she pushed him backward, sending him sprawling onto the plush bed with a yelp of surprise. Rias giggled from beside her, clearly entertained by Haru's stunned expression. But Ela wasn't done yet. Before Rias could say anything, Ela turned to her, grabbed her by the waist, and pulled her close, tilting her head up for a kiss that left the red-haired devil princess breathless. Rias' laughter cut off in an instant, replaced by a soft gasp as Ela's lips met hers. At first, Rias was rigid with surprise, but then she relaxed, her fingers curling into Ela's hair as she gave in. When Ela finally pulled back, Rias' face was flushed, her breaths coming in shallow. Ela couldn't help but smirk, her confidence surging as she glanced between Rias and Haru, both of them looking equally captivated by her. "Good. All right, you two," Ela murmured, her voice low and teasing as she climbed onto the bed, taking her place beside Haru. "Time to show you what you've been missing." Ela's heart raced with anticipation as she pushed Haru down on the bed, her kitsune boyfriend eagerly reciprocating her lustful kiss. Their tongues tangled together feverishly before she finally broke away, leaving both of them panting. She turned to Rias, who was watching with a deep blush staining her cheeks. "Come here, Rias," Ela commanded, her voice low and sultry. The beautiful devil crawled over obediently, her eyes never leaving Ela's face. Ela turned her attention to Haru. With deft fingers, she unbuttoned his fly and helped him with his pants. Rias watched, her eyes wide. "That's impressive." Ela had to agree. She had never seen something quite like that before, and her curiosity was piqued at the sight. She licked her lips. "Follow my lead," she instructed Rias, before leaning down and examining the item closely. She took her time and studied it carefully. "Oh wow," Haru groaned, his hands fisting in the sheets. Rias giggled, clearly excited by Ela's bold move. She leaned in as well, and the two exchanged an enthusiastic high-five before sharing a cheerful smile. Ela paused to give Rias a quick friendly peck on the cheek. Their faces drew close together. Haru was breathing heavily now, his body shifting with restless energy. Ela leaned in and pressed her lips gently to his, kissing him softly. Rias moved closer as well, holding him tenderly. I can't take much more. Haru gasped, overwhelmed by the moment, his legs unsteady as the scene continued. Ela just smirked up at him, doubling her efforts. She leaned in closer, working more intently. Haru let out a strangled yell, his hands flying to tangle in Ela's hair. I'm going to, he cried out. Ela pulled back just in time. She leaned in close to Rias, and the two shared an intense, intimate moment together. Rias laughed softly, the sound dissolving into a warm giggle. Ela closed her eyes, breathing in deeply as Haru held her close. Her inner wolf howled in joy at being with her mate. Ela smirked at Haru and Rias, her energy still high from the earlier excitement. She wiped a smudge from her face before glancing over at Rias. The red-haired devil was wiping her fingers clean with a satisfied look. Ela raised an eyebrow at the bold display. You're so bold, aren't you, Rias? Ela chuckled. Rias blushed a deep crimson at the comment. I want to be with Haru so badly, but I don't know if I'm ready to take that next step quite yet, she admitted shyly. Ela smiled reassuringly at her sister. That's fine, sister. Why don't you just watch for now? You've done quite a lot already. Just look at Haru's face. Haru was lying back on the bed, grinning at the two beautiful devils with a satisfied expression. That felt amazing, girls, he told them with a couple huffs to catch his breath. Oh, you're about to see something even more amazing. Ela grinned mischievously. She hopped off the bed for a moment and started taking off her ancient Nord armor. As the pieces fell to the floor, she couldn't help but smirk as Haru and Rias both gazed at her strong, toned body with impressed expressions. Ela's breasts were perky as she shifted herself back onto the bed with a coy smile. Wow, Rias trailed off in awe. Haru sat up, but Ela stopped him gently. Let me do all the work, my beloved. This is supposed to be your reward for a hard-fought victory. It wasn't exactly a hard-fought victory, but sure, Haru said with an amused smile. That didn't stop his eyes from hungrily scanning Ela's exquisite body or his hands from reaching up to massage her thighs. Ela sighed softly at his touch, drawing closer. She wrapped her arms around him, holding him close and feeling the warmth of his body. Ela smirked at Rias. Watch closely. This will be you someday, she purred seductively before leaning in to kiss him. She leaned in closer to Haru, their embrace growing more passionate. Wow, this feels amazing, Ela whispered, smiling warmly. Haru grinned in response. Yeah, this is really great, he agreed, clearly enjoying the moment. He growled. Ela smiled down at him as she rested her hands on Haru's toned chest. She leaned in closer, savoring the moment between them before drawing back. Ela and Haru both groaned softly as the tension between them continued to build. So good, so amazing. Ela groaned passionately. She moved against him with abandon, loving the feeling of Haru's hands reaching out and caressing her toned backside. Rias was sitting on the bed next to them, one of her hands resting beneath her own skirt as she watched the intimate scene with rapt attention. Ela smirked at the sight before quickening her rhythm. Ela's entire body was trembling with emotion. Haru truly was her match. No one else could ever move her so deeply. I'm at my limit, Haru groaned as she felt the overwhelming sensation build. Please, my love, stay close to me. Ela gasped urgently, feeling her excitement rapidly building to a peak. A couple more close moments, and she pulled Haru into a tight embrace one final time. A powerful wave of pleasure washed over her at the very same moment that Haru whispered her name. She cherished the warmth and closeness of the moment. Ela collapsed gently onto Haru's chest a moment later as they both settled into a calm, peaceful stillness. She snuggled tightly against him, only cracking her eyes open and letting out an amused giggle when they both heard Rias call out from the next room. Haru last night was damn. Let's just say I woke up feeling like a whole new man, which technically I was. My first time with Ela was nothing short of incredible. She was wild, fierce, relentless, and Rias had been right there with us. I stretched, grinning like an idiot as I glanced over at the two of them. Ela and Rias were still curled up in the bed beside me, wrapped in the sheets, peaceful and content. I didn't want to wake them, so I carefully slipped out of the warm covers, moving like a ninja as I made my way to the bathroom for a long, hot shower. Took me a little while to get all the evidence of last night's fun off my skin and fur. We hadn't exactly taken it easy. Ela wasn't satisfied with just one round, that was for sure. Once I was showered, dressed, and feeling more awake, I decided I'd surprise my ladies with breakfast. After all, it's not every morning you get to wake up after a night like that. I figured I could find my way around the mansion eventually, so I followed my nose, letting the smell of whatever the Grimmery servants were cooking lead the way through those long, twisting halls. Finally, I reached the kitchen. The place was huge, with over a dozen servants bustling around, preparing an entire feast. One of them looked up as I stepped in and walked over a tall, serious-looking guy who seemed to be the head chef. Excuse me, I said, giving him a little nod. Mind if I use the kitchen for a bit? Just want to whip up something for Rias and Ela. The chef's face lit up in a polite smile, and he nodded quickly. Of course, sir. You're Lady Rias' fiancé. You have full reign of the mansion. I paused, processing that for a second. Thanks, I replied, and made my way to one of the stoves. Grabbing what I needed, I started on some pancakes, adding scrambled eggs and bacon for good measure. Couldn't go wrong with a classic breakfast, especially after a night like that. As I flipped the pancakes, the smell filled the kitchen, and I was pretty proud of how it was coming together. Then I heard someone behind me, a soft, teasing voice that carried a hint of mischief. Era, that smells delicious, Harukoen. I turned around, spatula in hand, to find Akino Himejima standing there. Rias Queen, dressed in her usual outfit, looking every bit as elegant and dangerous as I'd heard she was. She gave me a sly smile, leaning against the counter, her eyes giving me a once-over that felt a little too knowing. Morning, Akino, I said, trying to keep my cool. Akino gave me a look that was nothing short of mischievous, her lips curling into that teasing smile she was known for. It's certainly a good morning for someone, she said, voice dripping with innuendo. I rubbed the back of my neck, trying not to let it get to me, but her gaze wasn't letting up. She took a step closer, leaning in just enough to make my pulse skip. You know, she murmured, barely above a whisper, my room's right next to Rias. She smirked, watching my reaction closely. I couldn't get a wink of sleep with all the racket you three were making. I could feel the heat creeping up my neck, my face burning at the thought of it. Sorry if we kept you up, Akino, I said, though I couldn't keep the smirk from breaking through. But let's be real. Something tells me you didn't mind. She laughed, that lilting, teasing sound again, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You're not wrong, Harukoen, but all that excitement has left me rather unsatisfied. I raised an eyebrow, flipping a pancake as I gave her a sidelong look. Want some breakfast? I got plenty to go around, I offered, trying to play it cool. Akino's grin widened, her gaze flicking to the food and then back to me. There's something else I'd rather eat after being so hot and bothered, she teased, voice like silk, stepping even closer until I could practically feel the heat radiating from her. I chuckled, shaking my head. Your trouble, you know that? I said, meeting her gaze. But I think I'll pass. I appreciate the offer. Really, but I don't know you the way I know Rias. Not yet. At least, she replied smoothly, giving me a wink before turning to strut out of the kitchen, leaving me staring after her. Yeah, this girl was dangerous, in more ways than one. With Akino gone, I focused back on the food, loading up 3 plates with pancakes, eggs, and bacon. Once I had everything piled up and ready, I made my way back through the mansion, dodging a few curious glances from passing servants, but managing to avoid any more interruptions. I reached Rias' room, feeling like a damn delivery service with my arms full of food, but I knew both Rias and Ela would be starving after last night. It was the least I could do, and besides, I wasn't going to complain about spending a little more time with my 2 favorite people. I finally made it back to my restaurant, a little later than usual, but considering last night, I figured I deserved a bit of a late start. The place was quiet, just Kunu sitting at the counter along with her 2 guards, Tanya and Victoria. Kunu was in the middle of what sounded like a wildly exaggerated retelling of my fight with Riser. her hands gesturing wildly as she painted me out to be some kind of unstoppable force of nature. And then, Kanu practically shouted, eyes wide as she leaned in for dramatic effect. Haranaikin was surrounded by fire, like a whole ocean of flames. And he just walked right through it like it was nothing. And then he was all like, "You underestimate my power." And Riser was like, "That's impossible." And then they both started blasting each other with massive waves of fire. Tanya was nodding along with this nonsense, pretending every bit like she was buying it. Kanu obviously forgot that Tanya actually saw the fight live. Victoria, on the other hand, wasn't there, and she looked a little lost, frowning as she tried to piece together what Kanu was saying. She glanced at Tanya and then at me, eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. "So devils aren't considered evil in this world?" Victoria asked, hesitant but clearly trying to understand. "And you're getting married to one?" "Some of them are," Tanya replied, sounding almost scholarly. "But Haru's fiancée, she's just a big-boobed otaku." I shook my head, rolling my eyes, but smirking all the same. "Not wrong, Tanya. Not wrong." I threw together some basic chicken sandwiches for Kanu, Tanya, and Victoria, nothing too fancy, but enough to keep them happy. As they dug in, Kunis' wild stories faded into the background, replaced by the sound of three girls happily chomping away. For a few minutes, all was peaceful until the front door swung open. Naruto and Naruko strolled in. Naruto started laughing as soon as he saw me. "Man, that fight last night was hilarious, Haru," he said, grinning ear to ear. Even the QB couldn't keep it in before he could finish. Naruko slapped him on the back of the head, hissing at him to shut up. I raised an eyebrow, amused. They still thought no one around here knew about the whole half of Kurama sealed inside them thing, when in reality, yeah, everyone knew. Mostly because Rias couldn't keep her mouth shut. Naruko slid up onto the stool next to Kanu, who greeted her with a mouth full of food and crumbs flying everywhere. "Naruko-chan," she said excitedly, her words barely intelligible. I gave Kanu a mock glare. "Chew before talking, Kanu." Kanu swallowed her mouth full, giving me a sheepish grin. Meanwhile, I turned my attention to Naruko, flashing her a quick smile. "Welcome back, Naruko. Do you want anything for lunch?" Her cheeks turned a little pink, and she looked away, mumbling, "He'll have what everyone else is having." Naruto plopped down on the other side of her, slapping the counter. "Same here, Haru. Those sandwiches smell awesome." As I got to work prepping 2 more sandwiches, Naruto leaned over with his usual goofy grin. "Oh, and by the way, the old lady wants to talk to you if you're finally free." I frowned, trying to figure out who the hell he meant. "Old lady?" Naruko sighed, looking like she had heard this routine 1,000 times. "He means Tsunade, right?" I said, giving her a nod. "Tell her he'll swing by in about an hour later." I was striding through the streets of Konoha, feeling the usual eyes on me. Most were curious stares humans couldn't resist looking at my ears and tails. It's not every day you see a kitsune waltzing through the hidden leaf. Sure, I could have hidden them with a quick illusion, but I wasn't about to pretend to be something I'm not. But the looks changed as I got closer to the Hokage building. A lot of them started looking less curious and more hostile. Old Granny scowled as I walked by, and a couple even spat in my direction like I was a rat scurrying by. Right? I'd almost forgotten the people here still had a bone to pick with foxes. I was maybe a block away from the Hokage building when 2 big, brick wall-looking guys stepped right in front of me. Their arms crossed, and their stances screamed, "You're not going anywhere." Looked like they were about to make a scene, and boy was I right. "You think it's cute, huh?" The first guy sneered, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Using the transformation jutsu to make yourself look like a fox." I blinked, genuinely taken aback. "Excuse me? Don't play dumb, you damn fox," the second guy shouted, loud enough that people started gathering. My son was killed by that monster. His words hung in the air, thick as smoke. The crowd closed in, and even a couple of shinobi were watching from the rooftops, probably just waiting to see if they'd need to jump in. I tilted my head, holding back a sigh. "Okay," I said slowly, not moving. "And what exactly do you expect me to do about it?" The first guy's face turned red. "Apologize," he spat, jabbing a finger in my face. That monster killed hundreds of people here. Oh, I got it now. They thought I was some kind of tribute act? Just walking around with my tails out to mock the leaf or something? My tail's curled up behind me. Listen, I'm not apologizing for shit, I said. Now either get out of the way, or it'll move you. I've got a meeting with the Hokage, and am not here to waste my time. Liar. One of them snarled, and before I could roll my eyes, he came barreling toward me, arm cocked back for a punch. I didn't even feel a hint of chakra. This guy was a regular civilian. And from the stench of cheap booze rolling off him, I'd say had been hitting the bottle hard, even though it was barely noon. I didn't bother moving much. I just caught his fist mid-swing, clamping down hard enough to make him wince, then swept one of my tails around and took his feet out from under him. He landed on his ass with a heavy thud, his eyes wide with shock. That's not the transformation jutsu. Someone from the crowd yelled, loud enough for everyone to hear. Those tails are real. Then, as if ID just sprouted extra arms, the other guy backed up, eyes going even wider. It's the nine-tailed fox. He yelled, all shaky and dramatic. He's come back for revenge. The crowd lost their minds. People started screaming, running in every direction. I watched them bolt, bumping into each other and tripping over their own feet to get away. While I muttered, crossing my arms as I observed the chaos. The people here are kind of stupid. Chapter 19. Dumplings Haru, I kept walking through Konoha, heading straight for the Hokage Tower that loomed over the village like a reminder of who ran the place. The closer I got, the more attention I drew. Civilians whispered, their eyes darting from my ears to the nine tails swaying behind me. The passing ninja weren't much better. Suspicious glances, muttered comments. It was getting old fast. Just as I was wondering how much longer I'd have to deal with their staring, a random chunin decided to play hero. He jumped off a nearby roof and landed in front of me with a thud, like he was auditioning for some bad action scene. I sighed, fighting the urge to roll my eyes. Seriously, the people in this village had the brains of a rock. Look, I said, keeping my voice calm. I'm not the QB. I'm just trying to get to the Hokage. So if you could save it. The guy snapped, pulling out a kunai like he was about to go to war. Demons aren't welcome here. You hear me? My wife died because of that monster, and now I'm going to make sure it pays. I tilted my head, staring at him. He was shaking, eyes full of anger and grief. I could have felt bad for him if he wasn't about to make the dumbest mistake of his life. You really don't want to do this, I warned. But he charged anyway, yelling like a madman. It was almost sad. Almost. Before he even got close, my tail shot out, catching his wrist and wrenching the kunai from his hand. Another tail whipped around his legs, yanking them out from under him, and he hit the ground face first with a groan. He tried to get back up, but I wrapped a tail around his waist and squeezed just enough to pin him down. Are we done? I asked, leaning over him. He mumbled something I didn't catch, so I loosened the hold. What was that? I said, fuck you. Demon's voice was strained, defiant. I sighed again, giving him one last smack that left him bruised and limp on the ground. He wasn't getting up any time soon. Nice try, moron, I muttered, stepping over his unconscious body. The crowd that had gathered watched with wide eyes, some of them looking ready to bolt. Anyone else? I shouted, glancing at the nearest person. Silence. Just nervous shuffling and quick glances away. I shook my head and kept walking, my tail swishing behind me as I pushed through the now-cleared path toward the Hokage Tower. I stepped into the Hokage Tower. The kunoichi manning the front desk looked like she'd just seen a ghost, her mouth hanging open as she took in my ears and tails. Name's Haru, I said, leaning against the counter with a grin. I've got a meeting with Tsunade. She blinked a few times before snapping out of it. All right, you're expected, she stammered. Up the stairs, 3rd floor. Thanks, I said, giving her a nod as I made my way up. Before I reached her office, I ran into 2 kunoichi. And holy hell, they were gorgeous. I usually had a thing for redheads, but these 2? They put any supermodel back home to shame. One had long, silky blonde hair that fell past her waist, and the other had short, vibrant pink hair that I recognized right away. Both of them stared at me like ID just dropped out of the sky. The blonde recovered first, her lips curving into a flirtatious smile as she sauntered over. Well, hello there, she said flirtatiously. I haven't seen you around before. Her eyes darted to my ears and tails. I have a feeling ID remembers someone as handsome as you with features like those. The pink-haired girl, Sakura Haruno, rolled her eyes and stepped forward. Ino, can you not flirt with every single good-looking guy? I chuckled. Sakura looked way hotter in real life than ID imagined. Same with Ino Yamanaka. I smirked at Sakura. Thanks for thinking him handsome, I said. You're both stunning, too. Sakura's cheeks turned as pink as her hair, and she looked away, mumbling something I couldn't hear. Ino laughed, a sound that was both playful and sharp. Watch out, Sakura. This guy is dangerous. She tilted her head and pressed a finger to her lips. Your name's Haru, right? I'm pretty sure Naruko has mentioned a guy named Haru a few times recently. I smiled, feeling a little warmth at the thought. Yeah, I've met her in Naruto. We're friends. Only friends? Ino teased, leaning in closer. You're going to break poor Naruko's heart. I chuckled and shook my head. I've only talked to her a few times. Known her for a few days. We'll see how things go from there. Ino smacked Sakura lightly on the arm. Oh my gosh. Forehead. There's finally a hot guy in the village who's actually into women and not obsessed with training or staring at clouds all day. Sakura rolled her eyes, but couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips. She brushed a stray hair out of her face and looked back at me. Are you here to see the Hokage? I nodded. Yeah, I've got an appointment. Not sure what it's about, though. Ino's eyes lit up with interest. You should hang out with us afterwards. I'd love to get to know you better. Haru. He left her fullness. She reminded me a bit of Akino, but with more gossip and less teasing innuendo. I own a restaurant. The Foxhole. You two can meet me there if you want. Ino's smile widened, and Sakura's eyes softened. We might take you up on that, Sakura said, her voice more confident now. As they walked down the hall, I could hear their whispers, even without trying. God, he's so hot. And those ears so exotic. Komein. Tsunade's voice called from behind the door after I knocked. I pushed it open and stepped inside, finally laying eyes on the fifth Hokage herself. Damn, if I thought Ino and Sakura were something, Tsunade was on a whole different level. Tall, confident, and yet impossible not to notice how well-endowed she was. Almost rivaled my mother, Yasaka, in that department. You know, it's rude to stare, Tsunade said, a teasing edge to her voice. I blinked, realizing I'd been caught. Apologies, Lady Hokage. She waved it off casually, a smirk playing on her lips. I'm used to it. There's a reason I keep my top like this. She leaned back in her chair, resting both arms under her chest, pushing them up even more. What do you think? Going to give me the edge in negotiations this time, too? A small blush crept onto my cheeks, but I fought it down. I wasn't aware this was a negotiation. Oh, it definitely is, she said, eyes narrowing but still playful. I suddenly have a literal nine-tailed fox running a restaurant in the middle of my village. As Hokage, I need to know what it wants. I shrugged, crossing my arms. All I want is to run my restaurant in peace, make new friends and customers, and spend time with my family and girlfriends on the side. Girlfriends? She snorted, an amused smile tugging at her lips. 2 at the moment, I said, shrugging again. Probably a couple more in the future. Tsunade chuckled, a bit of wistfulness sneaking into her expression. Oh, I remember those days. Back when I was young and the respected princess of the Senju clan, I had men practically throwing themselves at me every single day. You're still incredibly beautiful, I pointed out. I'm sure they're still trying. She shook her head, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Wow, you're going to be dangerous for the women of this village. Well, for those who aren't terrified of you because of your fox features, anyway. ITLL probably be good for them. I have no idea how it happened, but I left the village for 20 years and came back to find out it's basically become the bastion of chastity in the ninja world. She sighed, and I couldn't help but chuckle at her lament. Her expression shifted, though, growing more serious as we got down to business. So, Haru, she said, her eyes sharp now, how did you get the daimyo's signature for your deed? There wasn't outright accusation in her voice, but there was doubt. She was being cautious. Naruto and Naruko must have reported back to her about it. I nodded. not surprised by the question. I thought you might ask. I reached into the small pocket of space. I kept using my Yuki, the little trick I had learned for storage, and pulled out the official-looking deed. I handed it over to her, watching as she took it and studied it closely. Her eyes scanned the scroll, her brow furrowing slightly. You really did get this signed by the daimyo. She glanced up at me, suspicion melting just a little. Naruko mentioned it, but I needed to see it with my own eyes to be fair. I said, leaning back in the chair, it wasn't me who got the scroll signed by the daimyo. Tsunade's brow lifted. Then who was it? She asked, crossing her arms. It was an interdimensional goddess I haven't met yet, I replied. And, she might be in love with me. Tsunade stared at me for a second before rubbing her forehead. Yokai are real. Other dimensions are suddenly real. And now gods are real too. I need a fucking drink. I had her covered there. Reaching into my pocket space, I pulled out a bottle of kappa and placed it on her desk. Her eyes lit up like a kid on their birthday. Now that's what I'm fucking talking about. Shizen keeps throwing out all my bottles, no matter where I hide them. I popped the top and poured a drink for both of us. Tsunade took hers eagerly, knocking it back without hesitation. Damn, that's the good stuff, she said, her eyes closing for a moment. It's made by actual kappas, I said, pouring her another. No one can make sake like they can. Tsunade shook her head, a smile tugging at her lips as she raised her cup for another. This village gets weirder every day, she muttered. So what's your world like? She asked, her voice more relaxed as she sipped. I shrugged. Most of it's mundane, but supernatural monsters hide in the shadows. Most of them ignore regular people, though. That sounds weird, Tsunade said, taking another drink. Then again, ninjas are supposed to live in the shadows, too. Except this latest generation didn't get the memo. No matter what I do, I can't convince Naruto to wear anything but that goddamn orange. And his sister? Bright red, just like Kushina used to wear. Neither of those twins knows the meaning of stealth. She knocked back her drink, and I realized she was already on her sixth cup. I probably should have mentioned that kappa sake was about 10 times stronger than regular stuff. Her tolerance was impressive. She looked at me, eyes a bit hazy but focused. I'm going to be straight with you, Haru, she said, her words starting to slur just a bit. I decided it was time to slow down with her refills. Tsunade set her cup down with a heavy sigh. The leaf isn't in a good place right now. Economically, I mean. Orochimaru, that piece of shit ex-teammate of mine, wrecked the place 2 years ago. Killed a lot of good people, wiped out most of our market district. We need every mission we can get. Her eyes sharpened slightly. I need to know if these other dimensions your restaurant connects to might be interested in our services. I leaned forward, nodding. I think they would be. Ninjas are valuable assets. I reached for the sake bottle to pour another cup for myself and realized it was empty. Tsunade's cheeks were flushed, and before I could say anything, she pointed at me with a determined look. Another bottle. Now, I wasn't about to argue with a drunk woman who could punch a mountain into rubble. I reached into my pocket space, pulled out another bottle, and popped it open. Before I could pour her a drink, she snatched it and started chugging straight from the bottle. Yeah, this was why Shizen kept hiding her booze. Tsunade let out a satisfied noise and slammed the empty bottle onto the desk so hard it cracked the wood. Her eyes were glassy, and she was definitely slurring now. ID accidentally gotten the Hokage drunk. Oops, I muttered. You'll actually hire us, she said, eyes wide and a bit wobbly. That's really good. When do we work out the details? She asked, almost leaning too far forward. You can sort out the details with my mother, Yasaka, the yokai queen. Just stop by my restaurant anytime. Tsunade's eyes narrowed playfully. Your mother is a queen? That makes you a prince. Did you know I'm technically a princess? Princesses and princes are supposed to get married, you know? I hesitated, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Tsunade sighed, her eyes going distant. Never got to marry a prince. There weren't any left by the time I came around. Okay, she blinked. Then her eyes locked on mine, suddenly serious. You're handsome, and you said I was beautiful earlier. Since we're going to have an alliance, we should seal it the way my grandparents did. I had a feeling where this was going. She was totally plastered, but my mischievous side kicked in. I leaned in close, smirking as I reached out and gently cupped her face. Oh, and how did your grandparents seal it? Just like this, she declared, grabbing my face and kissing me. Her lips were warm and tasted like alcohol. We made out for a good 30 seconds before she finally pulled back, giggling and looking smug. I still got it, she said when she noticed my obvious blush. I headed back to my restaurant after Tsunade passed out on her desk. Honestly, I wasn't sure what else to do, so I made sure her head was turned to the side and left quietly. Yeah, leaving the Hokage drunk and unconscious on her desk probably wasn't the smartest move, but hey, not my problem. While I got back to the foxhole, I saw Naruko, Sakura, and Ino sitting at the counter. Enri was behind it, serving them hot cups of coffee. She was still learning how to cook, and while it would be months before she could make anything ID deem passable, drinks weren't too hard. If stoner teenagers could make a decent cup of coffee, so could a hard-working village girl like Enri. Enri smiled at me as I walked in. The three kunoichi turned around at the same time. "Welcome back, Haru," Naruko said brightly. "How did your meeting with the Hokage go?" I scratched my cheek awkwardly. "I think it went pretty well," I said. "I told her we'd be open to working with the Leaf Village. We shared a couple cups of sake. We made out a bit. And then I left." Naruko nodded, smiling, until my words finally sank in. Sakura and Ino both choked on their drinks. "You did what?" Sakura asked, eyes wide. "I need details," Ino practically yelled, leaning forward with a grin. Naruko's smile fell, and she looked like she was about to combust. Her red hair stood up as a dense chakra surrounded her. Enri muttered something about more love rivals as I made my way behind the counter to wash my hands. I gave them the short version. Tsunade underestimated the strength of the Kappa-sake, got plastered, confessed she was a princess who wanted to marry a prince. And then we made out. The reactions were priceless. Sakura fell off her stool, rolling on the floor with laughter. "Oh my God, I am never letting her live this down. This is gold. This is the best gossip I've ever heard," Ino said, eyes wide with excitement. "Haru, I haven't even known you for an hour, and you're already one of my favorite people." "That's nice," I said, turning to Naruko. "How dare that old hag move in on the first guy I like?" Naruko yelled, her red hair bristling with chakra. "Hey, just because you met the hot fox guy first doesn't mean you get to claim him." Ino shot back. "Do you know how few good guys there are in this village? Our options are Bug Boy, Dog Boy, Snack Boy, Cloud Boy, or Whisker Boy." And Emo Boy ran off to join the creepy snake dude. They're probably up to no good together. Sakura sat up from the floor, glaring at Ino. "Don't talk about Sasuke like that. I'll come back one day." Ino scoffed. "Why waste your life waiting for him when there's a sexy chef standing right here?" She wrapped her arm around Sakura's shoulders and gave me a smirk. "What do you say? Hadu, interested in two beautiful kunoichi? They'll even tell you something special about Sakura. We've been to the hot springs together a lot, and I can confirm she snores like a wild boar." "Oh my God, Ino, why would you tell him that?" Sakura shouted, her face turning bright red. "Get lost. Sluts." Naruko had enough and launched herself at Sakura and Ino. Enri yelped next to me as the three kunoichi rolled around on the floor, pulling hair and shouting insults. The door swung open, and Naruto walked in with Shikamaru. "Hey, Haru, I wanted you to meet one of my good friends." And Naruto stopped mid-sentence when he saw the chaos on the floor. "Back off, you bitches. Let go of my hair, Naruko. Don't be greedy. Sharing is caring." "Nope," Naruto said, shaking his head. "I'm not getting involved in that." He and Shikamaru stepped around the fighting trio and sat at the bar. "What a drag," Shikamaru muttered. "A new pretty boy moves in, and the girls are already tearing each other apart." "Sorry about that," I said sincerely. I was following Naruto's lead and not getting involved either. Shikamaru waved it off. "Don't worry about it." He looked at Enri. "Mind if I order some dumplings?" Chapter 20. More zombies? Haru, damn, this was starting to smell really good. I was behind the counter, stirring a pot of steaming broth, the rich smell of chicken and spices filling the air. I had some noodles boiling in another pot and was slicing green onions on a cutting board when the door to the restaurant swung open. Naruko stepped in, her purple eyes searching the room until they landed on me. "Hey, Haru, she said a little hesitantly. She shifted on her feet. I wanted to say sorry for, the mess I made yesterday. I snorted, unable to keep a grin off my face. Are you kidding? Watching you roll around on the ground with Sakura and Ino was probably the highlight of my week. I winked. Besides, it was pretty hot. Her face turned as red as her hair, which she reached up to rub nervously. I guess my temper does match my hair sometimes. Sometimes? I raised an eyebrow, smirking as I turned back to the green onions. I'd say always might be more accurate. Naruko gave me a playful shove from across the counter. Shut up. What? Can't handle the truth. I teased, sliding the chopped onions into a small bowl. She rolled her eyes but smiled. So what are you making? Ramen, I said, motioning to the simmering broth. Her eyes lit up in delight, as I was expecting. One does not mention ramen before an Uzumaki without expecting that kind of reaction. Can I help? She asked, already stepping behind the counter before I could answer. Sure, I said, passing her a pair of tongs. You can handle the noodles. Make sure they don't get overcooked. Yes, Chef Haru, she said with a mock salute, making me chuckle. Naruko grabbed the pot and started stirring the noodles while I adjusted the heat on the broth and added a few spices. We worked side by side, her shoulder bumping into mine now and then. Every time she got a little too close, I got a whiff of her scent. She smelled a little bit like a fox, and I can't say I disliked it. So, I said, glancing over at her, how often do you throw down with your friends over guys? Or, am I just special? I teased her. Oh, you're definitely special, she teased right back. But don't get too full of yourself. Ino just knows how to push my buttons. I sat down with Naruko in one of the booths. The foxhole was empty, save for the two of us and the faint sound of ramen noodles being slurped. I watched her out of the corner of my eye as she took a bite, her purple eyes lighting up at the taste. She caught me staring and blushed, making me grin. There was something we'd been skirting around for a while, and it was time to finally bring it up. I set my bowl down and leaned back. So Naruko, I said, watching her closely, do you like me? She choked on her noodles, turning bright red as she coughed and tried to recover. What? She laughed nervously, then sighed, her shoulders dropping. Yeah, I do, she admitted, barely above a whisper. I nodded, half smiling. I figured. I should tell you, though I already have two girlfriends, Rias and Ela, and there might be more in the future. In my world, the strong seem to naturally attract, well, harems. This was the kind of thing you really had to be blunt about. Naruko bit her lip, looking thoughtful. There's a similar thing here in Konoha, Strong shinobi sometimes have harems thrown at them. It's kind of a tradition or whatever. She snorted, giving me a playful look. Everyone thought Sasuke would have, 20 wives by now. Then he ran away like an idiot. I laughed at that. The image of the brooding Sasuke Uchiha trying to handle 20 wives was hilarious. Maybe that's why he bailed. I mean, a harem is awesome, but 20? That's way overkill. Naruko set her bowl down and looked at me, a little more serious now. I'm okay with you having other girlfriends. I mean, I do like to try dating you too. And I wouldn't mind if you ended up going out with Sakura or Ino either. She grinned, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. You're a way better option than SAS gay, at least. I snorted, nearly choking on a laugh. SAS gay? Really? She nodded, giggling. Yeah, Naruto came up with that nickname. It stuck with a few of us. I shook my head, amused. Well, that's one way to put it. So, you're serious about this? You're okay with all of it? Yeah, she said, looking down for a moment before meeting my eyes again. I know what I want, and I'm not afraid to go after it. If that means sharing you with others, then so be it. I reached over and took her hand, giving a light squeeze. I like you too. Naruko, let's give this a shot. See where it goes. Her face lit up, and she squeezed my hand back. Deal, she said, a smile spreading across her face. I leaned back in my chair, staring up at the ceiling with a mix of amusement and confusion. So, I had a third girlfriend now? Sort of anyway. Naruko, and I needed to go on a few dates to see if we really clicked or if this was just another one of those things that seemed great in the moment. She had left about an hour ago, something about training with Naruto and Kakashi. They'd been gone for 3 years, and Tsunade wanted to see what they could do now. It made me wonder if this world was just now hitting the Shippuden stage. Then again, nothing here was exactly as I remembered it from the manga. Naruto had a twin sister. Ninjas didn't graduate from the academy until they were 16, and the people of the village were really stupid. No, wait. That part was canon. The door to my restaurant swung open, interrupting my thoughts. I glanced over and saw Friaren walk in. The elf was as calm and stoic as ever, her expression not giving anything away. But this time, she wasn't alone. A girl with short purple hair followed her inside, her eyes darting around curiously. "See, Fern, I'm not crazy," Friaren said. She gestured around the restaurant as if that was all the proof needed. The girl next to her, Fern, raised an eyebrow and glanced around the place. She didn't look entirely convinced yet. "It's not exactly what I pictured," Fern said, crossing her arms. "You said it was run by an entirely new sentient race?" I stood up from my chair and smirked, letting my tails wave lazily behind me as I walked over. "That's me. Haru, the kitsune at your service, my fair lady." Fern nodded calmly. Okay, that was all the reaction I was getting. This girl was like a mini copy of her teacher, except human. "Haru, this is my apprentice, Fern." She didn't believe me when I told her about this place, Friaren said. "I don't blame her," I said, chuckling. "Welcome to the foxhole, Fern. I guess now you know that Friaren's not losing it." Fern glanced at Friaren, who still looked as stoic as ever, before finally turning back to me. "I'm not sure if I'm relieved or more confused," she said bluntly. I leaned forward with a grin. "Since it's your first time in the foxhole, Fern, what do you want?" "It's on the house." Fern started to say something, her eyes narrowing. "We're not charity cases." Fox, before she could finish, Friaren's hand shot out and covered her mouth, shushing her quickly. Fern glared at her master, eyes full of indignation, while Friaren just gave her that calm, unreadable look she always had. I couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. I suspected from that reaction that they were, in fact, hurting for money. "Relax," I said. "A couple of weeks ago, I took down a dragon by myself and sold off its bones and scales. Dragon bone weapons are top tier in Skyrim. One of the few things that can pierce a dragon's hide like butter. I made a killing selling them all off. I could run my restaurant for a year straight and not have to charge anyone if I wanted to." Friaren's eyes widened a fraction, which was about as close to shock as I'd seen her get. "You slew a dragon alone?" she said, sounding genuinely impressed. "I haven't fought one of those in a long time." "Yep." Fern shifted in her seat, eyeing me differently now. "If you're offering, I want pancakes. We've been traveling a lot, and I haven't had a good home-cooked meal in ages." "Pancakes, huh?" I said, already heading to the kitchen. "You got it. These will be the best pancakes you've ever tasted." As I mixed the batter, Friaren's voice cut through the quiet. "Did you know your restaurant moved, Haru?" My fox ears twitched, catching her words. I glanced back at her. "It did?" She nodded, her eyes still fixed on me. "Yes. We're in a different town from the one where I first found your restaurant. It appeared in this new town, almost like it was following Fern and me." I paused, processing that. "Huh," I said, a little surprised. "That's strange. It's never done that before. Not in any dimension I've been to, anyway." I flipped the pancakes and smirked at her. "But hey, I'm glad it did. Good to see you again, Friaren." Her expression didn't change much, but I caught the faintest hint of pink on her cheeks. She glanced away, playing it cool, but I knew I'd gotten a reaction out of her. Fern's scowl deepened. "Master, be careful. This fox guy is dangerous. The kind who'll seduce women and leave them heartbroken," she trailed off. I almost dropped the spatula. "What? No way. I've never broken a girl's heart. I've never even had a breakup, for that matter." Fern puffed her cheeks, crossing her arms like she didn't buy a word of it. "Yeah, right? I don't believe you." I sighed, flipping the last pancake onto a plate and bringing it over. "Well, believe it or not, I'm not that kind of guy." I placed the plate of pancakes in front of Fern, who eyed them suspiciously before picking up her fork. The first bite she took made her eyes go wide, and even Friaren raised an eyebrow when Fern let out a small, involuntary sound of satisfaction. "Good?" I asked, smirking. Fern reluctantly nodded, chewing slowly. "Better than I expected," she admitted. "But I won't fall in love with you just because you can cook smack." I chuckled as I watched Fern pout. rubbing the back of her head where Friarin had just smacked her. The elf leaned back in her seat, still holding her stoic expression. "Stop being rude to someone who's giving us free food," she said calmly. I guess that was good advice in a weird way. Friarin was an odd elf, but then again, she was the only elf I knew. Fern grumbled something under her breath, but picked up her fork and dug back into her pancakes. The two of them sat there, enjoying their food in silence, and for a moment, everything was peaceful. That moment ended when the door swung open, and in marched one of my favorite customers. His dark robes billowed as he entered, his skeletal face giving off that dramatic vibe he always had. "Hey there, Ains," I said with a playful grin. Ains sighed, shaking his head with the exasperation of someone who had heard the nickname one too many times. "Hello, Haru. There is something I wanted to talk to you about, Demon." Friarin leapt over her booth like she was spring-loaded and launched a fireball straight at Ains. The spell hit with a loud thud, sending him skidding backward across my brand-new wooden floors, leaving a trail of burn and scrape marks. "Great," I muttered, cringing at the damage. Those floors were going to need replacing now. As the smoke cleared, Ains stood unharmed, an amused chuckle echoing from his bony form. "Oh, not bad, elf," he said. Friarin's jaw tightened, and she gripped her staff with a determined glare. "You're strong, demon, but I won't hold back this time." Fern immediately jumped out of the booth, ready to back up her master. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop, Friarin," I shouted, stepping between them. "Why the hell are you attacking Ains?" Friarin's eyes stayed locked on Ains, but she spared me a glance. "All demons are evil and must be exterminated. There's no reasoning with them. That's kind of racist," Ains said, lifting a skeletal hand. "And for the record, I'm not even a demon, I'm an undead." Oh, Friarin's eyes widened slightly, and her face turned crimson. She looked down, her posture stiffening as she bowed low. "I'm so sorry for attacking you," she said. Without missing a beat, she grabbed Fern's head and forced her into a bow as well. "Hey, I didn't even do anything, master," Fern protested. I let out a relieved breath, happy that things hadn't escalated into an all-out brawl. "Listen, Friarin, you've got to remember that this place brings people from all sorts of dimensions. Demons in your world might be monsters, but that doesn't mean all of them are. I mean, Ains's girlfriend, Albedo, is a succubus, and she's actually pretty fun." "Girlfriend?" Ains sputtered, sounding shocked behind me. Friarin's eyes narrowed slightly, processing my words, but she decided not to push it further. Then she looked around and finally seemed to notice the damage she had caused. Her expression shifted to one of horror. She turned to Fern, eyes wide. "Do we have the funds to pay for this damage?" Fern gave her master a flat look. "I didn't do anything, and no, we don't. We're broke. It's hard to make money when all we do is wander around aimlessly." Friarin turned to me with a pleading look, but I just shrugged and waved her off. "Don't worry about it," I said. "Having a supernatural restaurant comes with the risk of things getting smashed to bits now and then. I'm prepared for it." My tails flicked behind me as I added, "Too bad insurance doesn't exist in the supernatural world. Or maybe that's a good thing," I muttered in hindsight. Friarin looked incredibly relieved to hear that. Once Friarin stopped trying to roast Ains on the spot, the skeleton lord straightened up, brushed off his robes, and gave a slight nod. "Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Ains Ulgown," he said, his deep voice steady. "I must say, if the demons in your world are so dangerous that they make you attack on sight, I'm curious to learn more about them." Friarin looked at him, eyes narrowed but calmer. "You'd understand the moment you met one," she said simply, like it was an absolute truth. I crossed my arms and leaned against the counter. "Ains, you were going to tell me something before you got hit with a fireball?" He was just about to answer when the door to my restaurant swung open, catching all of our attention. It had been a surprisingly busy day, and I was starting to wonder what the hell was going on with the universe today. Commander Shepard stood in the doorway, wide-eyed, with a look that was a mix of disbelief and amusement. "Be careful, Commander. You don't know what this is," a man shouted behind her. Shepard threw a sheepish smile around the room and fully stepped inside. "Hey, Haru," she said, looking at me with a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. "Jane, already back from the Citadel?" I asked, surprised. I didn't think I'd see her again for weeks. Uno. She shook her head and corrected me with a slight eye roll. And it's Shepard, remember? I'm still on my ship. Also, why in the hell is there a door to your restaurant on my ship? Before I could respond, the man behind her pushed his way in. Commander, what the hell is this place? He demanded, eyes darting suspiciously around at everyone. Shepard sighed, her posture relaxing as she placed her hands on her hips. I told you about this place, Alenko. The restaurant in the Citadel that connects to other dimensions. He looked at her like she'd lost her mind. You expected me and the rest of the crew to believe that was real? We thought you, Ashley, and Ref were just drunk off your asses. Shepard blushed, the red spreading across her cheeks in a way that was way too satisfying to see. Well, we were drunk, but that's not the point, she argued. Gurus and Tali weren't even drinking that night. Lieutenant Alenko crossed his arms, glancing between me and Ains with a clear look of distrust. Neither Gurus nor Tali ever mentioned this place actually being real. Shepard muttered under her breath. They probably didn't think anyone would believe them. Ains cleared his throat, clearly uninterested in the bickering. As I was saying, Haru, your restaurant has appeared in my home, the Great Tomb of Nazarick. I blinked in surprise. It has. Ains nodded. Yes, but I also confirmed in Carne Village that your restaurant remains there as well. He tilted his skull-like face slightly, almost as if waiting for my reaction. I shook my head in disbelief. So, this place is just popping up everywhere now. I glanced over at Shepard, who was still trying to convince Alenko that everything was fine, that my restaurant wasn't some kind of trap. The lieutenant didn't look convinced. His eyes kept flickering back to Ains with visible unease, and then over to me with even more suspicion. He muttered something about monsters, which I chose to ignore. Instead, I cleared my throat to get Shepard's attention. Just to be clear, Shepard, it's only a door to my restaurant that's appeared on the Normandy, right? Not the whole building? Shepard grinned at me. Haru, I gave you a tour of the Normandy. You should know that my ship isn't exactly big enough to fit your entire restaurant. That actually got me wondering about the size of Ains's place. If the entire foxhole could show up in the Tomb of Nazarick, the place must be huge. Shepard didn't seem bothered by the new access to the foxhole. In fact, she looked pleased. Can't say I mind it, honestly. Military rations suck, especially on spaceships. Plus her gaze flicked over me, as she gave me a subtle smirk. I'm glad to see you again, especially. Last time, I gave you a tour, but you didn't get to see every room. Specifically, the captain's quarters. Now I can give you a full tour anytime I want. She finished with a giggle. Damn, Shepard was coming in strong. It was clear she knew what she wanted, and I wasn't going to lie, I was tempted at the same time. Alenko's glare turned downright murderous after Shepard's invitation. If looks could kill, I'd probably be halfway to the afterlife right now. I'm pretty sure someone else liked Shepard and was currently very jealous. Fryerin, meanwhile, had a faint blush on her cheeks, and Fern was muttering something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like, "This place is filled with shameless perverts." Ains coughed loudly, trying to get us back on track, which I appreciated since I didn't have an answer for Shepard right now. Hell, I barely had my head around the situation with Naruko earlier. And here was Shepard, practically inviting me to her quarters on the Normandy. Rest assured, Haru, Ains continued, we'll make sure that all of Nazarick's denizens know your restaurant is to be respected. It will take time to adjust to the new presence, but I'll ensure it's done properly. Thanks, Ains, I said, nodding. And of course, your people are welcome to stop by. Ains gave a curt nod, but added, keep in mind, not all my subordinates are friendly toward humans. Some adjustments will be needed. At that, Alenko's hand went straight to his sidearm, the distrust on his face obvious. He was already on edge about me and the others, and hearing Ains talk about unfriendly subordinates didn't help his nerves. His hand twitched as he looked ready to pull his weapon. Before things could escalate, Shepard put a firm hand on his arm. Lieutenant, stand down. I need you to go back to the Normandy and wait for me there. This is my call. Alenko stared at her, clearly unhappy. But after a tense moment, he finally nodded, shot me one last murderous look, and left without another word. As the door swung shut behind him, I let out a sigh. Thanks for handling that, Shepard. Shepard just shrugged, giving me a lopsided smile. The lieutenant's a good soldier, but he's not exactly open to, well, unique experiences. Speaking of unique experiences, it looked like we were about to have another one. The doors to my restaurant were thrown open with enough force to rattle the windows. A woman stormed in, looking like hell itself had chased her. She was covered in dirt and dried blood, some of which wasn't hers based on the scent my enhanced nose picked up. The blood smelled off, though not fresh, almost stale. "What the fuck?" she shouted, eyes wide as she scanned the room and took in the mismatched group of people. Her hand flew to the pistol on her hip, but before she could draw it, Shepard had a gun to her head. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Shepard said, her voice calm but deadly serious. The woman froze, eyes darting between Shepard and the rest of us. She raised her hands in the air, fingers twitching. "Sorry," she said, sounding both wary and defiant. Her gaze swept the room again, assessing every potential threat. "But seriously, what the hell is this place?" I stepped forward, offering a friendly smile to try and cut through the tension. Up close, I could see she'd be strikingly beautiful if it weren't for the weeks, maybe months of grime caked on her skin and clothes. "This is the Foxhole, my restaurant," I said. "Looks like you could use a real meal, and I'm guessing have one hell of a story to tell." "A meal?" She looked at me like I was insane to suggest such a thing. "There's no time for that. The dead are almost here. My motorcycle broke down, and they've caught up with me. Thousands of them. Umbrella Corp sent an entire army." Chapter 21. Roasted zombies don't taste good. Haru, the door creaked open, and Shepard strolled back inside, this time wearing her full armor, looking every bit the badass commander she was. Weapons were strapped across her chest, ready for whatever hell was waiting outside. She wasn't alone. A massive shadow loomed behind her, and I knew immediately who it was before he even stepped in. "All right, I'm back, and I brought Rex with me," Shepard declared. Rex's grin was as wide as ever as he stomped inside, the ruined wooden floor groaning under his weight. "If it isn't the best damn barkeep in the Citadel." He looked at me with eyes that promised trouble. "Are you telling me I can get drunk whenever I want now?" The excitement in his voice was almost contagious. "No." Shepard shut him down before he could get too excited. The Krogan actually pouted. The sight was weird and kind of funny. "We can only get drunk after missions," she added, and he smirked. His eyes glinted as he looked around the room. "You asked me to bring my guns. So what type of mission is this?" "There's an army of zombies surrounding my restaurant," I said flatly. Wed cracked the door open earlier and peeked out into Alice's dimension, and she wasn't kidding when she said there were thousands. I'd even seen a few giant ones strapped with machine guns and rocket launchers. The whole thing was ridiculous. Rex's grin widened, his eyes practically sparkling with bloodlust. "Signing up with you was the best decision of my long life." He laughed, glancing at Shepard. Then he noticed the others standing around the room. "Skeletor, good to see you again." Rex boomed at Ains. "Is everyone going to call me that now?" Ains let out a deep sigh, or at least what would have been a sigh if he had lungs. Instead, he face-bombed or skull-palmed, which sounded more appropriate, considering he didn't actually have a face. Rex's attention shifted, and he eyed Friaren, Fern, and Alice. "I don't believe I met you three ladies," he said with a grin that might have been charming if you were into that kind of thing. Alice just stared at Rex in shock for a couple seconds. "What the hell are you supposed to be?" She finally managed to say. "He's an alien," I said, the word coming out as blandly as I could manage. Alice blinked a few times, then let out a shaky laugh. "Am I dead? Is this some kind of hell? Elves, talking skeletons, aliens, and furries. What is wrong with this place?" "Furries. Ha ha." Ains threw his head back and started cackling. He laughed for a few seconds before a weird green light surrounded his body, and he seemed to force himself to calm down. I always hate when that happens. But still furries." Please don't call me a furry," I said, practically begging Alice. I refused to allow that nickname to become a thing. "What's a furry?" Friaren asked, tilting her head with genuine curiosity. Knowing all the perverts in here, Fern was quick to jump in. "It's probably something gross and sexual," she said, crossing her arms. I hated that she wasn't wrong. I decided not to explain it, not want to tarnish Friarin's innocence, even though she was over 1,000 years old, or maybe even older. She still gave off that vibe of naive innocence to me. Alice's eyes darted around the room, wide and full of disbelief. "What are you all doing?" she shouted, her voice wavering between panic and confusion. I flashed her a grin. "Isn't it obvious? We're about to go out there and wipe out that zombie army that's been chasing you." Her jaw dropped. "But there's thousands of them," she exclaimed, as if I hadn't seen them with my own eyes. Rex laughed. "I know, right? This is going to be fucking awesome." He was practically bouncing on his alien toes. Shepard stepped up and handed Alice a spare assault rifle she had brought. "That was nice of her. I noticed you only had those pistols, and it looks like you're almost out of ammo," she said. Alice took the rifle like it was made of fragile glass, her mouth hanging open. Do you have any extra mags? What happens when I need to reload?" she asked, her voice barely more than a squeak. Rex barked out another laugh. "Reload? Huh. You're a funny human." He didn't elaborate further. With that settled, we all started moving towards the door. Friarin and Fern were trailing behind, their eyes darting curiously between the weapons and the door. They came from a world where swords and magic were the height of warfare, so I took a second to explain what they were to her. Friarin nodded. "Interesting," she said slowly. "A piece of lead launched at the speed of sound does sound lethal, but also easy to ward against." Without waiting for more explanation, she cast a quick spell, a shimmer of blue light surrounding herself and Fern. "This will repel any high-speed metal aimed at us," she added matter-of-factly. I couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down my temple. She learned about guns a minute ago and already made them useless against herself and Fern. "That was 1,000 years of magical training for you, Albert Weskier." Albert Weskier's red eyes glowed menacingly underneath his dark glasses. He leaned back in his chair as he watched the main screen with anticipation. "My algorithms suggest there is nowhere left for Project Alice to run. She is 30 miles from the nearest city. No working vehicle. Her psychic abilities have been pushed to their limits, and she should be almost out of ammunition," the Red Queen said. Her voice, a mechanical monotone, held the faintest edge of satisfaction. She had been tracking Alice relentlessly, and now they finally had her. "It looks like Alice's luck has finally run out," Weskier said. He chuckled. On the screen, Alice's boots kicked up clouds of dust as she sprinted across the endless expanse of desert. Behind her, an army of over 10,000 undead stumbled forward, their decayed bodies moving in a grotesque wave. At the forefront were 20 of Umbrella Corporation's greatest titans, massive, armored, armed with weaponry that could flatten a city block. Each one was a fortress on legs, practically indestructible. Weskier leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he soaked in the scene. The satisfaction in watching Alice, the thorn in his side for so long, finally brought to the edge of defeat, made him almost giddy. Then, something unexpected happened. "What is that?" The Red Queen's voice held an unusual note of surprise. Weskier's grin faltered. He had never heard the AI sound startled. His own eyes widened as he spotted a structure appearing on the screen, right in the middle of the desert. It shimmered, half hidden by the heat waves rising from the sand, but there was no mistaking it. It was a building, one that hadn't been there moments ago. It literally appeared out of nowhere. "Is that some kind of cloaking tech?" Weskier demanded. The Red Queen's holographic form flickered to life beside him, her childlike features unsettlingly blank. She shook her head. "C'est impossible. Even we have not reached that level of theorized advancements in scientific invisibility research." Weskier's jaw clenched. He glanced back at the screen, where Alice had come to a stop. She was staring at the building, her chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. She looked as confused as he felt, but she wasn't one to waste time. Within seconds, she broke into a sprint and disappeared inside without a second's hesitation. "Command the Titans to stop the army of undead," Weskier snapped. The tension in the room thickened. He needed to know what this was, and he needed Alice alive at least for now. "It is done," The Red Queen said. On the screen, the sea of undead shuddered to a halt, the groans of the horde fading into silence. The Titans adjusted their stances, forming a perimeter around the building. The air was thick with anticipation. There was no way out for Alice. The undead began to shuffle, encircling the structure like a grotesque, rotting wall. The sensors on our satellites indicate there are no secret elevators or tunnels underneath the building. Subject Alice is trapped, the Red Queen said. Weskier allowed a short, humorless laugh. Unless that building can teleport, he muttered. Teleportation is impossible. The science required cannot be calculated, even for one such as I, the Red Queen replied. There was a hint of smugness in her voice, one that made Weskier's fingers twitch. Had noticed the AI's tone becoming more self-assured lately, almost arrogant. It was unsettling, and he knew he'd have to deal with it soon. He wasn't about to let some overly clever AI start thinking it was anything more than a tool. He'd built Umbrella Corporation to rule. The world didn't need a self-aware, lowly AI dreaming up ideas of its own. Weskier tapped his gloved fingers against the arm of his chair. His patience was running thin. After a couple of minutes with no movement, he started to consider ordering his undead army to storm the place. Maybe Alice finally realized she had nowhere left to run. Perhaps she'd come out swinging, making a pathetic last stand against him, or, knowing her, maybe she'd pull some insane new psychic trick right out her ass. But Project Alice wasn't the first to step outside. No, it wasn't even a person at all. Weskier leaned forward in his chair, his eyes narrowing. Is that an actual skeleton? He muttered to himself. No flesh, no muscle, just bone. Fully animated and walking like it had every right to exist in the real world. It was big, too, wrapped in elaborate purple robes that made it look like some ancient mage from an old cartoon. And it wasn't alone. More figures emerged from the front door, each one more bizarre than the last. Weskier's mind tried to make sense of it, but it was impossible. An elf? A nine-tailed fox? His fingers curled tightly against his armrest. And what the hell is that ugly brown toad monster? Each creature seemed even more ridiculous than the last. What the hell kind of restaurant was this? Weskier barely had time to process when the skeleton took a step forward. A shimmering magic circle appeared in midair in front of it. Weskier stared, feeling an uncomfortable twist in his gut. He was a man of science, a firm believer in evolution and progress. The T-virus was supposed to be humanity's next step, the pinnacle of evolution. Magic didn't exist. It was just fairy tale nonsense, or was it? As he watched, the skeleton unleashed a wave of black fire that roared forward, swallowing his undead hordes. Hundreds, no. Thousands of the undead army were incinerated in an instant. Just gone, reduced to ash. Then the elf stepped up, casting her own spells, sending destructive energy blasts that tore through his creatures like paper. And before he could blink, the fox transformed, morphing into a massive, 30-foot-tall golden beast. Its mouth opened, and it breathed blue fire over the undead, erasing even more of them in seconds. The Red Queen's voice chimed in, clinical and to the point. I don't think we're going to be able to capture Project Alice. Weskier's jaw clenched. Rage flared inside him. With a guttural growl, he brought his fist down on the Red Queen's holographic projector, smashing it into dust. Damn it. Haru trampling over the undead in my massive nine-tailed form was always entertaining. There was something satisfying about feeling the ground tremble beneath my paws, especially when I was surrounded by friends taking part in the chaos. Ha ha ha, this is fucking awesome, Rex bellowed, his deep voice echoing as he charged through the horde, his gun spraying bullets and tearing through everything in his path. Shepard was right there next to him, eyes sharp, movements precise as she picked off zombies with quick bursts from a rifle. I glanced over to see Alice in action, too. She had taken a minute to adjust to the futuristic gun Shepard had handed her, but once she got the hang of it, she was a damn good shot. Frieren was the real surprise, though. I knew she was powerful, but seeing her in action was another thing entirely. She moved with ease, her spells precise, obliterating waves of undead with a flick of her wrist. She might even have been as strong as Ains, which was saying a lot. Speaking of Ains, the skeletal overlord looked almost insulted as he raised an arm. Eyes, or rather, glowing red sockets focused on the unresponsive horde. These aren't magical zombies at all. Reality slash. His voice boomed, and 100 more undead crumbled into pieces, disintegrated by his powerful spell. A massive, hulking titan zombie stomped forward, wielding a giant chainsword that could have turned any of us into minced meat. The thing aimed right at Ains, who didn't even flinch. He raised a bony arm and caught the blade mid-swing before casting Hellflame. At point-blank range, the titan screamed as it was engulfed, turning to ash within seconds. "What's the difference?" I asked, stomping over to where Ains stood and smashing a titan wielding a rocket launcher into the cracked desert ground. The damn thing looked like it was trying to regenerate, but I doubted it could pull itself back together after being pancaked by me. Ains let out an audible sigh. If these zombies were created with some kind of virus, we're going to have to quarantine after this to make sure we don't carry the pathogen back to our own worlds. I obviously can't catch it, but that doesn't mean it can't cling to my robes, or something I could admit I hadn't exactly thought that far ahead. I made a mental note to grill Alice about it once we finished wiping out the horde, but if Ains knew anything, it was his undead. That meant he was probably right. "It's not that big of a deal," Ains said, waving off my concern. "They'll simply send a message to Lupus Regina Beta. She's a level 70, a powerful cleric who can cure pretty much any disease, magical or not." "That works for me," I shouted back, unleashing another wave of blue foxfire. It tore through another line of zombies, lighting up the battlefield and leaving smoldering corpses in its wake. We were making progress, and the ground was finally clearing. But there was still more to crush, and I wasn't done yet. Alice, the entire country had gone to hell. Technically, it was only half of the country at this point, but it didn't make things any better. From California to Missouri, everything had become an undead-infested wasteland. The East Coast was rumored to be holding strong, with the army maintaining a fierce defensive line, but Alice wouldn't know. Rumor had it they weren't letting anyone through their barrier, infected or not, and Alice was definitely infected with the T-virus. It didn't turn her into a zombie like everyone else, for reasons she couldn't understand. She didn't know why she was different, and that bothered her almost as much as the infection itself. All she knew was that she used to work for Umbrella Corp, and they were the reason the country, maybe the entire world, was in this mess. Millions were dead, possibly billions if the virus had spread globally. The guilt ate at her, simmering under the surface every time she heard the moan of the undead or saw the endless emptiness of once bustling towns. For months, Alice had been fighting Umbrella and their endless hordes of monsters. She wasn't always alone. Shed had allies, people who had become like family in the middle of the nightmare. But a few weeks back, they got separated during a chaotic ambush. She hadn't seen them since. It made her feel hollow, but she didn't have time to dwell on that. Surviving came first. Alice was pretty sure she was in Nevada when her motorcycle decided to give up on her. It was old, beat to hell, and she suspected it had been sabotaged when she stopped for a brief rest the night before. Shed barely had time to curse and kick at the thing when she heard them groans and the shuffle of countless feet. An undead horde, drawn by some unseen force, moving toward her like they knew exactly where she was. Of course they did. Umbrella wanted her captured or dead, whatever was more convenient. It was almost flattering in a sick, twisted way. Alice had spent too many sleepless nights wondering why they were so desperate to get her back. There had to be a reason she hadn't succumbed to the T-virus like everyone else. Maybe they knew. Maybe they wanted to dissect her to find out. The thought sent a chill down her spine. She pushed it away and focused on the present. The desert heat was relentless, and sweat dripped down her face as she tightened her grip on the gun in her hand. She wasn't going down without a fight. Even if Nevada became her final stand, she would make sure it cost Umbrella more than they were willing to pay. Finding the Foxhole, a random restaurant standing alone in the middle of the desert, had been surprising. Finding it filled with beings Shed only ever heard about in myths and legends, that was shocking. But finding out these mythical beings were not only real, but terrifyingly powerful, wiping out Umbrella's army of undead with ease that was downright vindicating, Alice couldn't help but laugh as she took down zombies alongside Rex. The large alien hood somehow become her newest battle buddy. He was roaring with excitement, mowing down every undead that crossed his path. She felt a surge of adrenaline, matching his energy as she fired shot after shot, barely pausing to catch her breath. The gun Shepard had handed her never seemed to run out of ammo, which was convenient as hell, although it did start to overheat every 50 shots or so. She had gotten used to the rhythm of it: take 50 shots, cool it down, then get right back to it. Alien weapons were incredible. She didn't know how Shed survived this long without them. And speaking of aliens, how the hell did they exist? And why did nobody seem to know about it? Was it a government cover-up? Or had everyone just been so busy with life before the apocalypse that no one cared? Alice had a million questions, and the one person who could probably answer them for her was off in the distance, tearing through the undead in his own way. That one person, Haru, was currently transformed into a 30-foot golden fox with 9 tails, breathing out waves of blue fire that scorched everything it touched. He was an absolute force of nature, cutting a path through the horde as if they were nothing more than pests. Chapter 22. Macaroni and skirts, Haru Alice walked out of the bathroom, wearing a fluffy bathrobe that Rias had left behind and drying her hair with a towel. "You feeling better?" I asked, though it was clear she was. She smelled a lot better too, but I didn't mention that. Zombie apocalypse dimensions weren't exactly known for their hygiene. Alice managed a small, awkward smile. "Yeah, thanks. This is the first real shower I've had in months. Ever since the outbreak of the T-virus, don't worry about any of that for now. You're safe here." It looked like my restaurant could no longer connect to that desert where my friends and I fought off the zombie army chasing Alice. I was learning that while the foxhole could appear just about anywhere, it could also vanish from places that were too dangerous. Victoria's sudden arrival, when searching for Tanya, had cut off access to her world too, which was probably for the best. We didn't want to deal with being X unless Mob was around, and that kid was busy with middle school and his job with Raygen most of the time. "Here, take these," I said, pulling some clothes from the closet. Rias had left a few spares, and while they were school uniforms, they'd have to do. Alice took them with a grateful nod and slipped back into the bathroom to change. A couple of minutes later, she walked out wearing the Kuo Academy female uniform. It fit her well, maybe a bit too well, and the look on her face was a mix of confusion and embarrassment. She tugged at the hem of the skirt, clearly not used to the short length. "Is this some kind of fetish thing?" she asked. I couldn't help but laugh at that. "That's the official uniform for one of my fiancé's schools." She blinked at me, caught off guard. "One of your fiancés?" The surprise in her voice made me chuckle. "I'll tell you more while we eat," I promised, walking down the hall with her following me. I moved behind the counter and started washing my hands in the kitchen sink, while Alice took a seat at the bar. My mother, Yasaka, had been informed about everything that went down a few hours ago, and I was sure she'd be here soon enough. The only reason she hadn't shown up already was because ID told her to hold off for a couple of hours so that Ains's subordinate, Lupus Regina Beta, could arrive and make sure none of us were carrying any dangerous pathogens. According to Alice, the T-virus only spread through bites, but Ains was an overly cautious skeleton, and honestly, I couldn't blame him. The last thing we needed was some unforeseen outbreaks spreading from world to world. Everyone else agreed with him, so we decided to play it safe. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait long. Lupus Regina showed up not long after, and she turned out to be a stunning red-headed werewolf. She wasted no time, casting a series of magical clerical spells that washed over the entire restaurant, and soon enough, she assured us that we were all free of any lingering diseases. Everything had gone smoothly after we wiped out the thousands of zombies. Alice had been on edge, convinced that Umbrella would send reinforcements to hunt her down, but as ID already noticed, my restaurant was no longer connected to that particular wasteland. The door to the restaurant swung open, and Yasaka walked in, looking as elegant as ever in a dark red kimono. Her golden eyes lit up and her tail swished behind her as soon as she spotted me. "You sent me a message saying your restaurant connected to a zombie world?" Yasaka asked curiously for confirmation. "Yeah," I said, running a hand through my hair. "It was pretty crazy there for a bit. I mean, Inra's world has plenty of undead too, but those are usually made from dark magic left over on battlefields. These were straight-up horror movie infected humans." Her gaze shifted to Alice. "I see my son has found another lovely young lady to grace his establishment," Yasaka said, giving Alice a polite bow. Alice fumbled to return the gesture, looking more out of place than ever. "Sorry, I'm not really used to Japanese customs," she said, her cheeks turning a light pink. Yasaka just waved her hand dismissively, a warm smile on her face. "No need to apologize, dear." Alice straightened up, giving me a look that said she was done with pleasantries. "Can I finally get an explanation for what's going on here?" she asked, crossing her arms. "I feel like you owe me that, especially after putting me in this ridiculously short skirt," she added, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. I felt my face heat up, and I stuttered out, "That was the only outfit I had that would fit you. It's not like I planned it or anything." Yasaka let out a soft laugh, the kind that always made me feel like a kid caught doing something silly. "I like her fire," she said approvingly, before giving me a playful glare. "But you really should have explained everything to her about your strange restaurant by now." "My restaurant isn't strange," I muttered. Yasaka shook her head, her expression somewhere between amused and exasperated. "Son, I've been around for hundreds of years, and I thought I'd seen it all. But your restaurant is definitely the strangest thing I've come across." I sighed. "All right, here goes," I said, leaning on the bar. I explained everything to Alice, the nature of my restaurant, how it randomly connected to different dimensions, and that she was currently on an Earth without zombies or the Umbrella Corporation, as far as I knew. I wasn't completely sure about that last part, because I never really paid attention to mundane corporations. Most of them in my world were just fronts for supernatural forces anyway. Yasaka the Foxhole always had the most interesting customers, Yasaka thought, as she took a seat next to Alice at the bar. The young redhead had a wary, restless energy about her, the kind of look that came from living on the edge for far too long. Yasaka decided to break the ice, asking about her life before she wound up here. Alice's response was guarded, but honest. She told Yasaka that she used to work for the Umbrella Corporation, but made it clear she had no part in the research that unleashed the zombie outbreak on Earth. Yasaka believed her, not just because she could sense Alice's sincerity, but because there was something deeper at play. Alice wasn't even a year old, not her soul at least. The more Yasaka observed her, the more she wondered if Alice even knew she was a clone, potentially with fake memories. It was a heavy realization, and Yasaka decided now wasn't the time to bring it up. Instead, she offered her a kind smile and said, "You're welcome to stay in Kyoto for as long as you like." Alice's eyes softened for a moment before a determined look took over. "That's very kind of you, but I don't want to live off someone else's kindness forever. I still want to take the fight to Umbrella and take back my Earth from the hordes of the dead." Yasaka smirked. "This one certainly had spirit. That's a very noble goal. I'm sure you could find plenty of yokai willing to help. We're also allied with the devils in the underworld. And I recently signed an agreement with the leader of a ninja village, someone named Tsunade. Her ninjas are always looking for work, and taking back your Earth could be quite lucrative for them." "Really?" Alice's eyes widened in surprise. "I'm pretty sure our economy is ruined, and I don't have any way to pay ninjas." Yasaka shook her head, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "You have to think outside the box. It's tragic that so many people have passed, but that also means your world's resources are up for grabs. Take Fort Knox, for example. If it's been overrun by zombies, then all that gold is just sitting there waiting to be claimed." Alice's expression shifted, a hint of hope creeping into her eyes. "I guess that makes sense. Money hasn't really been a thought since everything fell apart, well, half of it anyway. I think the East Coast might still be standing." "Maybe." Yasaka made a mental note to send scouts to check out Alice's world more thoroughly. The potential for new territory and resources was enticing. It was already bringing a wealth of opportunities to the yokai faction. If Alice's world could be reclaimed, there was no telling what that could mean for their alliances and their influence. Yasaka took a deep breath through her nose. The smell of Haru cooking in the kitchen was always divine. Today, she could already tell he was making her favorite katsudon, with its perfect blend of sweet and savory flavors. She also caught a whiff of something different and less refined macaroni and cheese. The thought made Yasaka giggle softly. Americans and their weirdly unhealthy foods, she muttered to herself, shaking her head in amusement. Alice's head perked up at the smell, her eyes bright with curiosity. "What is that smell?" she asked, almost leaning over the bar to get a better look. Yasaka chuckled, watching Alice's enthusiasm. "You're in for a real treat," she said. "My son's cooking is the best in all of Japan. Even gods have dined here," she added with a touch of pride. While Alice's voice trailed off as she focused on Haru, he was flipping multiple pans at once, moving with a practiced ease that spoke of years of skill and dedication. He glanced over his shoulder and caught Alice's eye, giving her a quick wink that made her scoff, turning her head away from him to hide the hint of a smile on her face. Yasaka watched them with a small smile of her own. She wondered how long it would be before Haru added another official girlfriend to his ever-growing list. How many was it currently? 3, maybe 4, if she included that spacefaring warrior woman. And they were all redheads, too. Yasaka wouldn't come out and say her son had a type, but he clearly did. Still, she had caught him looking at other women before, so maybe there was hope for someone different. The door to the restaurant opened behind them, and Yasaka turned to see Rias Gremory step inside, practically bouncing with excitement. Right behind her was her Nephilim queen, Akino Himejima. Yasaka liked Rias. For a devil, she was kind and straightforward, unafraid to speak her mind. She did think Rias was a bit lazy, but according to Haru, the devil heiress had been training with her brother at least twice a week to change that. "Yasaka-sama," Rias greeted with a cheerful wave. She then spotted Alice and tilted her head curiously. "And who's this?" "A new friend," Yasaka replied with a smile. "Alice, meet Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima. Rias is engaged to my son, and you're currently wearing her clothes," the foxwoman teased. Yasaka snickered at the look of embarrassment on Alice's face. The way the redhead squirmed slightly in her seat was priceless. Rias, on the other hand, leaned forward with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You look great in the Kuo uniform," she said to Alice. "Don't you just love how short the skirt is?" Alice's eyes widened. "Wait, what? Aren't Japanese schoolgirl uniforms supposed to go past the knees?" Rias nodded, still grinning. "Normally, yes. But I wanted the authentic anime schoolgirl experience when I started going to Kuo, so I had my parents by the school and changed the uniforms." Alice's jaw dropped. "Your parents bought an entire school just so you could change the skirt length?" "Yep," Rias declared shamelessly. Akino let out a few of her signature Yufufa laughs, which only made Yasaka chuckle even more. Alice stared at the two girls, processing this new bit of information. After a moment, her brows furrowed slightly. "So are you two even human?" Rias shook her head, her expression shifting to one of pride. "Nope. Akino and I are both devils from the underworld." Alice's lips parted in surprise, her eyes darting between them. "So, you're devils, but you're not like evil?" It was a fair question, coming from a world devoid of supernatural beings. Alice's understanding of devils was probably limited to horror stories and religious warnings. Rias laughed softly and shook her head. "No, not evil. Well, at least not in the way you're probably thinking." Akino smirked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Oh, don't let her fool you, Alice. Rias here is very evil," Akino teased. "She's the kind of girl who will make you sit down to watch an anime, but then she'll spoil the entire plot before you even finish the first episode," she said while resting her palm on her cheek. Rias gasped, pretending to be offended. "Hey, I do not spoil the entire plot every time." "Ara. Then how come I know how Cardcaptor Sakura ends despite only watching a couple of episodes?" Their playful banter was interrupted when Haru placed steaming plates of food in front of Yasaka and Alice. Both women immediately started digging in while Rias and Akino watched on in hungry jealousy. They didn't have to suffer very long, though, before Haru started preparing their orders next. Ains sat on his throne on the 9th floor of Nazarick, gazing down at the gathered floor guardians and the Pleiades maids assembled before him. Demiurge stepped forward and adjusted his glasses. Ain-sama, would you mind telling us more about this mysterious restaurant that appeared on the 1st floor? And what about its owner? Before Ains could respond, Lupus Regina Beta spoke up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. I can answer that. The owner is a very handsome and strong 9-tailed fox named Haru. My inner wolf was practically whimpering delightedly when I saw him for the first time, she said with a blush and a shiver. Oomph. I can't believe my sister is attracted to some miscreant from outside of Nazarick. Narbral Gamma scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. But isn't the restaurant located on the 1st floor? Doesn't that make it a part of Nazarick? Lupus Regina replied, tilting her head in genuine curiosity. Is that how it works? Shaltir asked, intrigued. Is this 9-tailed fox a part of Nazarick now? Ains-sama? Before Ains could answer, Demiurge spoke again, his voice filled with admiration. Sasuga, Ains-sama, you discovered such an amazing place so quickly after we found ourselves in this new world and already secured it for Nazarick. Yeah, right. That is exactly what I did, Ains said, nodding with an air of confidence he didn't quite feel. His subordinates erupted into a chorus of praises, their voices overlapping as they complimented his intelligence and foresight. Ains shifted slightly on his throne, trying to maintain his composed demeanor. I can also vouch for the 9-tailed fox known as Haru, Albedo said, stepping forward with a smile. It's true that he did not always belong to Nazarick, but his cooking skills are unmatched even by our own talented chefs. And I must admit, I thoroughly enjoy the parties he hosts, especially with Ain-sama present at them. Shaltir pouted, folding her arms across her chest. That's not fair. You gorilla, you already got to go to 2 parties. I want to go to the next one. Albedo's eyes narrowed into a sly smirk. The Foxhole is a classy establishment, Shaltir. It might not be suitable for someone like you. Shaltir's eyes blazed with irritation. You mean vampires? She spat, glaring at Albedo. Of course not, Albedo said coolly. I've recently met a vampire named Serana, and her company is quite delightful. No, I meant shameless little monsters like you. Ain sighed as Shaltir shrieked and lunged at Albedo. The 2 women collided in a flurry of clawing hands and shrill insults. The other floor guardians quickly moved to separate them, chaos breaking out in the Grand Hall. As the commotion continued, Lupus Regina slipped closer to the throne and looked up at Ains with hopeful eyes. Ain-sama, would it be all right if I visited the Foxhole on my own once in a while? Ains blinked, momentarily distracted from the brawl in front of him. He could feel the eyes of the other guardians who weren't involved in the fight shifting toward him, waiting for his response. He let out a quiet sigh, already resigning himself to the fact that this was just another day in Nazarick. Permission granted. Lupus Regina, he said, just be mindful to not cause any problems, even with the humans who also frequent the restaurant. Her eyes lit up, and she gave a small bow. Thank you, Ains-sama. I promise to behave. Ains turned his attention back to Shaltir and Albedo, who were still rolling around on the floor, hurling crass insults at each other. It was a bizarre sight, seeing these 2 powerful NPCs come alive and apparently fighting over him. Ains couldn't deny it made him feel something. As a former human who had never even held hands with a woman, the idea of being the center of attention for 2 beautiful, albeit dangerously unstable, women was thrilling. But honestly, it was also terrifying. He had recently started learning transformation magic from one of Haru's cousins, but now he wondered if maybe he should slow down that training. Give himself a couple more weeks to properly prepare himself for Get Off Me. You fucking ugly gorilla. Stop biting me, you shitty lamprey. Ains had just left the Foxhole, but he already found himself wanting to go back there to get away from all of this. Chapter 23. White wings and weird plants. Gabriel walked up to her brother's throne at the pinnacle of heaven, the place where the light was brightest and no shadows existed. It was a place that would be overwhelming for mortal eyes, but for angels, it was perfection. They thrived in the light, feeling its warmth fill every part of their being. "Hello, eldest brother," Gabriel said with a soft smile. Michael returned her smile, but there was a weariness in his eyes. He had just spent hours answering millions of backed-up prayers that flooded heaven's system. Unlike their father, who had once effortlessly managed such tasks, it took a toll on Michael. No one really knew how much it wore him down. As the only archangel with golden wings, and the only one able to sit on heaven's throne, Michael's true strength was a mystery even to his siblings. But seeing him so tired made Gabriel worry. She hesitated, not wanting to bring him more bad news, but they needed to stay informed. And maybe it wasn't bad news, just concerning. "Is something wrong, Gabriel?" Michael asked. "I wouldn't say wrong," Gabriel said, pausing for a moment before continuing. "We've confirmed reports that the Maos have officially allied with the yokai faction in Japan. And there's more. There are rumors of powerful, unknown beings showing up in Kyoto frequently." Michael frowned, his brow furrowing as he spoke. "They haven't done anything hostile, have they? It's not unusual for different factions and pantheons to hide their true power. But do we know why they've allied with the devils?" Gabriel tilted her head slightly. "Did you not hear about it? Rias Gremory is engaged to Yasaka's son now. There was a duel in the underworld for her hand between him and Riser Phoenix. Let's just say Riser didn't put up much of a fight. Haru, Yasaka's son, is an ultimate class yokai, and made sure everyone knew it," Gabriel said with a small smirk. She couldn't help but feel a flicker of old memories rush back, memories of the Great War and the devils she had purged from existence. She pushed the thoughts away quickly. That wasn't who she was anymore. Heaven didn't need its sword now. It needed peace, and that was a role she gladly filled. "It's been a few years since I've visited Kyoto," Gabriel said, more to herself than to Michael. "Do you think I should go, brother?" "That sounds like a good idea," Michael said, "if only to make sure nothing out of the ordinary is happening. Our world has reached a tentative peace, and we need to maintain that balance." He leaned back into the throne and closed his eyes. Within seconds, he was asleep, his breathing deep and even. Gabriel's expression softened as she watched him, concern etched into her features. He was bearing the weight of heaven alone, and it showed more with each passing day. With one last glance, she teleported away, reappearing on Earth, ready to visit Kyoto and see for herself what was brewing there. I was chilling behind the counter, listening to the satisfying sizzle of bacon as it cooked in the pan. The aroma filled the restaurant, and I couldn't help but grin. Bacon had a way of making everything better, and my fox ears flicked at the sound of the fat popping. It was practically music to a chef's ears. "I love BLTs," Alice said, her eyes glued to the pan like it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. I chuckled when I noticed she was practically drooling. "It's been so long since I've had one. You can eat whatever you want now," I told her with a reassuring smile. She deserved this, a moment to enjoy something simple after all the chaos she'd been through. "Exactly." Henry chimed in from behind the counter, nodding along. She was here for another cooking lesson, learning while I prepped lunch for Alice. She watched intently as I worked, trying to memorize every step. Alice still hadn't figured out what she wanted to do until the foxhole connected back to her world. ID told her she could do whatever she wanted, and so far, she had been hanging around, unofficially acting as a guard. Not that I actually needed one, but I wasn't complaining. She was definitely nice to have around, if only as eye candy, and yeah, ID noticed how the whole zombie apocalypse thing had kept her in incredible shape. Those toned legs and that shapely ass didn't come for sitting around. That was for sure. I plated the steaming BLT, adding a side of chips before sliding it across the counter to Alice. She dug in immediately, making little noises of satisfaction with each bite that made Henry giggle. I smirked and went back to what I was doing, flipping a few more strips of bacon to show Henry. Why do you use different types of oils for different foods? Inri asked, watching my movements like a hawk. Her honest curiosity always made these lessons more interesting. Good question, I said, glancing at her. Different oils have different smoke points and flavors. Some, like olive oil, add richness, but it burns fast. Others, like vegetable oil, are neutral and can handle higher heat. It's all about what you're cooking and what you want the final dish to taste like. Inri nodded, taking notes on a little pad that ID gifted her. She was writing in a language I couldn't understand at all, of course. Seriously, what letter was supposed to be? I had noticed something interesting about my restaurant over the past few weeks. Everyone who came here spoke and understood each other's native languages. I remember that not happening when we had only connected to a few dimensions. I wondered if the goddess responsible for all of this had simply forgotten about that at first and later corrected it without saying anything. Bonk! A small scroll dropped onto my head out of nowhere. I reached up, chuckling as I grabbed it. Inri's eyes widened. Her curiosity piqued as I unrolled the little piece of paper. I don't make mistakes. The words were scrawled neatly on the scroll. I couldn't help but grin. Is the all-powerful goddess a bit of a tsundere? I said, half joking as I folded the scroll. Bonk! Another scroll landed right on top of my head. I didn't even bother unrolling it. I already knew it probably had some snarky response. What's that? Alice asked, pausing mid-bite, her eyes flicking from the scrolls to me. They just popped up out of nowhere. I leaned on the counter. These? They're from an extra-dimensional goddess. She's the reason my restaurant can connect to other dimensions. Never met her, though, Haru added. Alice raised an eyebrow. You're telling me there's some all-powerful goddess out there, and she's the reason your restaurant is basically a magical travel hub? And she just drops scrolls on your head? Pretty much, I said while shrugging. I've been wondering when I'm going to meet her face to face. A small slip of paper landed on the counter in front of me this time. I picked it up and read the single word written on it. Soon I raised my eyebrows and let out a small laugh. Well, I guess that answers that. Alice shook her head as she muttered something about how nothing surprised her anymore. She was learning how to adapt quickly. Inri simply giggled and said she would like to meet this goddess and personally thank her for sending Lord Haru to save her village. I placed the scrolls and the note in my pocket space. Yasaka would definitely want to look at them later. At the very least, she'd get a kick out of them. Lieutenant Alenko burst through the front door, looking like he'd just seen hell itself. I raised an eyebrow, surprised. Alenko never showed up here willingly. I was pretty sure he hated me, especially since Shepard couldn't resist flirting with me every time she stopped by. The guy's unspoken feelings for her were as obvious as the sky was blue. Hey there, Lieutenant Alenko. You look flustered, I said, leaning casually against the counter. The door slammed shut behind him as he walked in, a grimace on his face. Alice's hand instinctively reached for the space rifle she kept propped up against the counter, her eyes narrowing as she watched him. I waved her off. I doubted he was here to start anything with me. We need help, Alenko said, sounding urgent. Shepard isn't responding to comms, and the Normandy is surrounded by these weird green zombie plant creatures. And if that wasn't enough, the entire population of pharaohs suddenly went rabid and started shooting at us. It was like they were under mind control or something. We retreated back into the ship and were under quarantine. Inri's eyes went wide with fear. I reached out and gently patted her head, giving her a reassuring smile. It's always zombies, I muttered under my breath. All right, they'll go out there and help, I said. I made sure to ask Alenko who was with Shepard on her mission and who was still on the Normandy. The lieutenant told me that she had taken everyone except for him and a new Asari crew member they recently recruited named Liera. She still didn't know about Haru's restaurant. The door was located in the bottom of the ship, which she had yet to visit. Am I interrupting something? I can sense a lot of tension in this room, a woman said suddenly. My eyes widened. I hadn't sensed anyone coming into the restaurant, which was rare. Only a few beings could mask themselves that well. But there was no mistaking who stood before us now. She was someone everyone from my world knew. The messenger of heaven, Lady Gabriel. Her father had given her the ability to bypass any barrier, locked door, or ward as long as her intentions were peaceful. Lady Gabriel. What a surprise, I said, giving a small bow. I wasn't expecting a visit from one of the archangels of heaven. Is this an official visit between heaven and the yokai faction? Archangel? Lieutenant Alenko exclaimed, turning to look at her. His eyes widened, and his face turned beet red. He started stuttering, which was a pretty typical reaction when most men were in Gabriel's presence. I was glad I wasn't one of those people who lost their composure. Years of being around my mother, Yasaka, who was said to be the second most beautiful woman in the world, had made me immune to that kind of awe. Mostly Gabriel smiled warmly at everyone in the restaurant. Her eyes lingered on Alice for a moment. Are you aware that you are sick, my dear? It's a virus I've never seen. Would you like me to purge your affliction? What? Alice said, looking stunned. You can cure the T-virus? She shook her head rapidly. No thank you. I want to be cured one day, but not before I get my revenge against Umbrella Corporation. Gabriel tilted her head and gave Alice a sad smile. I can sense the tremendous pain in you. I cannot condone your quest for revenge, but it is not my place to change your mind. Father bestowed free will upon all of mankind. Right, Alice muttered, still looking like she couldn't believe she was talking to the actual Gabriel. Gabriel turned back to me and said, I'm just stopping by for a visit. It has been a while since I visited my friend Yasaka and her adorable children. You've grown up so much, Haru-kun, and you're quite handsome now. I'm glad. I felt a small blush creep up my neck, which I tried to fight off. I knew Gabriel wasn't flirting, it wasn't her nature, but her words had this way of making you feel like the most special person in the world. Thank you, Lady Gabriel. I said, I'm glad you fulfilled your dream as well. This restaurant feels warm and homey, almost like a tiny slice of heaven, she added. She glanced at the door and then back at me. Am I keeping you from something? It looked like you were heading out. I rubbed the back of my head, trying to keep my nerves in check. Yeah, I need to check on a friend of mine on an alien planet and help fight off some green alien plant zombies. Gabriel's eyes widened, and she tilted her head. What? Of course, she decided to follow along. This is an actual spaceship, Gabriel said, looking around the bridge with wide eyes. The Normandy's crew members stared at her, their expressions ranging from shock to complete confusion. The highest-ranking officer stepped forward, his face a mix of annoyance and bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? Lieutenant Alenko, why are you letting even more aliens aboard our ship while Commander Shepard isn't here? XO Presley snapped, his eyes darting from me to Gabriel. Gabriel turned to him, calm as ever. Hello there. I'm not an alien. My name is Gabriel. I'm an angel. The moment she introduced herself with a warm smile, even Presley's stern demeanor faltered. His jaw dropped a little, and I could see the disbelief in his eyes. She's the Archangel Gabriel, to be precise, Alenko added, shifting nervously. I could tell he was still wrapping his head around the whole situation. Presley blinked a few times, looking like he was on the verge of passing out. I have absolutely no idea what's going on right now, he muttered before stumbling over to an empty chair and collapsing into it, rubbing his temples as if trying to ward off a headache. He looked like he was having an existential crisis. So we left him alone as we moved toward the front of the ship. Gabriel's eyes darted around, taking in every detail with an expression of pure wonder. I wasn't aware that humans had advanced to the point where they already had starships. When did that happen? She asked, turning to me. It's a long story, I said. The short version is that we're in a different dimension right now, one where it's hundreds of years in the future. Gabriel nodded thoughtfully, putting a finger to her lip. I suppose that explains it. And that was pretty much the end of her questions. She'd been around longer than most beings in existence. And I had no doubt she'd learned to just go with the flow at some point in her life. If you two are done talking, there's still a bunch of zombies and mind-controlled humans trying to tear their way into the Normandy, Alenko reminded us. He pointed at one of the monitors, which displayed the security feed from outside the ship. The docking bay was swarming with grotesque plant zombie hybrids and armed humans. They were doing their best to break into the ship, using makeshift tools and firearms. The hull was thick, and it would take a lot more than blunt force and low-caliber weapons to breach it. But we obviously weren't going to sit around and wait for that to happen. Before we could move out, Gabriel walked over to the pilot's seat. Joker spun his chair around, eyes widening as he took in the sight of her. Hi, he said, clearly at a loss for words. I'm Joker, best pilot in the entire galaxy. Gabriel leaned in, studying him. Did you know that you're sick, Joker? He stiffened, a defensive look crossing his face. Yeah, I know. Brittle bone disease. Had my whole life. But it's never stopped me from being the best damn pilot out there, he declared before his eyes suddenly widened, and he fumbled for an apology. Sorry for swearing, ma'am. Oh my God, I've been an atheist my whole life. Is this really happening right now? What kind of mission did I sign up for? Gabriel giggled softly and touched a single fingertip to his forehead. Salvation is offered to all, Joker, whether they believe or not. A flash of light filled the bridge, making Alenko and me turn our heads. When the light faded, I looked back at Joker. He was staring at his hands, patting himself down like he couldn't believe what just happened. He did look healthier. There was more color in his cheeks, and his frame seemed a bit sturdier, like he'd gained some muscle in an instant. What did you do? Joker asked. His voice was trembling. Gabriel smiled. I healed you of your brittle bone disease. Joker's mouth opened and closed a few times, and then a wide grin broke across his face. Holy shit. He glanced at Gabriel, eyes full of disbelief and gratitude. Sorry again for the swearing. But holy shit. Ashley is going to lose her mind that she missed out on this, Alenko muttered before ushering the Archangel and myself towards the airlock, now equalizing interior pressure with external atmosphere. The second the door opened, we were greeted by a barrage of gunfire. Lieutenant Alenko's shields flickered, absorbing most of the hits, while I instinctively stepped in front of Lady Gabriel. I doubted she needed protection, but it was more of a reflex. The bullets stung as they ricocheted off my skin guns from this future world had a hell of a lot more power than the ones back home. A couple of those weird green zombies charged at me, their movements jerky and unnatural. I flicked my hand in their direction, sending a series of blue foxfire balls their way. They ignited on impact, flames roaring to life and turning them into ash as they screamed. Brutal, but necessary. Meanwhile, the mind-controlled humans kept firing. The gunfire didn't stop because, of course, guns in this universe seemed to have infinite ammo. It was starting to get on my nerves. I gritted my teeth and charged forward. Moving in a blur, I reached the first man and ripped the rifle from his hands. I then headbutted him hard enough to make him slump unconscious. I grabbed the pistol from a nearby woman and punched her across the jaw, not enough to break anything, but with just enough force to knock her out cold. One by one, I disarmed and knocked out each shooter in the spaceport, leaving them slumped on the ground. Once the chaos settled, Alenko stepped out, his eyes scanning the unconscious bodies. He started collecting their weapons in case the humans woke up again. Gabriel walked over to the first man I had taken down. She placed a gentle hand on his nose, and I watched as the broken bone healed under her touch. Then she put her finger to his temple and closed her eyes, her brow knitting slightly as she focused. Gabriel said. This man seems to be infected with spores I've never seen before in all of Father's creation. I asked Gabriel if she could purge the spores from the humans' bodies, and she just smiled at me and said, of course. One by one, she moved between the unconscious colonists in the spaceport, placing her fingers on their temples and closing her eyes as a gentle glow passed between her and each person. Alenko muttered that there were still a bunch of colonists at Zhu's Hope who needed help, but would have to get to them next. Right now, I want to know more about where these spores came from. The thought of Shepard, Rex, and the rest of their crew being infected gnawed at me. We needed answers, fast. We woke up the first man I had knocked out. He blinked, looking disoriented as he pushed himself to his feet. His eyes darted around before landing on me, and I saw the shock in his expression as he took in my fox ears and tails. Then he turned and saw Gabriel, her pristine white wings glowing faintly behind her. His jaw dropped. What the hell is going on? He mumbled. Before I could say anything, Alenko stepped forward. We're the ones asking questions here, he said, crossing his arms. Every single person on this colony has been under some kind of mind control. What the hell is going on? The man looked nervous, glancing at the pile of knocked-out colonists and the chaos surrounding us. I'm not supposed to talk about it. It's company secrets. I could lose my job. Your job? Alenko snapped, gesturing around at the shattered remains of the spaceport. Pharaoh's is done for. The Geth have destroyed almost everything, and now there's a zombie bioweapon turning people into mindless puppets. No one's going to settle here again. I wouldn't be surprised if the Council declares Pharaoh's off-limits after Commander Shepard makes a report. The man's face fell, his shoulders slumping as he realized Alenko was right. Okay, you made your point, he said bitterly. They called it the Thorian. I only saw it once, but it's some kind of giant plant creature. It can take control of people with its spores. The corporation here was studying its mind control properties to see if they could profit from them. I exchanged a glance with Alenko, who looked just as pissed off as I felt. Studying a mind-controlling plant monster for profit? Of course, that was exactly the kind of greed that got people killed and worse. Where's this thing? I asked, taking a step closer. The man swallowed hard. Underneath the colony. There's a hidden facility beneath Zhu's Hope. That's where they were keeping it contained, he said. Not well enough, Alenko muttered, already checking his gear. Gabriel touched the man's arm gently, and he visibly relaxed. You are free from its control now. Stay safe. He nodded, eyes filled with gratitude and confusion as he sat down on the ground, trying to process everything. We made our way towards the center of Zhu's Hope. Alenko still looked upset, though, before he spoke. We found the cause of the outbreak, but the commander is still missing. She headed down the nearest highway, an area that should be teeming with Geth, and hasn't replied back to any comm hails. I was a bit worried about Shepard as well. She was a badass soldier with future tech and powers, but Alenko made it sound like she was up against an army of evil robots. Even with Rex at her side, I still wanted to check on her. I made the offer to go after her. I would like to speak with this Thorian, Gabriel said. I can sense it now that we're getting closer. It is an old soul, a very old soul. I would hate for such a being to need to be destroyed. Maybe I can come to peaceful terms with it. It'll go with you. Alenko said to her, while sending me a sudden bitter glare. Don't go acting like some big damn hero when you rescue Shepard. Don't forget that without me, you wouldn't have even known she was in trouble. And with that said, he stormed off. This day has certainly turned out far more interesting than I expected. We'll talk a lot when we meet up again later, Haru-kun, Gabriel said cheerfully, giving me a small wave as she followed after the upset Alenko. Meanwhile, I followed the directions I'd been given, wondering if I was about to have to fight my way through an army of robots. Chapter 24. Naruko's heart raced as she ran through the door of the foxhole. She needed Haru's help, and she needed it now. Gaara was in danger. If they didn't act fast, the Akatsuki would succeed in extracting his tailed beast, and Gaara might not survive that. Her eyes darted around the restaurant. To her disappointment, Haru wasn't there. Instead, Inri stood behind the counter, pouring drinks a bit nervously, while another woman with bright red hair leaned casually against the bar. Naruko's eyes narrowed as she took in the sight of the new redhead. Tight black jeans, a plain tank top, and a body and face that could kill. She was striking, and that made Naruko bristle with annoyance. Another potential love rival? The woman glanced at her with a raised eyebrow as Inri finished serving a mug of mead to Agner, who sat next to Surana. You actually drink this? The red-haired woman asked Surana, handing her a glass filled with blood. Indeed, I told you, I'm a vampire, Surana replied before taking a slow sip and flashing a smile with blood-stained lips. That hits the spot. Thanks for the mead, Inri lass, Agner said, lifting his mug before taking a long drink. He turned back to the counter and frowned. Where's my friend Haru? And who's the new waitress? Naruko stepped forward, her eyes on the unfamiliar woman. Agner and Surana noticed her and nodded in greeting, while Inri gave her a warm smile. Hi, everyone. I'm looking for Haru, too, Naruko said, before turning her attention to the redhead. Hello, I'm Naruko Haru, and I just started dating, she said, making sure her words sounded like a challenge. Sarana snickered, and Agner let out a hearty laugh. Haru is truly a man among men, he declared before getting a sharp smack on the back of the head from Sarana, who glared at him. A third one? The red-haired woman muttered, raising an eyebrow at Enri. I thought Haru said he only had 2 girlfriends. Naruko pouted. We're not official, yet we haven't even gone on a date. But we will, she said with determination. Okay. The woman gave her a puzzled look. I don't know why you're telling me all this. And I'm Alice, by the way. I've been helping out here since Haru and his friends saved me from, well, a very unpleasant death. Naruko's heart sank a little. Haru had saved her life? That was a bad sign. Every romance novel Shed ever read made it clear that girls whose lives were saved by their hero always fell for them. She sighed and felt a wave of frustration. It wasn't fair. She hadn't even gotten her first date with Haru yet, because Lady Tsunade kept her so busy. The second she saw Haru again, she was dragging him into the village for their date. No excuses. That sounds like an interesting tale, Agner said, holding up his mug. You should tell us. Sarana nodded. Yes. I'd like to hear it as well. We don't have time for that. Naruko blurted, remembering why she was here. Well, I don't have time for that. One of my friends, Gaara, has been abducted by an evil terrorist organization that wants to conquer the world. I need help to save him. Agner's eyes lit up, and he jumped off his stool, the heavy black armor clanking as he moved. The call to adventure has come knocking, and the Dragonborn shall answer in place of my best friend. Haru, do not worry, lass. I shall rescue your friend and slay these villains. Naruko's eyes widened in surprise. Then a smile broke across her face. You'll help? Thank you so much. It's pretty far away, though. Can you travel quickly with all that armor on? Agner smirked. Heh, I have a means to travel across Skyrim in a few hours. However far we need to go, it shall be no burden to me. He turned to Sarana. Do you want to come along on an adventure, my love? Sarana took another sip of her drink and shook her head. I'm good. You have fun, Agner. You can tell me all about it when you get back. Agner walked alongside Naruko through the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, taking in the sights with a curious eye. Your village is nice, he said. I like how fresh the air is. That's because of all the Hashirama trees surrounding Konoha, Naruko explained, glancing at him. She noticed how his ebony armor caught the sunlight, making him stand out even more than usual. The villagers' stares ranged from curious to wary, and she caught a few glares directed at her as well. It was something she was used to, though it still made her blood boil a little. They pushed on until they reached the front gates, where her team was waiting. Naruto was pacing anxiously, Sakura stood with her arms crossed, and Kakashi leaned against the gatepost, looking relaxed as usual, even with one eye peeking out from his book. Sakura's eyes lit up as she spotted them. Ah, you didn't bring Haru with you, she said with a pout. Naruko clenched her fists, growling in irritation. Sakura and Ino were both still interested in Haru, annoyingly. Haru wasn't there. This is Agner. Nice to meet you, everyone. Agner interrupted, his voice booming. I am Agner, Haru's best friend. I'm here to kick some ass and take back your friend Gura from those foul, dastardly men. It's actually Gaara. Naruto corrected quietly, but Agner was already moving on to Kakashi, extending his hand. Are you the leader of this group? Well met, Agner declared. Naruko couldn't help but snicker as Kakashi muttered under his breath, something about Agner being as loud as Gai-sensei. Kakashi looked up and gave Agner a polite nod. Nice to meet you, too. Are you okay with traveling long distances in that armor? We need to move quickly. Agner let out a hearty laugh. Naruko asked me the same thing. But worry not. None of us shall tire ourselves running on foot. We shall ride my summon. You have a summon? Naruko's eyes widened. She didn't expect someone from another world to have a summoning technique. Agner tilted his head back and shouted a name with a power that seemed to shake the very ground. Durnavitar. The air felt like it was buzzing around them, and the sudden intensity made Naruko's heart skip a beat. What the fuck was that? Naruto grumbled, looking around wildly. The answer came moments later as they heard the powerful flapping of massive wings. All eyes turned skyward as a dark shape descended, growing larger as it approached. When it landed with a powerful thud just outside the village gates, everyone gaped. "Is that an actual dragon?" Sakura shouted, her eyes wide in disbelief. The dragon was massive, with scales as dark as the night and eyes that glowed with a fierce intelligence. It lowered its head, acknowledging Agner with a deep rumble. "Aye, this is my companion, Derne Vire," Agner said proudly. "He will carry us to your friend." Naruko's mouth hung open for a moment before she broke into a grin. "This is going to be awesome." Naruto, still staring at the dragon, muttered, "I'm not sure if this is terrifying or the coolest thing ever." "Both," Kakashi said, closing his book and sighing. "Definitely both, Haru." I suddenly had this gut feeling I was missing out on something awesome. But I didn't have time to think about it, because a whole bunch of robots were trying to kill me. As I stepped out of Ju's Hope, I got my first clear look at the Geth. Most of them looked like bipedal machines with 2 arms and legs, but there were also a couple of massive ones that were basically walking tanks. Bullets and large globs of plasma came flying in my direction the second they spotted me. These robots didn't even try talking, they just went straight to killing. And looking at Pharaoh's, what was left of it told me enough. This place was a wasteland now, an entire colony wiped off the map. I let the bullets bounce off me, stinging a little, but nothing I couldn't handle. The plasma shots, though, that was another story. I dodged those whenever I could, watching one of the globs melt through a foot of steel on the rampart nearby. Those hits wouldn't just sting, they'd singe my beautiful fur. Ahead of me stretched a long, tattered highway with no sign of Shepard. Just a bunch of Geth between me and finding her. I figured I had a long way to go, and it looked like I'd have to tear through this whole army of robots to get there. Charging toward the closest Geth, I want to see how tough these clunky droids really were. The robot actually looked surprised, if that was even possible, as I appeared right in front of it in a blur of speed. I rammed my hand through its metal chest, tearing through circuits and wires before yanking my hand back. The Geth trooper collapsed, sparks flying everywhere. The rest of them didn't seem like that. They opened fire, unloading everything they had. I smirked. This universe's technology really wasn't ready for anything like me. I darted across the highway, zigzagging between the Geth as I ripped them apart, one by one. The smaller ones went down fast, unable to keep up with my speed. The big white tank Geth tried to blast me with those plasma shots, but they were slow, and I dodged them easily. Once the smaller troopers were scrap metal on the ground, I turned to the 3 tanks that remained. To my surprise, they started backing away. So, they had a sense of self-preservation. But that wasn't going to help them today. Not after they'd wiped out an entire city's worth of people. "You're all pretty big," I said with a smirk, eyeing their 15-foot frames as I took slow steps toward them. "But you know what? I'm bigger." I leapt forward, shifting into my full yokai form midair. I towered over them as a 30-foot tall, golden, 9-tailed fox. I let out a snarl as I pounced, tearing the last of the Geth tanks apart with my claws. Bits of metal and circuitry flew everywhere, and within seconds, the remaining Geth were nothing but scraps scattered across the ruined highway. With them dealt with, I lifted my nose and took a deep breath, sniffing the air to try and pick up Shepard's scent. Luckily, it wasn't too hard to find. There weren't many humans left on this planet, and Shepard's scent stood out like a beacon. Digging my claws into the cracked cement, I took off down the highway, my massive form barreling through the ruins as I closed in on our location. "Shepard, you always take us to the best places, Shepard," Rex said happily, ducking under a hail of gunfire and sliding behind cover. He swung his shotgun around the corner and fired off a few blind shots. The sound of metal hitting metal and the crackle of circuits shorting out confirmed had hit his targets. "This is so much fun." "I fail to see how this is fun," Tali muttered, fingers flying over her Omni tool as she tried to hack the door that was their only way out. The room they were in was small, practically a kill box, and Geth were pouring in from every direction, their glowing eyes cold and relentless. "Less talky, more hakey, Tali," Shepard shouted. "Oh shit, Rocket." She threw up a biotic barrier just in time, and the red glow shimmered in front of them as a massive Geth aimed and launched a rocket their way. The explosion hit the barrier and rocked the room, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Shepard grit her teeth as she held the barrier in place. Her arms trembled, but it held firm. As soon as the blast dissipated, she dropped the barrier, and Gurus took a shot. The crack of his sniper rifle echoed as the Geth's head shattered, the robot collapsing in a heap of sparking metal. "This is a mess," Gurus said. "Saren's been gone for weeks. We're chasing ghosts." "I know," Shepard said, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. Every moment they spent here made her more anxious. They needed answers about the Thorian, what it was, and why it was so damn important to Saren. This building, which was on the verge of falling apart, held those answers. And it was not proving easy. She had almost died at least 3 times today, which wasn't her all-time record, but it was getting close. "Eat shit, Geth," Rex shouted. His shotgun had overheated, so he tossed it aside and tackled one of the larger Geth, smashing it into the ground with his fists. The thing crumpled under his strength, wires and metal shards scattering. No human could have done that. The Geth looked like they'd been pulled from some cheap, old Earth movie, but they were built tougher than they looked. "I got it," Thali shouted, the door hissing as it unlocked and slid open. "About damn time," Ashley muttered, leaning against the wall and pressing her hand to a bleeding wound in her stomach. She was tough. Shepard had to give her that. Stomach wounds were some of the worst, and Ashley wasn't even flinching, just grimacing, eyes sharp and focused. "Let's move, people." Shepard ran over and looped her arm around Ashley, helping her to her feet. They didn't have the luxury of slowing down. They pushed through the open doorway, blasting Geth that tried to block their path. Every floor seemed packed with more of the damn machines. But they fought their way up, step by step, room by room. "Tali, how close are we?" Shepard called out as she reloaded her pistol. Tali glanced at her Omni tool. "We're nearly there. The main server room should be just down the hall." "Good," Shepard said. "We get the info, then we're out of this death trap." The whole building shook violently, the floor rattling under Shepard's boots as pieces of the ceiling started crashing down. Gurus ducked instinctively as debris narrowly missed him. "Oh shit, that's not good. What's happening?" Shepard yelled, fighting to keep her balance. "The Geth dropship is firing on the building," Tali shouted, eyes wide in panic as she glanced at her Omni tool. The rumbling grew worse, and then an explosion tore through the wall, sending everyone flying. Shepard hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of her. She gasped for air, coughing as dust filled her lungs. She glanced to her side and saw Ashley sprawled out, the patch on her stomach wound bleeding again. Mother Shepard scrambled to her feet and rushed to Ashley, quickly applying more Medigel to the wound. It was a temporary fix, but it would have to do until they made it back to the Normandy. "These damn Geth are trying to kill us the cowardly way," Rex said, snarling as he pushed himself up and looked out the gaping hole in the wall. Shepard followed his gaze. A massive Geth dropship hovered outside, its weapons pointed right at them, glowing with an ominous blue light. Her heart clenched. This was it. They were out of options. The old saying about your life flashing before your eyes didn't happen for her. All she felt was regret that she was going to fail this mission, that she was going to get her team killed here on this desolate, lifeless planet. She also regretted not making a bolder move with Haru the first time Shed met him. Damn it. Rua Ayer. A deep, earth-shaking roar filled the air. Shepard's eyes shot up in surprise. "What the hell is that?" Gurus shouted, scrambling to his feet. "Huh. Hell yeah." Rex's eyes lit up as he pointed out the window. A massive, golden, nine-tailed fox appeared between the building and the dropship, a sight straight out of Earth's myths. It was Haru, his enormous form surrounded by flickers of blue flame that kept him floating mid-air. The ship's firing again. Tali screamed as the dropship's weapons powered up. A second ago, that would have been the end of them, but now Shepard knew they were going to be fine. Haru's 9 tails whipped forward, intercepting the plasma shots with a series of loud, fiery impacts. He let out a couple of sharp yips of pain, the ends of his tails getting singed, but he didn't falter. With another roar, he ran forward, using the very air beneath him as a platform. "Hell yeah! Tear apart, barkeep!" Rex shouted as Haru leapt onto the dropship, claws and teeth ripping into the hull like it was made of paper. Metal shrieked, and sparks flew as he carved out a massive hole and shoved his head inside. Blue fire erupted from his mouth, filling the interior of the ship. Shepard's heart thudded in her chest as she watched the dropship begin to tilt and then spiral downwards. It crashed 50 floors below with an earth-shaking boom, a plume of fire and debris exploding into the sky. The shockwave sent a gust of wind up to them, rattling the building even more. Hazu, still in his massive fox form, turned back and trotted over the air to them. His voice had a rougher edge to it as he spoke in this form. "Is everyone okay?" Shepard nodded, but gestured to Ashley. "She's hurt badly. She needs medical attention, fast. Can you get us to our Mako?" Haru shook his large head. "Pretty sure I saw it get blown up before I got here." Damn it. That Mako had been a gift to the Normandy from the Alliance, and replacing it was going to be a nightmare. "I got the data, Shepard," Tali said, holding up her Omni tool triumphantly. "Mission accomplished, at least." Haru's styles shifted, one of them reaching out and carefully wrapping around Ashley to lift her onto his back. "All of you hop on. We'll take you back to Ju's Hope." One by one, they leapt out of the hole in the wall, landing on Haru's soft, golden fur. Shepard took one last look at the burning wreckage of the Geth dropship before settling in. Haru's massive form began to move, running through the sky as if it were solid ground, carrying them back toward the Normandy. Haru, Gabriel, and Alenko were waiting for us when we made it back to Ju's Hope, along with a couple of other Normandy soldiers I vaguely recognized. I lowered myself to the ground, and everyone slid off my back, but I was extra careful with Ashley. She had lost a lot of blood, and I could sense just how close to death she was. I transformed back into my humanoid form immediately and called out to Gabriel. She rushed over to Ashley's side without hesitation, her expression turning serious. Shepard stared at Gabriel, clearly taken aback. "Is that?" She trailed off, looking like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Yeah, that's the Archangel Gabriel," I said. "She decided to drop by today." I grinned. "Oh, and she healed Joker, by the way." Shepard just blinked at me, her mouth slightly open. Holy shit, Gabriel didn't waste time. She placed a gentle hand on Ashley's wound, and a golden light enveloped her. Within seconds, Ashley's eyes shot open, and she started patting her stomach, as if trying to find the injury that had been there. "Am I okay?" Ashley murmured, sounding shocked. "You are now," Gabriel said, giving her a warm smile. Ashley's eyes widened as she took in Gabriel's 12 white wings. I remembered Ashley mentioning she was pretty religious once, so seeing an actual archangel must have been something else for her. I cleared my throat and quickly introduced Ashley and Gabriel. Ashley was still basically speechless, but Gabriel just chuckled and told her, "It's always a joy to meet someone with so much faith." Gabriel then turned to me and explained that she had found the thorian and purified it. "It was too hostile to allow it to continue existing," she said. "I hope it finds peace in whatever afterlife it may reach." In other words, Shed smited the giant. Mind-controlling plant. Kind of wish I'd seen that. "Damn it," Shepard muttered. "The thorian's gone? So how are we supposed to find out what Saren was after?" Gabriel gave her a reassuring smile. "I found a young woman there, freed from the thorian's control. She said she'd been connected to the plant's mind and had access to much of its knowledge. She's unconscious now, but she should awaken soon and will likely have the answers you need." Shepard exhaled, relieved. "Good. Mission accomplished, then." She turned to me, giving me a grateful look. "Thanks for coming to save us, Haru." "Anytime." I glanced at Alenko and added, "He's the one who came to get me." Actually, I wasn't about to hog all the credit. Alenko gave me a grin, looking pleased though it faded quickly as Shepard stepped forward and grabbed my hand. Then she gave me that look the one I'd seen plenty of times before, the one that meant there was only one thing on her mind. "We've got a couple hours to kill, and I've got a lot of stress to work off," she said to me. Before I could even respond, she started dragging me toward the Normandy. There was no mistaking where she was headed straight for her captain's quarters. As we left, Shepard glanced back at everyone and shouted, "If anyone needs us, don't." She laughed, and I could still see the dumbfounded looks on everyone's faces as we disappeared into the ship. Chapter 25. Shepard held Haru's hand firmly as she led him back to the Normandy. The colony was quiet, but the eerie kind of quiet that followed after a battle. As they moved through the settlement of Ju's Hope, Shepard's eyes caught the aftermath of what had transpired while she was gone. Corpses of green, plant-like monsters were strewn across the dirt, their twisted forms still oozing some kind of sickly sap. Shepard wrinkled her nose. She hadn't seen these things when they first landed on Pharos. Whatever they were, they looked like the kind of trouble she was glad to have missed. Then there were the unconscious colonists scattered around. Many of them had bruises on their heads, as if someone had knocked them out cold. Shepard raised an eyebrow and shot a glance at Haru, who was trailing just behind her. His face had a sheepish look that made it obvious he was the cause of all that. Shepard thought about pressing him for details, but ultimately decided against it. Shed just spent hours dealing with Geth across the highway, dodging sniper fire and taking down waves of enemies. The last thing she needed was another headache, even if it came with an explanation. Besides, she had other priorities now. She was too pent up to care about whatever nonsense Haru had been up to before coming to save her team. As they reached the Normandy's airlock, the familiar hiss of the doors opening welcomed them back aboard. Shepard led the way inside, her boots clanking on the polished metal floor. She glanced toward the cockpit and was immediately taken aback. Joker, the ship's pilot, was standing, actually standing on his 2 feet. He was leaning casually against a console, chatting animatedly with other crew members. When he noticed her, his grin widened. "Commander, it's a miracle. I can walk. I've been cured," he called out. Shepard blinked, momentarily stunned. Of all the things she expected to see today, this wasn't one of them. "That's amazing, Joker," she said sincerely. "Make sure to properly thank the Archangel when she comes back." Of course. Joker's voice was brimming with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. She didn't think Shed ever seen the guy so happy before. Shepard nodded and continued down the hallway with Haru. The crew's reactions were impossible to miss. They weren't subtle about the curious and knowing glances they threw her way as she dragged Haru toward the elevator. Shepard didn't care. She was an N7. She had endured years of grueling combat and more hellish scenarios than she could count. If her crew wanted to gossip, let them. And if they were jealous, well, that was their problem. The elevator doors slid shut with a soft hiss and began its ascent to the captain's quarters. Shepard wasted no time. The moment the elevator started moving, she turned to Haru and leaned up, capturing his lips in a heated kiss. Shed wanted this since the moment she met him, and she wasn't about to wait any longer. Shepard let out a moan into Haru's mouth as she felt his hands reach down and squeeze her ass over her space suit. She broke the kiss and gave him a sly grin. The elevator finally arrived at the captain's quarters, and Shepard dragged Haru into her bedroom. She found his 9 tails happily swaying behind him to be adorable. "Someone's excited," she said to him. "Of course I am. You're gorgeous and amazing, Shepard," Haru replied. Shepard blushed at that and actually found herself fiddling with a strand of her red hair. "You can call me Jane since we're about to have some fun after all," she added with a wink. Haru smirked at her playfully. "Is that why you dragged me up here? I thought you just wanted to have me cook you a private meal." He gestured to her small private kitchen nearby. "I want that too," Jane replied with a small pout. "But after the sex, of course." Jane started stripping out of her space armor. The black plates clattered on the floor, and soon all she was left in was her form-fitting black bodysuit. Haru began to undress as well. Jane licked her lips when she saw his toned chest and cut abs. He winked at her as he then lowered his pants. Jane could immediately feel her heart racing. He was even more impressive than she had been imagining. Her thighs pressed together in anticipation. When was the last time she had been on a date like this? She couldn't even remember. She quickly unzipped her bodysuit and let it fall to the floor at her feet. Alliance suits were custom designed to also double as underwear, so she had nothing underneath. She stood there without a stitch on, her skin prickling in the cool air. She glanced down at the bit of hair between her legs, embarrassed that she hadn't shaved in a couple days, but Haru didn't seem to mind as his eyes raked up and down her body. She could see him stirring in anticipation. Normally, Jane would want to start with foreplay or something, but they were both already very worked up, and she really just wanted him after that last mission. When foobar, she turned around and placed her hands on the side of her bed. Her feet were on the floor as she leaned back toward him. She swayed her hips side to side enticingly. "Come here, Haru. I want you closer to me," she told him enthusiastically. She grinned when she felt his strong hands on her waist. She bit her lip and let out a soft breath. A wave of excitement was already coursing through her from the anticipation. She was so incredibly overwhelmed with emotion. Haru murmured behind her, "It's so close." "Damn right it is," Jane said softly as he moved against her slowly. Jane gasped when she felt it finally settle into place completely. Her hands tightly gripped the covers on her bed as she took a deep breath to adjust to how close he was. If this was the only man she'd be spending her nights with for the rest of her life, she'd be a very happy woman. "The captain's quarters is soundproof, Haru," Jane told him between breaths. "I want you to hold me close." "Wow," she heard Haru say behind her, and she giggled. A second later, she let out a surprised gasp as she felt him move behind her. "Yes," Jane exclaimed as the motion caught her off guard. The intensity had her gripping the floor for balance. Haru let out a low sound behind her as they moved together. She could feel his hands tightening around her waist. "So good," Shepard gasped. The bedroom was filled with the sounds of movement along with both of their heavy breathing. Jane felt one of Haru's hands leave her waist before settling on her back. A grin spread on her face as she knew what was coming next. "Slap! Kaya!" Jane squealed as Haru spanked her. "He definitely left a mark with that one." "Holy shit, you really tightened up there." Haru chuckled and spanked her other cheek next. Jane felt tears form in her eyes from the overwhelming emotion. It was an unforgettable moment between them. Jane threw her head back and let out a soft cry. She could feel a wave of emotion building deep within her and growing stronger. Haru drew closer behind her, his breath warm against her. He could feel the tension building more and more as he moved with her. "I'm close, Jane," Haru declared, his voice strained. He felt himself responding to the moment, pushing further. Jane's eyes widened at the sensation. She started moving back against him in rhythm as they continued together. He moved against her urgently, his breath ragged in her ear. "Don't stuck," Jane cried out, overwhelmed and past the point of holding back. She could deal with everything else later. She didn't care. Haru groaned behind her, his grip tightening as he drove them both toward the edge, lost in the moment. Jane saw stars as waves of intense pleasure washed over her. "Oh yes," Jane cried out, her body trembling with sensation. A wave of pleasure shuddered across her skin and traveled all over her body. Her legs were trembling, and she was barely holding herself up as she felt Haru reach his finish. That only added to her excitement as she felt his embrace close around her. "That feels amazing," Haru sighed with relief behind her as he held her close. Jane laughed softly in agreement. She lay back, exhausted, after they finished together. When he finally pulled away from her, she slumped forward onto her bed. Her legs finally went limp as she lay down on her stomach. She could feel something warm still spilling over her and running down her thighs onto the floor. Thankfully, Alliance ships use cleaning robots instead of people, or that would be awkward to explain. The bed shifted as Haru lay down next to her. She could feel him lay a few kisses on her bare skin. "That was awesome, Jane," he said with a few deep breaths to catch his breath. "Fuck you, it was," Jane said as she turned on her side to face him, a satisfied smile on her face. "But we're not done yet. Give me a few minutes to catch my breath before we start round two." Haru. Jane held onto me closely, her hands gripping my shoulders tightly as her legs wrapped snugly around my waist. We both let out deep sighs of contentment as we lay together afterward. Jane's face glistened with sweat, her fiery red hair matted against her forehead. She stared up at me with a look of complete satisfaction and adoration. "Haru, I'm done. I can't go on anymore." She panted breathlessly. I chuckled and leaned down, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. That was amazing, I murmured against her mouth. It sure was, Jane agreed with a smirk. Suddenly, both our stomachs let out a loud growl. We burst out laughing at the same time. Still wanting to cook for you, Jane? I asked. Fuck yes I do, Jane replied without hesitation. I laughed and carefully pulled away from her. Jane winced slightly at the shift. Rising from the bed, I strode naked over to Jane's tiny kitchen area. The captain's quarters on her spaceship were cramped. The entire living space was contained in one room. I opened the pantry and frowned. It was completely empty. Apparently, Jane had been too busy to go shopping recently. Thankfully, I always kept some emergency food supplies in my magic inventory space. I pulled out some raw bacon and eggs. Even though it was the middle of the afternoon, nothing beats a hearty breakfast after a long, lazy day together. I placed a pan on the electric stove to warm it up. I heard Jane get up off the bed behind me. She nuzzled her face into my back, wrapping her arms around my waist in a tender embrace. My 9 foxtails instinctively wrapped themselves protectively around her form as well. We simply stood there for a long moment, content in each other's arms as I started to cook up our meal. Jane's naked breast pressed against my back, and I felt a rush of excitement again at the sensation. She had that effect on me. Keep holding me like this, and I might be tempted to kiss you again right here in the kitchen, I teased. Jane let out a breathy laugh. Promises, promises, she purred playfully. I grinned, giving her a squeeze before reluctantly releasing her so I could tend to the food. Shepard and I left her quarters after we ate and took a shower together. It had been a good couple of hours, and I felt more relaxed than I had in days. The elevator ride back down to the bridge was painfully slow. I didn't mind, though. Shepard leaned her head on my shoulder, and her fingers intertwined with mine. When the elevator stopped, she let out a small sigh and reluctantly pulled her hand away. Can't let the crew see me being all lovey-dovey twice in one day, she said. Her lips curved into a sly smile before the doors opened. As we stepped out, a couple of crew members glanced our way. Some of them smirked. Others exchanged knowing looks. I wasn't surprised. Shepard wasn't exactly subtle earlier when she dragged me aboard. We made our way toward XO Presley, who stood near the navigation console, reviewing some reports. I noticed how he stiffened slightly when he saw me walking beside her. I'd seen that look before. The guy was pro-human through and through, and he wasn't shy about making it obvious. Status report, Shepard said as she crossed her arms. The authoritative tone was back. Presley nodded at her curtly. Everything is going more smoothly on Pharaohs now. Most of the Geth have been wiped out, and the Thorian as well. It's dead. No more mind-control colonists trying to break into the ship. Good to hear, Shepard said. Anything else I need to know about the Thorian? Presley shifted on his feet. You might want to ask the Angel. She's the one who had the most contact with it. Or you could ask the other alien who brought her here. I caught the way he glared at me from the corner of his eye. Where is she now? Shepard asked, giving Presley a small glare of her own for the way he was looking at me. He openly backed down. She already returned to the storage bay, Presley said. Where the door to his restaurant is, he said begrudgingly. I turned to Shepard. I should probably head back too. Gabriel's been stuck here for hours, and I feel bad leaving her on an alien world while we got distracted. Shepard's lips quirked up into a small smile. You're a good guy, Haru. She leaned in and kissed me on the cheek before I could respond. I've got to interrogate the Asari commando Gabriel rescued. I'll catch up with you later. When I stepped into my restaurant, the familiar warmth of the place immediately put me at ease. I glanced around and spotted Yusaka and Gabriel sitting together in a booth near the back. Henry was behind the counter, wiping it down with a cloth. She looked up and waved at me with a cheerful smile. I didn't see Alice anywhere, but I figured she was probably fine. I made my way over to Yusaka and Gabriel. Yusaka's golden eyes flicked up to meet mine, and she tilted her nose slightly, sniffing the air. Her lips curved into a knowing grin, and her tails swayed behind her. Haru, she said, her grin widening. Did you really abandon poor Gabriel-chan just to go chase some skirt? I felt my face heat up immediately. That I started, but there wasn't much point in denying it. That's pretty much what happened, I admitted. Gabriel didn't seem bothered. The blonde archangel turned her innocent blue eyes toward me, tilting her head slightly. Does that mean you're going to be a daddy soon? She asked innocently. I hope not, I blurted out without thinking. Yasaka burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking as she leaned back in her seat. Gabriel, you're always such a riot, she said, still chuckling. Honestly, Haru, you should have been here to tell her about your restaurant yourself, but since you were busy, I handled it. Gabriel nodded. It's really amazing, she said. I wonder if you'll find other worlds with other angels. Or maybe other worlds with him. I knew exactly who she meant. The big G himself. Personally, I was of the opinion that he wasn't actually dead. If you ask me, he was probably faking it to teach his angel children some kind of lesson or something else just as convoluted. But I wasn't about to voice that opinion out loud. We did find a very powerful evil spirit recently, I said instead. It was claiming to be God. If you want to know more about that, you should talk to Kuna's friend, Tanya. Gabriel's wings bristled slightly at my words. Her serene expression darkened, and for a moment, there was a frown on her flawless face. How blasphemous, she said. I would smite such a being if I ever encountered it. The air started to vibrate a bit as a golden aura surrounded Gabriel. Yasaka and I exchanged a quick nervous glance. Gabriel's presence was completely different when she got upset. Her divine aura was almost suffocating. Fortunately, it didn't last long. She quickly pulled her aura back in and offered a small, apologetic smile. Sorry about that, she said. I didn't mean to alarm you too. No offense taken, I said. If anything, I'd be glad if she took care of that spirit one day. Tanya's second world would definitely benefit from a bit more peace. Now that the heavy talks are out of the way, Yasaka said, looking to me. Gabriel still hasn't tried some of your divine cooking, Haru. Isn't that a shame? Amak gasped. That's a travesty. I declared. I'll prepare a meal fit for a being of your status right away, Lady Gabriel. Oh, that's okay. I don't really need to eat food, Gabriel pointed out. I never saw the point of it this time. My gasp was genuine. Now, that's blasphemy, I said. As a chef, I can't allow such a thing to stand. You're about to see the point of food, Gabriel. It'll turn you into a foodie, or you'll die trying. Well, maybe not that dramatic, but still I headed for the kitchen, already planning what to make. If Gabriel thought food was pointless, I'd show her just how wrong she was. I settled behind the counter next to Enri. Welcome back, Lord Haru. I patted her on the head. I'm back, Enli. Did anything happen while I was gone? Chapter 26. Lots of guess, Haru. I don't know if I succeeded in turning Gabriel into a foodie, but she was happily enjoying a bowl of angel hair spaghetti across from Yasaka. I worried a bit about her getting sauce stains on her pristine white toga, but that worry proved unnecessary as nothing messy seemed to be able to stick to her or her clothes. I stood behind the counter in the kitchen, sharpening one of my favorite knives while Enri told me what happened while I was gone. Naruko came in, Enri said, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her apron. She was really upset. She said her friend Gara had been taken by a group called the Akatsuki. She asked for help, and Agner he went with her. I set down the knife and looked at her. Agner went with Naruko? That's interesting. The Dragonborn versus a bunch of terrorist ninjas. I wonder how that was going to work out. Probably not well for them when Agner started using the voice. There really wasn't any way to defend against that unless you could also use the voice. I want to know what being hit with it felt like, and Agner used a shout called FUS Road DH on me exactly one time. Never again. I ended up getting sent flying over 50 feet and crashing into a stack of hay. Henry nodded quickly. He said something about never turning down an adventure. She paused, glancing down at the counter. And then Rias showed up. Oh, what did she want? I asked. She dragged Alice away. She said they were going to have something called a spa day. Alice didn't look like she had a choice and was dragged along by Rias, Henry said. She offered to take me too, but I didn't want to leave the foxhole empty. I couldn't help but laugh. A spa day, right after living through a zombie apocalypse. Maybe that was exactly what Alice needed in her life. I said thanks to Henry for sticking around, but next time I would have been fine with her going. The restaurant was warded to prevent anyone from stealing anything, even if the place was empty. Henry smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. I leaned on the counter, thinking it over. I wondered if I should go after Naruko and Aegener and help them. But I did just get back from an adventure and couldn't keep running out of my restaurant at every opportunity. I figured they'd be fine. The door to the restaurant opened, and the scent of a werewolf hit me. It wasn't Ela, though. This scent was different. I turned toward the entrance, just as Lupus Regina Beta walked. She wasn't someone I was expecting to see so soon, especially not without Ains with her. She had a playful smile on her face as she glanced around the restaurant. "Hey there, everybody," Lupus Regina said. Her eyes landed on Gabriel, who was sitting with Yasaka at one of the tables. She stiffened slightly, but kept moving toward the counter. "Hello, Ekin Haokon. That's a really powerful angel over there," Lupus Regina said, stopping in front of me. There was a hint of unease in her posture as she pointed toward Gabriel. "It's nice to see you again, Lupus Regina Beta," I said with a smile. "And don't worry, Gabriel is very nice. She probably won't smite you for being a werewolf," I said playfully. "You could just call me Regina," she replied. "I know my name's a mouthful, and I'd be grateful if she didn't." Gabriel gave us a small wave, but pretty much went back to talking with Yasaka about business between the yokai and heaven. Our territory had really been flourishing lately because of my restaurant. "Fair enough," I said to Regina. "Are you here for some food?" Regina nodded enthusiastically. "Uh-huh, and I came to get to know you better. Hadokon." Lord Ains said I could visit whenever I want to. "Isn't that great?" "It sure is," I said wistfully. I was having a lot of girls practically throwing themselves at me lately. I kind of wanted them to slow down a bit, which is why I didn't immediately jump into a relationship with Naruko. As for Shepard and I wasn't entirely sure what we could be classified as at this point. We were past friends with benefits, since she made it clear she only wanted to sleep with me from now on, but Shed didn't go outright declaring me her boyfriend either. Was that term even still used in the future? Regina's grin turned mischievous. She leaned forward slightly and sniffed the air. "You smell like another woman, Haru-kun. Did you just have sex?" I coughed, completely caught off guard. She could smell that too? "I took a shower on the Normandy. Did I need to take another one?" Inris' expression darkened as she glared at Regina. "That's not an appropriate question." Regina smirked at her. "Relax, village girl. I was just teasing." "Oomph." Inri pouted and turned her head. She walked back over to Yasaka and Gabriel to refill their cups of tea. I was left alone with Regina. She grinned at me, showing off her sharp teeth, and asked what kind of meats I had on the menu. "Anything but human," I said, giving her a flat look. She pouted in response. "I've never eaten a human, I don't think," she said. "My memories from Yggdrasil are a bit foggy." That caught my attention. Ains rarely talked about Yggdrasil, so I couldn't help but be curious. "What do you remember about it?" I asked. Regina shook her head. "Not much. I never left the great tomb of Nazarick until we ended up in the New World. One thing I do remember, though, is that groups of strong people used to try to storm the tomb all the time to kill Lord Ains and the other supreme beings." She paused for a moment, her expression softening. "Ains is the last one left, which is why we're all so protective of him." I didn't pry after that. The memory seemed like a sensitive topic. I couldn't blame her for being protective. I'd seen Albedo beat the hell out of anyone who even hinted at insulting Ains. She practically cleared half the dance floor at my last party when someone got too drunk and said the wrong thing. Good times. I slapped a few filet mignons onto a large cast iron pan, and the sizzling sound immediately caught Regina's attention. Her mouth opened slightly as she stared at the meat, and I swear she was salivating. "Fresh meat, it smells so good," she said. "Yeah, it does." My tail swayed happily behind me. Foxes were predators too. Meat was the best. I grabbed a couple of extra steaks and decided to make some for myself while I was at it. I made sure to keep the steaks well basted with butter as I seared the sides. The aroma filled the kitchen, rich and savory, and I sprinkled a little garlic, salt, and pepper over the sizzling meat. I was keeping things simple but tasty. Once both sides of the steaks were perfectly seared, I took them off the pan and stuck them into the oven to finish cooking. "Huh, I didn't know there were so many steps to cooking steak," Regina said, watching me closely. "It depends on the steak," I told her while setting a small timer. You gotta treat good meat with respect if you want the best flavor. Rushing it just ruins the whole thing. The timer dinged, and I pulled the steaks out of the oven. The smell was mouth-watering, and Regina's eyes widened as I plated the first one. I sliced into it to check the doneness, a perfect medium rare. I plated hers and then started on mine. All right, tell me what you think, I said, sliding her plate across the counter. She didn't wait. She grabbed a fork and knife and cut into the steak. The first bite went into her mouth, and she froze for a second before her expression melted into pure delight. This is amazing, she said. How is this so good? I told you. Respect the meat, I said with a grin, taking a bite of my own steak. I had to admit, it turned out pretty damn good. We ate in comfortable silence for a while, the only sound being the occasional clink of silverware. While the two of us were eating, Yasaka and Gabriel slipped out, but they were soon quickly replaced by two more people and a dog. Hey Haru, it's been a while, Harry said as he walked inside the restaurant. He was accompanied by a shabby-dressed wizard along with a large black dog. I would almost have thought the dog was a yokai in disguise, but I sensed no yuki from the animal. It was definitely magical, though. There was an intelligence in its eyes, and it actually had more magical power than the poorly dressed wizard nearby. Poo-poo. Our date got interrupted, Regina said playfully. I was enjoying it being just you and me. She sounded sincere when she told me that. I was surprised I had made such a big impression on her the first time I met her. She wasn't even in the foxhole very long when she was purging it of any potential diseases after we fought off the Umbrella Zombie Army. I'm still here, Henry huffed, but Regina simply stuck her tongue out playfully at my waitress. Regina clearly had the type of personality that likes teasing people, and even I had to admit that Henry's reactions were too cute. I shook my head at their antics before turning to Harry and his guests. Welcome to the foxhole. How's school been, Harry? It's been pretty good since I won the first task, but I'm just waiting for something to happen at this point. Harry shrugged. That's how my luck always goes. Fair enough, I said before turning my attention to Harry's guests. It's nice to meet you, the shabby man said, but it felt like he didn't really mean it. Imremus Lupin, and I was a friend of Harry's father. I'm also a member of the Order of the Phoenix, along with Sirius here. He pointed at the dog that barked at me. The Order of the Flaming Chicken? I asked playfully, and Harry chuckled. The dog standing next to Remus and Harry suddenly turned into an actual person. I couldn't help myself. I clapped my hands because that transformation was flawless. He might not have been a yokai, but even they would have been impressed by it. It's not the Order of the Flaming Chicken, the man said, scolding me. The Order of the Phoenix is a prestigious organization headed by the great Albus Dumbledore to battle all the evil in our world. Okay, I said in confusion. But isn't that the old man who tried to steal all of Harry's money and mind-controlled him for years? Harry glared towards Sirius. I thought we said you weren't going to cause a scene if I agreed to take you both here, Harry said, crossing his arms. Sirius shook his head. We just wanted to look out for you, pup. This place clearly hasn't been good for you, Harry, Remus added. You've been insulting your professors, tossing around forbidden lightning magic, and even consorting with vampires and other dark creatures. You know they're monsters. They're not to be trusted. I could see Regina stiffen at that. A low growl escaped her throat as she stepped forward, her amber eyes locked on Remus. That's rich, especially coming from a fellow werewolf, she said. She closed the distance between them and poked him in the chest. What's wrong with being a monster? Huh? Remus opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the door to the restaurant opened again. Yes, what is wrong with being a monster? Serana walked in. Her piercing eyes scanned the room. She nodded at Harry. Hello, my apprentice. She greeted him before fixing her glare on the two men. Harry has talked about you too, Serana said. He said you were both great men, but I certainly don't see it Sirius bristled at that comment. And who the bloody hell are you supposed to be? Serana, she said simply. A vampire, yes. And someone who's taught Harry more than you two ever have. That's not true, Remus said. I taught Harry the Patronus charm. And? Serana asked. Is that it? Because I taught him far more than one single spell that only works on a handful of your dimension's dark creatures. It can also be used to send messages, Remus grumbled. It can? Harry asked. Why didn't you tell me that? I could have been sending messages to Hermione, he said to Remus. Huh. The boy learns that the Patronus can send messages and immediately starts thinking about his girl. Just like his old man, Sirius said fondly before shaking his head and glaring at Serana. Listen here, you. I don't want a vampire hanging around my godson any longer. I've been gone a couple months. But Dumbledore filled me in on everything I missed. Me too, Remus added. From what I knew of the situation, I was pretty sure neither of them had been told even a shred of the truth when it came to Harry. The boy looked pretty upset to hear them both say that's why they came back to visit him. At Dumbledore's orders. I'm kind of confused, Haru, Regina told me honestly. She was new to the restaurant after all. I chuckled and told her I'd fill her in about all this later. She gave Remus one last threatening glare before walking back over to the counter to finish her steak. Fake-ass werewolf. I bet he even still needs the full moon to transform, she grumbled to herself. I watched as Sirius and Remus kept arguing with Serana. They were completely ignoring the fact that Harry's magical skills now outclassed most of the wizarding world, especially in combat. It was like they were determined to discredit her no matter what. At some point, Sirius lost it and yelled something I couldn't believe. I bet you're just trying to seduce Harry for the gold in his vault. Sirius shouted. What? Harry shrieked. His face went red, but I couldn't tell if it was from embarrassment or rage. Probably both. Sirius was lucky Agner was still off in the ninja world. If he had been here, Sirius would have been in for a world of pain. Actually, considering the look on Serana's face, he still might be. She scowled and held up one of her hands. A bone-chilling cold spread across the room as frost began to form on the table nearest to her. Was she about to hit Sirius with an expert-level ice spell? Sirius and Remus both had their wands aimed at Serana, looking ready to duel. Please stop, mistress. They're not worth it, Harry said as he stepped in between the three of them. I'm really disappointed in you both. I told you what Dumbledore did to me. I sent you both letters, he said to Remus and Sirius. Remus shook his head at Harry. We know you did, Harry, but we know the truth. You clearly don't know what you're talking about. Dumbledore is a good man. Head, never use mind magic on you or try to do anything like stealing your gold. Harry scoffed at that. I don't even care about the gold anymore. All the gold in my vault is fake. All the gold in everyone's vaults is fake. I've been slowly emptying my vaults and converting it to Muggle currency so the goblins don't realize I'm onto their scam. What? Sirius and Remus said at the same time. Their faces went pale. I spoke up while nodding. It's true. I had multiple yokai test those goblin coins, and all of them prove galleons are fake gold. The wizarding world's gold has all been stolen by those little shits from under your noses. Serana crossed her arms and snorted. That's what you get for trusting disgusting creatures like goblins. In Skyrim, we kill them all on sight for a reason, Regina nodded. Goblins might be fellow monsters, but they're the lowest form of monsters. They'd never be allowed to set foot in Nazarick. I thought you were dumb before, being a werewolf and all. But you actually gave all your money to goblins? No wonder you look so poor. She smirked at Remus while giggling at his misfortune. I was pretty sure Remus' borderline homeless look had more to do with other factors, but honestly, I wasn't about to correct Regina. I didn't feel like defending a guy who stormed into my restaurant, didn't order anything, and immediately started acting like a Barado. Now you're all filling the pup's head with even more lies, Sirius exclaimed and started waving his wand around. Harry is no longer coming back here ever again. And if any of you try to stop me, they'll show you why the Black family was so feared. He started threatening all of us and tried to reach out and grab Harry. Remus did the same, pointing his own stick at Serana and Regina. I scoffed. Wizards and their sticks. I was just about to summon some foxfire, but it looked like there was no need. Sparks, Harry shouted, and a small burst of lightning shot out of his right and left hands. Sirius and Remus both collapsed on the ground and started convulsing as Harry filled their bodies with electricity. He kept shocking them until they passed out on the floor. Sorry about them, Harry said to me and everyone else. I thought they were visiting to congratulate me for killing a dragon, but it looks like Dumbledore sunk his old claws into them As well, Serana shook her head at Harry as she reached down and picked up both wands. She snapped them like twigs between her fingers. Don't apologize for the actions of others, my apprentice. Wow, your restaurant is fun, Harukuin. Regina chuckled. We got dinner and a show. If that kid wasn't a human, I'd bet he'd be good friends with my sister Narbal Gamma. She loves throwing around lightning magic too. I simply hummed in response to Regina as I watched Harry cast a wandless levitation spell. He started moving Remus and Sirius' unconscious bodies toward an empty booth. Hopefully, they'd be more reasonable when they woke up. If not, I'd just ban them from the foxhole. I didn't want to do that unless I had to, though. They were Harry's only family, even if they were very gullible and stupid. The door to the restaurant opened, and I looked up to see Counselor Tevos saunter in. She looked tired, more so than usual. I was surprised to see her because she almost never came in around dinner time. Hello, everyone, the counselor said as she made her way to an empty booth. She gave the two unconscious men no more than a passing glance before sitting down. I smiled at the blue-skinned woman, and Henry hurried over to take her order. I should probably head back now, Regina said with a small pout. I can come by again, right? Of course you can, Regina. Say hi to Ains for me, I replied. Regina headed for the door, but jumped back when it was violently thrown open. A group of 3 men dressed in what I could only describe as medieval clothing strode in, grinning. Oi, some crazy bloke really did open a new pub outside of Winterfell without telling Lord Bolton, the first man said. He was covered in dirt and looked like he hadn't bathed in months. I didn't discriminate against people from different dimensions, but even Henry, who used to live in the middle of nowhere, made an effort to bathe every day. Now, she just used my shower, of course. Looky here, boys. Look at the set of tits on this wench, the second man said, pointing at Regina. She glared at him in disgust, but that didn't stop him from stepping forward and trying to blatantly grab at her. Crack! He screamed a second later when Regina grabbed his wrist and snapped it like a twig. She broke me wrist. Damn you, wench. I'd appreciate it if you gentlemen left, I said, the hair on my tail's bristling in anger. Your kind isn't welcome here. One of the men finally took a good look around the restaurant. His eyes landed on me behind the counter and then darted to Counselor Tevos, who was watching the scene with mild curiosity. Oi, this place is full of magic demons. We need to get out of here. We need to tell Lord Bolton about this. The 3 of them scrambled out of my restaurant like frightened rats, and I couldn't help but let out a sigh. I had no doubt a hassle was coming my way. Soon enough, Regina growled under her breath. Those humans were lucky I didn't rip them to pieces for their disrespect. I just didn't want to get your restaurant dirty with their blood. She let out one last huff before storming out of the foxhole. I was thankful for her restraint. Blood is a bitch to scrub out of hardwood floors, even with magic. What was that about? Counselor Tevos asked. Those humans were very rude. Some men are simply pigs, Serana said. She would know, considering how many bandits Shed probably killed in her long lifetime. Counselor Tevos nodded. I'm glad my entire race is female. Chapter 27. This place is cold, Haru. I stood at the stove, flipping Serana's favorite blood sausages in a sizzling pan. Beside me, a pot of alien stew simmered gently. It was an Aseri dish I'd recently learned to make, specifically for Counselor Tevos. The recipe called for an alien version of chicken that, according to Tevos, all Aseri loved. The rich aroma filled the kitchen, blending the earthy scent of the blood sausages. Serana leaned against the counter, watching me work. So, how long do you think it'll be before those rude men come back with more of their friends to try and kill all the magic demons? She asked while smirking at me. I glanced at her and shrugged. Hopefully never, because damn did they stink, but knowing our luck, it's probably just a matter of time before they storm back in here, I said while checking the sausages again, making sure they didn't overcook. Counselor Tevos had moved from her booth and was now sitting at the counter. There was a slight frown on her face. Should I call CCC and have them come over? She asked, looking genuinely concerned. I shook my head. I'm sure it's fine. Those 3 looked like they came from a very low-tech dimension. Judging by their clothes and attitudes, They're probably from a place where magic is hated or feared. Tevos huffed. Why is it that every single dimension, except my own, seems to get actual magic? She sounded almost jealous. I grinned as I stirred the stew. I mean, biotics is pretty much just magic in space. Tevos narrowed her eyes at me, giving me a stink that would have made a lesser man sweat. Instead, I just sent her a playful wink that made her pretty blue cheeks turn a bit purple. I chuckled and focused on finishing the dishes. The smell of the stew grew richer as I added the final touches, and Sarana leaned closer, her eyes locked hungrily on the blood sausages cooking in the pan. I placed the blood sausages on a plate and set it in front of Sarana. She immediately started digging in, barely giving me a glance as she focused on her meal. I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. After a moment, I grabbed a bowl and scooped some of the alien stew into it, the rich aroma wafting through the air. I carefully placed it in front of Counselor Tevos. The Asari picked up a spoon, scooped up some of the stew, and took a sip. She froze mid-motion, her eyes widening in shock. "How is this even possible?" she asked. "This is better than my own mother used to make." I chuckled at her reaction. "Honestly, I have no idea. It's my first time making it. Maybe it's the earth spices I added. They seem to bring out the alien flavors more." Tevos nodded eagerly as she took another spoonful. "Whatever it is, you've perfected it. If you ever visit Thesha, I'm dragging you to my family's house to show them how it's done." I grinned, but didn't reply. My attention drifted across the restaurant to where Harry sat with Sirius and Remus. Both men had woken up after being shocked unconscious and were now pouting like children. They sulked about losing their wands while Harry sat across from them, lecturing them. Harry's voice carried across the room as he recounted Dumbledore's schemes, explaining how the old man had manipulated him his entire life. Whenever Sirius or Remus tried to argue or defend the old wizard, Harry would glare at them, and sparks of electricity would dance across his fingers. The sight made both men gulp and fall silent, forcing them to continue listening. Sarana glanced up from her blood sausages, watching the scene with mild amusement. "My apprentice is learning to stand up for himself. I'm so proud," she said. She finished her plate and leaned back slightly. "Now, if only I could get my other apprentice to stop spending so much time on her schooling." "Schooling she's probably never going to use in her lifetime," I snorted in agreement. Yeah, Harry's dimension never really made sense to me. What's the point of having magic if most of the population ends up with desk jobs and paperwork for the rest of their lives? "Maybe she just needs a proper apprenticeship," Tevos said, slurping her soup slowly. "Most Asari children finish schooling by 60 years old and then spend the next 40 to 50 years apprenticing in their career fields until they become proper adults and can start working on their own." Tevos' statement made both me and Sarana choke. 40 to 50 years? I muttered in disbelief. As a former human in my last life, that amount of time was absurd. Even Sarana, who had centuries of experience as a vampire, looked shocked. Tevos raised a blue eyebrow. "What? That's completely normal for Asari. You need that much time to master a field properly, I guess so," I said while shaking my head. The door to the restaurant swung open, and I looked up from behind the counter, half expecting some angry men to storm in. Instead, it was Amy-chan. She was wearing a proper kimono, her hair neatly done, and even her makeup looked flawless. It was rare to see her look so put together. She gave me a small glare before walking over to the counter and sitting down next to Sarana and Counselor Tevos. "Hello, Goddess Amaterasu. It's lovely to see you again," Tevos said politely. Amy-chan bowed her head in response and smiled. "It's nice to see you again as well, Counselor Tevos. How's space?" Tevos hesitated. "Space is fine." Amy-chan nodded before turning to me with a pout. "You know, before you started this restaurant, I could just laze in my room all day playing games and watching anime. Now people are actually expecting me to attend meetings and stuff because Japan has been getting so many foreign visitors who keep asking us questions about the rising yokai faction. I had 3 separate meetings today alone with other annoying factions that actually thought they could get me to spill your secrets for free. Dumb assholes," she grumbled. I scratched one of my fox ears. I hadn't realized how much Amy-chan had been helping out. Sorry about that, Amy-chan. How about I make you whatever you want on the house? Sarana chuckled. Isn't all your food on the house nowadays? I shrugged. Yeah, I made a ton of gold selling all those dragon bones and scales. Enough to run this place for around a year, but it's the thought that counts. Amy-chan leaned forward, her pout disappearing. All right then, I demand your finest bowl of ramen, she declared proudly. Sansa Stark thought she was done crying. After everything that had happened, all the death, all the destruction of her family, she felt like she had no tears left to shed. Yet, as she sat on the edge of her bed in Winterfell, tears slipped down her cheeks. Her entire family legacy was in near ruins. As far as she knew, she was the last living Stark besides her brother Jon, who was on the wall. But she hadn't heard from Jon in years. She had returned to Winterfell after escaping King's Landing, only to find that her brother Robb, the king in the north, had been butchered along with his bride and their unborn child. Her mother, Catelyn Stark, had been left alive but was shipped back to Winterfell as a captive by the treacherous Freys. They used her as a pawn to keep the remnants of the Tully family from rallying the Riverlands to attack the twins. Winterfell was now ruled by the Boltons. Well, one Bolton. Lord Bolton had been killed by his insane bastard son, Ramsay, who now ruled the entirety of the North. Sansa had tears in her eyes as her mother gently rubbed her back, trying to console her for what was going to happen later that night. It's going to be okay, Sansa, Catelyn told her gently. Sansa knew it wasn't going to be okay. Later that night, she was to be wed to Ramsay Bolton. She was going to be married to a monster possibly even worse than Joffrey. She didn't think that was even possible. I don't want to marry him, Mother. I'd rather die and join the rest of our family, Sansa said, her voice shaking with anger and despair. Catelyn gasped and grabbed Sansa's hands. Don't think like that. You're the last of the Starks, my sweetling. If you die, all hope is truly lost for the North and for our people. Sansa pulled her hands away, her tears falling freely now. Then what am I supposed to do? Let Ramsay marry me and then torture and brutalize me every night for the rest of my life? She shouted. I would have preferred staying in King's Landing and marrying Tyrion Lannister if I'd known what would happen once I got home. Catelyn hugged Sansa tightly. You know, I used to be incredibly devout, she admitted. I used to believe the gods had a plan for us all. But now, I just believe we have to do everything we can to survive. I don't know what happened to Arya, Bran, or Rickon. You might be my last living child, and I will do everything I can to keep you alive. So please, don't talk about taking your own life. I watched those Fry bastards murder Robb and his unborn child in front of me. It was the most horrible thing I've ever seen. Please don't make me watch another of my children die. Sansa wiped her tears and sighed. Okay, Mother, she said quietly. She would try to be strong for her. A knock on the door interrupted them. Before Sansa could respond, the door was rudely thrown open. Hello, my beautiful future bride and mother-in-law, Ramsay Snow said, stepping into the room with a smug grin. His retinue of soldiers were right behind him, giving Sansa and her mother disgusting looks. I can't wait for our wedding later tonight. It's only a few hours away now. Sansa grimaced and looked away. What do you want? She asked coldly. Ramsay's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with malice. I've got a little pre-wedding present for you. It seems someone has decided to open a new pub just outside of Winterfell without my explicit permission. We can't have that. Sansa's stomach sank. She already knew where this was going. They even threatened some of my soldiers and had them howling about magic demons or some nonsense. Ramsay continued. I thought I'd put on a little entertainment before the big ceremony and get every single person in that pub. Of course, as the future Lady Bolton, you and your mother will be coming along to watch. He sounded so incredibly happy about casually murdering some probably innocent small folk. Sansa shuddered, but she had seen plenty of cruelty in the past couple of years. She and her mother followed Ramsay and his men out of the castle and towards the pub. When she saw the building, she actually gasped in surprise. It was incredibly well put together with actual glass windows that she couldn't see into for some reason, along with amazing carpentry. The foxhole, Sansa murmured as she read the sign. Ramsay pointed at a couple of his men and told them to go and drag the people inside out so he could punish them. Nearby small folk who lived in Wintertown were already starting to gather to see what the commotion was about. Sansa watched from the edge of the crowd as a group of Ramsay's men stormed into the pub with cruel grins on their faces. She expected to hear shouting or the sounds of violence once they entered the building. But instead, there was only eerie silence after the wooden door closed behind them. The small folk around her began murmuring, their voices rising with confusion and unease. There wasn't a building here yesterday. I pass by this route every day before I go scavenging in the woods. There's never been a pub here. Is this witchcraft? Is this some kind of sign from the old gods? Sansa exchanged a glance with her mother as the rumors swirled and grew more ridiculous by the second. She tried to block out the chatter, but even she couldn't deny how strange this entire situation was. A full minute passed with no sound from inside the pub, and Ramsay's cruel smirk twisted into an annoyed frown. He tapped his boot impatiently and then barked at his remaining men. What's taking them so long? He turned to another group of soldiers. Go in and check on them. Before they could move, the pub's doors swung open and multiple bodies came flying out. Ramsay's men landed in the mud with sickening thuds, their bodies motionless. Sansa gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as she saw the burns covering their skin. Smoke rose from their furs, and the air smelled faintly of charred flesh. The door opened again, and a boy with messy hair stepped out, flanked by two disheveled men. The boy couldn't have been older than 10 and 4, though he carried himself with a confidence that seemed far beyond his years. Damn, you really did a number on these three, Harry. Is that the same spell you used on us? One of the men asked. Sansa's breath caught. Did he just say spell? The boy, who must have been Harry, glanced at the crowd gathered outside. He raised an eyebrow at the onlookers. Can we help you all? Ramsay's men bristled at the casual question, their hands moving to their weapons. I don't think these guys are friendly, Harry, the more shabbily dressed man said. Ramsay stepped forward, his sneer growing wider. Are you small folk the owners of this pub? Harry tilted his head. Me? I don't know what a small folk is, but no. I don't own this restaurant. I'm just a regular customer of the Foxhole. It's owned by Haru. Why? The word restaurant sounded strange and foreign to her, but she assumed it was another word for pub. Ramsay's sneer turned into a snarl. This is an illegal business that was opened without my permission. Bring out this Haru at once, so that he can face his punishment. And did you three assault my men? You'll be punished as well. Sansa bit her lip, wanting to tell the boy and his companions to run. But she knew it would be pointless. She expected fear from the trio, but while the two men looked a little uneasy, Harry only scoffed and rolled his eyes. Next to Sansa, Catelyn gasped at the boy's audacity as Harry turned his head toward Winterfell, nodding slightly. That's a nice castle. Are you sure you even still own it? He asked Ramsay casually. What? Ramsay's face turned red. Of course I own Winterfell. Harry shrugged. I don't know, man. It seems like everywhere Haru's restaurant pops up, he ends up owning a lot of the surrounding land. He's the prince of his entire race and lord of another massive chunk of land already. Sansa's heart raced at the declaration. Another prince? And he had opened a restaurant right outside Winterfell. She glanced at her mother, who looked equally confused. Ramsay's face twisted with rage. Bring him out at once, so I can flay him alive for his audacity. Harry snorted. Whatever, dude. Your funeral. What's a dude? Sansa whispered to her mother. She had never heard that word before. Catelyn shook her head nervously. I don't know, Harry, and the two men walked back into the pub. A few seconds later, the door opened again, and a man stepped out. No, not a man, something else. Sansa's heart fluttered as she laid eyes on him. He was the most handsome person she had ever seen, despite his unusual features. His hair was golden, and animal-like ears peeked out from the top of his head. Behind him, multiple golden tails swayed lazily. What is he? One of Ramsay's men shouted. Shit, Dalton wasn't drunk off his ass after all. It actually is a demon. Another soldier stammered. Wow. Sansa heard her mother mutter. Catelyn clenched her hand tightly. Sansa glanced up at her mother, and was shocked to see she too was blushing as she stared at the strange handsome being. Haru. The ground was covered in snow and mud. I shivered slightly, my tails bristling against the icy air. Damn, it was really cold out here. There were a lot of humans gathered outside my restaurant in this new dimension. Most of them looked unwashed, just like the two groups of men who had rudely barged inside earlier. The first group ran off after Regina scared them, but the second group decided to draw steel. That was a mistake, and Harry had handled them easily with his lightning magic. The door swung open behind me, and Amy-chan stepped out, her presence immediately drawing more gasps from the gathered crowd. She wrinkled her nose in the air as she looked around. What kind of shithole is this place? Not every dimension has modern technology, I told her. You can go back inside if the stench is too much for you. Amy-chan scoffed. You forget I've been around since humans first set foot in Japan. I've seen and smelled it all at this point. Besides, whatever's about to happen looks fun, and I could use some entertainment after all the boring meetings I've been stuck in for weeks. You, one of the men, shouted in our direction. He stood out from the rest, surrounded by fearful-looking soldiers. His voice carried over the murmuring crowd. What are you, creature? Leave Winterfell at once and begone, lest the old god strike you down. The crowd behind him murmured nervously at his declaration. Old gods? I repeated, spreading out my senses to check. I didn't feel even a hint of divinity nearby. I glanced at Amy-chan. She was probably doing the same thing. There are no gods here, Amy-chan announced, loud enough for everyone to hear. The crowd gasped, and angry shouts erupted. How dare you claim the old gods don't exist? Who do you think you are? Amy-chan clicked her tongue in irritation and stepped forward. Dozens, maybe hundreds of people gasped when her body began to glow with golden light. Flames flickered around her, dancing harmlessly against her form. Who am I? She repeated, her voice sharp. I am Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, and if I say there are no gods in this land, then that is because there aren't any. As she spoke, the light around her intensified. The dull, gray skies brightened considerably, even though the sun was already sinking below the horizon. The crowd grew restless. The gods have descended. There's two of them. Have they come to punish the Boltons and free us from their evil? Who said that? He'll kill you. The man leading the soldiers snarled, spinning toward the crowd and drawing the sword at his hip. The unwashed masses all backed away fearfully. I frowned at the sight. This guy was obviously some kind of tyrant, and I already knew we weren't going to be getting along. I figured there was only one way this was going to go down. The man finished shouting at the crowd, then turned to us, pointing his sword directly at Amy-chan and me. You are no gods. You are simply mummers with some strange magical tricks at your disposal. I've heard those red priests from Essos can also play tricks with the light. I am Ramsay Bolton, the Lord of Winterfell and the North. For daring to go against me, I sentence you to death. Open fire, men. He swung his sword, and about a dozen archers raised their bows. In the next second, stone-tipped wooden arrows were flying straight at us. I flicked my tails forward, swatting the arrows out of the air with ease. Not a single one came close to hitting either of us. Not that they would have hurt us in the first place. Ramsay's face twisted with disbelief. That's impossible, he shouted. Don't stop shooting. More arrows flew our way. I rolled my eyes as my tails moved again, knocking every single arrow aside. By the fourth volley, I had enough. I raised my right hand, summoning a plume of blue foxfire, causing gasps and screams from the gathered crowd. The foxfire didn't touch any of the bystanders, but it went straight for the archers. They yelped in pain as their bows turned to ash in their hands, leaving them weaponless. That was some pretty good control, Haru-kun, Amy-chan said. Thanks. I've been practicing, I said to her. I'm hoping to get good enough that I can use my foxfire to cook one day without immediately ruining the ingredients. Amy-chan snickered. Of course you are. Most other people would say they're training to become more powerful, but not you. Haru-kun, the fact that Amy-chan and I were having a casual conversation while these humans were trying to kill us showed just how little of a threat they actually were. Charge! Ramsay Bolton shouted loudly. His soldiers hesitated for a moment, fear evident on their faces, but they didn't dare disobey his orders. Kill them all. That girl looks like a foreign princess. Grab her. I want her first. The men were absolutely disgusting, and threatening an actual goddess to her face with that kind of language? Yeah, they were all dead. I'd never actually seen Amy-chan this upset before. The golden flames flickering around her turned black, surging forward and engulfing dozens of the men rushing at us with spears and swords. They didn't even have time to scream properly before the flames devoured them completely. It was over. There was nothing left, but Ash, the only one left alive, was Ramsay Bolton himself. I don't even think he realized all of his men were dead. He charged through the snow and mud, his sword raised as he aimed for my head. When he swung, I raised my left hand and caught the blade in my palm. It was just regular steel, not enchanted at all. Impossible. Ramsay's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could say anything else, I punched him hard in the stomach with my free hand, shattering the chainmail armor he wore under his furs. He dropped to his knees, coughing up bile and blood before collapsing. He was unconscious. Well, that happened, I muttered as I glanced around. Most of the crowd was either staring at me in awe or genuine fear. More than a few people had dropped to their knees and were muttering prayers to me and Amy-chan. She had calmed down a bit, but she still didn't look very happy. Oomph. That's what they get for thinking they can defile a goddess, Amy-chan declared while crossing her arms. Yeah, they were really, really dumb, I pointed out. Not even the people of Konoha had been this bad. Or had they? Honestly, I wasn't sure anymore. Two women, who stood out from the rest of the crowd due to being clean and dressed in elegant furs, slowly approached us. Both of them were redheads, clearly mother and daughter, and they were both stunning. I rolled my eyes, wondering if the goddess who kept connecting new dimensions to my restaurant was doing this to me on purpose. The pair looked nervous, so I stepped around Ramsay's unconscious body and smiled at them. Hello, my name is Haru. Sorry you ladies had to see all of that. You weren't friends with this guy, were you? The answer came when a younger girl walked over and started kicking Ramsay's unconscious body, muttering some very creative swear words under her breath. The older woman, meanwhile, spoke to me. No, the Boltons used to be our sworn bannermen, but they betrayed our family and murdered my son Rob, the previous king in the north. I am Caitlin Stark, and that over there is my daughter Sansa. Are you both really gods? She looked at me nervously. I thought the gods had forsaken my family after everything that happened to them. We probably have a lot to talk about. Chapter 28. Pizza time. I brought Caitlin and Sansa Stark inside the foxhole. The two noble ladies looked around with wide eyes, clearly surprised by the place. Sansa glanced at the bright lights on the ceiling and then at the spotless floors and walls. Is this all because of magic? Sansa asked. I chuckled. The lights are from something called electricity, which I'll explain later. And while I do use a little magic to keep the place clean, most of it is thanks to my hardworking waitress, Inri. Caitlin Stark reached out and grabbed her daughter's hand when Counselor Tevos walked past them. Her reaction was one of pure shock, but Tevos didn't notice, or at least pretended she didn't. The alien smiled at me and thanked me for the meal. He'll be back tomorrow, Haru, Tevos said before heading out the door. Caitlin and Sansa watched her leave and then whipped their heads toward me. She was completely blue. Was she a goddess as well? Caitlin asked nervously. Is this a place meant for the divine to meet? No. She's something called an Asari. I scratched the back of my head, feeling a little awkward. And this place isn't just for gods. It's a place for everyone to meet, enjoy a meal, or make friends, no matter where they're from or their status. I consider all my customers to be family. Like Harry over there. Harry, sitting across the restaurant, waved his hand. Hello. Sansa waved back at him gently. Hello again, young man. You were very brave for standing up to Ramsay like you did. Harry scoffed. Not really. Those muggles couldn't have done anything to hurt me. He stood up and nodded at me. I gotta go, Haru. Sorry about the way my uncles acted earlier. I'll make sure to straighten them out. With that, Harry left with Remus and Sirius in tow. Sarana and Amy-chan were still at the counter, watching the exchange. Sarana smirked at me. Don't think you can kick me out so easily, just so you can have a red-headed mother-daughter pair all to yourself. I'm waiting for my man Agner to get back from his adventure. She told me. Amy-chan nodded as well. And am hiding from Tsukuyami. If he finds me, then he'll make me go back to work. What does our red hair have to do with anything? Caitlin asked Sarana. Sarana chuckled from across the room. Oh, Haru has a small but growing harem of beautiful women with red hair. You two might want to watch out, because I could see him checking you both out. I felt my face heat up. I wasn't that obvious. What? Amy-chan perked up, her grin widening. You have a harem now. Haruko. Is little Yu-chan's baby boy finally all grown up, and now breaking the hearts of redheads everywhere? How scandalous. Uft. I don't want to hear the word scandalous from a goddess who had kids with her own brother, I replied. Incest is a human concept. It doesn't matter to supernatural beings. Amy-chan pouted and grabbed a salt shaker, tossing at my head. I caught it easily before it could hit me in the face. Caitlin and Sansa both blushed, muttering to themselves about how an actual goddess could be so crass. I led Caitlin and Sansa to one of the booths closer to the counter. I gestured for them to sit. They looked hesitant, but after a moment, they settled into the seats. I'm going to prepare a meal for you both, I told them. Caitlin's eyebrows rose slightly. Will you be bringing out bread and salt? I shook my head. We'll be bringing you something much tastier than that. They exchanged a glance, clearly curious but said nothing. I walked behind the counter and opened the fridge, pulling out a large wad of dough. They came from a medieval world, so I doubted they'd ever had pizza. It was time to fix that. I started working on the dough with my hands, stretching and shaping it into multiple perfect circles. My tails reached into the fridge, pulling out the other ingredients I needed. Tomatoes, onions, sausages, ham, and obviously not pineapple. I wasn't a monster while I mashed the tomatoes with the onions and other spices to make a quick but flavorful pizza sauce. I could feel their eyes on me. I poured the sauce into a pot and let it heat up while grabbing a block of cheese from the fridge. I began slicing it with a knife, making sure the pieces were just the right size to melt evenly. Amy-chan and Sarana were watching from their spots at the counter. Amy-chan was practically salivating. If I knew you were making pizza, I wouldn't have asked for ramen earlier. Why not just have both? I suggested with a wink. Amy-chan grinned. That's why you're my third favorite nine-tailed fox, Haru-kun. I paused. Third favorite? MHM, she said, counting on her fingers. Yasaka is number one, of course, because she's my priestess. Kunu-chan is number two, because she's totes adorbs, which leaves you at number three. Sarana snickered from her seat. Aren't there only 3 nine-tailed foxes total in your world, Haru? Talk about emotional damage, I sighed, my fox ears drooping slightly. Yes, being in third place suddenly felt much worse than it should have. Just for that, I was going to put pineapple on Amy-chan's pizza. Amy-chan looked at me in pure betrayal as I placed a personal pizza on the counter in front of her. One of her toppings was pineapple. Something wrong? I asked with a tiny grin. I was holding back from openly laughing, but it didn't matter. My tails were swaying happily behind me, giving me away. Amy-chan narrowed her eyes and started picking off the pieces of pineapple one by one. I will have vengeance for this betrayal, Haru-kun. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day soon. I gulped involuntarily, even as I let out a small chuckle. I grabbed 2 more personal pizzas and walked them over to Caitlin and Sansa's booth. Caitlin and Sansa Stark glanced down at the pizzas in front of them with confusion. What is this? Caitlin asked. It's a pizza pie, topped with tomatoes, sausages, pepperoni, mushrooms, onions, and olives. I promise you two will love it. I was about to explain the proper way to eat pizza, but then remembered these were 2 classy ladies. Sure enough, they both picked up their forks and knives and started cutting into the pizza to eat it. That way, Amy-chan muttered something about blasphemy behind us as she picked up a slice of her pizza, now free of pineapple, and shoved it into her mouth. I just shook my head. Other cultures had different ways of eating. It wasn't a big deal. The red-haired mother and daughter both let out actual moans as they took their first bites of my homemade pizza. My ears twitched happily on top of my head. Those were the kinds of noises I always loved hearing from my customers. "Caitlin Stark, it's so good," Sansa said to her happily. "It certainly is, Sansa." Caitlin Stark couldn't help but agree with her daughter. The pizza pie in front of her was absolutely delicious. She had to remind herself that it wasn't proper for a noble lady to shovel food into her mouth. But that's exactly what she found herself tempted to do. She glanced at Sansa, who was already halfway through her own pizza, happily eating without a care in the world. Caitlin almost chastised her, but stopped herself. Sansa had been through so much in the last couple of years. If anyone deserved a moment of happiness, it was her daughter, so she stayed quiet, even as Sansa's face became covered with the delicious red sauce. Caitlin took another bite and marveled at the taste. She had eaten plenty of tomatoes growing up in the Riverlands, but none of them had ever tasted like this. Haru's sauce transformed the simple ingredient into something magical. Her gaze wandered to Haru, who was busy working behind the counter, and she felt her cheeks warm. He was undoubtedly the most handsome young man she had ever seen. Even Rhaegar Targaryen, in his prime, had nothing on Haru. Back in her youth, she would have giggled with the other southern ladies about someone like him. She glanced at Sansa again, noticing her plate was already completely clean. Sansa wiped her face with a napkin, looking content for the first time in ages. Caitlin was glad their host hadn't been paying attention to how quickly her now-grown daughter had devoured her meal. It wasn't very ladylike. "What should we do now, Mother?" Sansa asked nervously. Her eyes drifted toward the front of the restaurant, where Ramsay Bolton was still unconscious and tied up. "He's our prisoner, but most of his men still control Winterfell and Wintertown. The only thing we can do is rely on our kind and handsome host to keep helping us," Caitlin said reflexively. Sansa grinned at her. "Oh, you think he's handsome too, Mother?" Yes," Caitlin admitted, feeling her cheeks heat up a bit. Sansa gave her a small smile. "I do too. Do you think he's married?" "The Sun Goddess mentioned him having a harem," Caitlin said. "That's something noblemen from Essos sometimes have." Sansa's eyes lit up. "Oh, that means I have a chance then. That means you could have a chance too." Caitlin choked on air at her daughter's comment. "What?" "Sansa, I'm your mother, and I've been married before. We can't both pursue the same young man. It's not proper." Sansa pursed her lips and scoffed. "Proper? I hate that word. Cersei Lannister always acted like a proper lady, but she was a monster. The only thing that matters is whether or not you're happy." Caitlin understood where Sansa was coming from, she supposed, but this was still kind of an awkward topic to talk about with her own daughter. She opened her mouth to change the subject when Sansa blurted out an embarrassing question. "I wonder how good a lover Haru is?" Sansa said bluntly. "He does have a harem, after all." Caitlin froze. "When did you start talking like this? What happened to my sweet girl who was always quiet and blushing?" Sansa frowned. "I let that girl die back in King's Landing," she said quietly. Then she gave her mother a playful look. "Now answer the question." Caitlin felt her cheeks burn, as if she were a young maiden again. "I suppose he would have to be quite the skilled lover if he has a harem. Also, those tails are so exotic and look very fluffy. I wonder what they feel like wrapped around me in a warm bed." Sansa perked up. "I was wondering that too." Caitlin stole another glance at Haru, who was still working behind the counter. The back of his neck was bright red, and his ears were twitching. Realization dawned on her, and her cheeks turned an even deeper shade of pink. "Oh, dear," she muttered. Haru had fox ears. He could hear everything they had been saying. Caitlin was saved from that embarrassing revelation when the doors to the restaurant swung open. A large man who resembled a knight strolled inside, his presence commanding immediate attention. "Hello again, Lord Haru. It has been a while since we met." "Hello as well, ladies," the man said with a small bow to everyone in the room. Sansa and Caitlin both nodded their heads to him, as was proper, though they exchanged a curious glance. The man's armor looked worn but well kept, and there was a confident ease in the way he carried himself. The man's gaze landed on Ramsay Bolton, who was still tied up near the front of the restaurant. He raised an eyebrow before shrugging and continuing to the counter. "Haru, there's a guy I haven't seen in a while. I'd been wondering what had happened to him." After he left with his warrior band and the prisoners, he never returned or sent any messages. It's been a while. Gazef, I said as he stepped up to the counter. How are things in the Re-Estai's kingdom? Gazef frowned as he sat down on a stool at the counter. Things have been interesting, I suppose. The men we captured, the ones who destroyed multiple villages and tried to do the same to your territory, turn out to be from the slain theocracy, not the empire like they pretended. Yep, that's what our own yokai interrogators found, I said. Before they all took their own lives, anyway. They were fanatics and seemed to hate non-humans with a passion. Yasaka mentioned they kept ranting about their 6 great human gods coming to avenge them. But that didn't make much sense. If they were human, then how could they be actual gods? We just figured it was some nation built on a cult or something. Gazef nodded grimly. The theocracy also bribed some of the kingdom's nobles to have me sent out without my proper armor or equipment. It was a trap meant to get me killed. The corruption runs deep. He sighed heavily. Thankfully, the king and princess have started rooting it out after this incident. We have you to thank for that. Lord Haru, not only did you pull our country back from the brink of economic collapse, but you also saved us once again. I surely would have died without your help and Lord Mamangas. Oh, he changed his name to Ains Ulgaon by the way I told him. Lord Ains, then. I would like to thank him as well. And so would the king. Both of you are formally invited to the capital to meet with the royal family. Gazef declared. Well, look at you, Amy-chan said playfully from nearby, leaning casually against the counter. Moving up in the world. Havu, you're going to meet an actual king. It seemed like the goddess of the sun was feeling extra playful today. I rolled my eyes at Amy-chan's comment before focusing back on Gazef. I'd love to visit the Re-Estai's kingdom, but first, I have to help out the 2 noble ladies in my restaurant. Of course, I'd also love to hear their stories first, I said, making sure my voice carried loud enough for Caitlin and Sansa to join in the conversation. Caitlin stood up and introduced herself and her daughter Sansa properly to Gazef. Once the introductions were out of the way, she began telling us about the Stark family, Winterfell, and everything that had happened since her late husband had decided to accept the title of Hand of the King. It was a pretty epic and sad tale. Her story probably took an hour to explain, but no one interrupted her. When she finished, Sansa started filling in with her own perspective, explaining all the events in Westeros from her point of view. While that all sounded pretty rough, Sarana said after a moment of silence. Amy-chan folded her arms, looking unimpressed. How oblivious can a single guy be to not realize his own wife hasn't joined him in bed after 14 years? Not to mention none of his children looked even a tiny bit like him. He had it coming. Gazef and I both sputtered at the same time. No guy deserves that. We both shouted and then nodded at each other. I turned back to Caitlin and Sansa. I'm sorry that all happened to you both, I said sincerely. Of course, it'll help you take back Winterfell and slay the rest of the Bolton soldiers. Afterward, I suppose I could ask some of our yokai to guard the place, so it doesn't happen again. I trailed off, glancing at Caitlin. She shook her head firmly. The 7 Kingdoms is a beautiful and cruel place. Houses only respect other strong houses. The truth is, most of Winterfell's loyal guards are dead or have abandoned their posts. Even our weakest vassals could overthrow us at this point, she started explaining. I frowned, wondering where she was going with all this. That's why I propose you marry my daughter Sansa and become Lord of Winterfell and King of the North, Caitlin declared out of nowhere. I nearly choked. Whoa, isn't that a little fast? Wow, you're really moving up in the world, Haru. Amy-chan laughed again playfully. You get to be king of this freezing cold and dirty paradise. Sansa's face was bright red as she stammered, Mother, my hand alone isn't worth everything that will be required to get Winterfell and the North back on its feet. She turned to me. You have to marry my mother as well. My uncle Edmure was slain by the evil bastard Joffrey, which means she's the rightful heiress to the Riverlands as well. With both of our hands in marriage, you'll rule a territory half the size of Westeros. I didn't know what to say to all of that. Mom would probably be ecstatic about me gaining even more territory in another world, especially one full of untapped natural resources. She'd probably agree in a heartbeat. But I'd been trying to slow down on all the girls lately, then again. A beautiful red-headed mother-daughter combo wasn't something that came along every day. I scratched the back of my head, trying to come up with a response. Think about it, I finally managed. Both mother and daughter smiled brightly at me. Caitlin looked a bit embarrassed at Sansa's proposal, but I noticed she didn't even try to argue it. Either way, the first step in all this would be getting Winterfell back from all the Bolton soldiers occupying it. According to Caitlin, there were about 5,000 of them. That wouldn't be a problem, obviously, but it was going to mean a lot of death and take quite a bit of time, especially since they'd be spread out and probably start fleeing the moment they realized they couldn't win. Then there was the cleanup afterward. That many bodies weren't just going to disappear on their own. Gazef thumped his fist against his chest plate and pledged to help. "You have my sword for this cause, Lord Haru." I nodded, appreciating his support. I wondered if we could get anyone else to help too, just to save time. As I was considering our options, the door to the restaurant popped open, and Agner strolled in. His black ebony armor had a few scratches and marks on it, but his happy grin told me everything I needed to know about how his mission went with Naruko and her team. "Hello, everyone. I'm back from quite the adventure," Agner declared proudly. He focused on Serana, who had already gotten up from her seat. "Hello, my love," Serana said as they hugged. "Did you have fun killing some ninja terrorists?" "Huh, it was quite the adventure," Agner said, puffing out his chest a little. "Those Red Cloud ninjas were a sneaky bunch and proved to be quite the challenge. But we prevailed. They were no match for the Dragonborn." He then glanced around the room and seemed to sense something. "What's this? Do I sense another adventure is already brimming?" he asked excitedly while glancing between Gazef and I. Without speaking any words, Agner and Gazef both reached out and clasped hands. And just like that, I was pretty sure both warriors immediately became friends. That's just how guys were sometimes. "Hadu, I'm back, Haru-kun." Naruko strolled inside the restaurant. Her kunoichi outfit had a couple rips and tears in it, but she looked to be completely fine otherwise. The half-a-cubie inside her kept her in top shape most of the time. Naruko suddenly froze when she noticed Caitlin and Sansa standing so close to me, though. I hadn't even gone on a proper date with Naruko yet, and I'd already spent time with Shepard and was now in those kinds of talks with these women. This was going to be some awkward catching up. She practically blurred in front of the two of them, causing both ladies to startle. Naruko frowned and crossed her arms while glaring at them. "Who are you two supposed to be?" Chapter 29. A change of plans, Haru. I was joking before when I said you were breaking red-headed hearts. "How could you, Haru-kun?" Amy-chan asked me playfully. I stood behind the counter, nervously watching the scene unfolding in front of me. Naruko had her arms crossed and let out a huff, her purple eyes narrowing suspiciously on Caitlin and Sansa. "Who are you two supposed to be?" Sansa held her head high as she responded. "My name is Sansa Stark," she declared proudly, "the future queen of Lord Haru's lands. And this is my mother, Caitlin Stark. She will be marrying him as well as his second queen." Caitlin blushed, but didn't deny her daughter's bold statement. I groaned and facepalmed. That hasn't been completely agreed upon yet, I muttered, mostly to myself. Agner suddenly let out a booming laugh, slapping the counter hard over and over with his armored hand. "Haru, you are a true legend, a real man among men. The warriors at Jorvaskr will be toasting to your accomplishments with the ladies for years to come." Sometimes I wish that I could. Agner did not get to finish what he was foolishly about to say. Serana suddenly scowled and waved her hand in Agner's direction. A layer of frost washed over him, making him yelp. "So cold," Agner shouted and started shivering. "You better not be getting any ideas," husband Serana said to him, and then shot a pointed look my way. The message was clear. Stop giving Agner ideas about his own harem. I held my hands up in surrender. "I didn't mean to." Gazef walked over to Agner and helped him start peeling the chunks of ice from his armor. Naruko's jaw dropped as she gaped at the red-headed mother and daughter duo. She turned back to me. "What the hell, Haru-kun? I was gone for like 2 days tops." "Stuff happened," I said weakly. knowing how lame that excuse sounded even as it left my mouth. Sansa stepped forward with a polite smile. Are you and Haru's lovers? She asked Naruko. If so, I hope we can become good friends, possibly even sisters. Naruko turned bright red, waving her hands frantically. Elle le veut. What? No way. Haru-kun and I haven't even gone on a date yet. Sansa tilted her head slightly. Oh, I do not know what the word date means, but if that means you're still a maiden, you don't have to worry. So am I. I noticed Caitlin face appelle me here d'autres declaration. You're not supposed to go around telling people that as a lady. Sansa, yeah. It's embarrassing. Naruko added. I walked out from behind the counter and wrapped Naruko in a hug. She stiffened in surprise, and I could feel her sputtering against my chest. After a moment, though, she hugged me back. They'll take you on whatever date you want, just as soon as I help the Stark women get their castle back, I said. Naruko perked up, pulling back enough to look at me with a wide grin. They'll hold you to that, Haru-kun. What I need to do to help. Before I could answer, Amy-chan groaned dramatically from the counter. Ah, is that it? I wanted more drama. Where's the epic cat fight? Why aren't you? And Sansa rolling on the floor and pulling at each other's hair. She asked Naruko. You two are too wholesome, she grumbled. If it's drama you're after, sister, we have plenty waiting back in Takamagura. A smooth voice cut in. Everyone turned to see a man with long silver hair, almost brushing the floor, strolling into the restaurant. He was dressed immaculately, and his presence filled the room. Oh shit, it's Tsukuyami, Amy-chan exclaimed. How did you find me here? Yasaka told me where you were as soon as I asked. Tsukuyami replied calmly. It's time for you to return to Takamagara and get back to work. Before any of us could blink, Tsukuyami blurred forward, appearing next to Amy-chan in an instant. He casually scooped her up under his arm like a sack of potatoes. No, I don't want to go back to work. Amy-chan complained, kicking her legs and pouting. The land of the rising sun has millions of needs. Why can't I be one too? Her eyes roamed around the restaurant before landing on me. Help me, Haru-kun. You're my only hope. I can't help you. Amy-chan, am only number 3 after all, I said wistfully. Betrayal. Amy-chan whined. Tsukuyami ignored her protests, turning toward me and giving a polite bow. Thank you for keeping an eye on her, Haru, he said. He then bowed to everyone else in the room before calmly walking out the front door, still carrying his struggling sister. We all stared after him in stunned silence for a moment. What was that all about? Naruko asked, pulling away from my hug completely. It's another long story, I said, shaking my head. One you probably don't want to get into right now. I then turned back to Gazef and Agner. I appreciated them offering their help to me, but after thinking it over for a few moments, I came up with a better idea to help Sansa and Caitlin. Plus, Serena had basically been waiting for Agner to get back for 2 whole days, and I didn't want to take up any more of their time by getting his help like I'd planned. Gazef was also visiting me as a foreign dignitary, and I knew it would be bad for negotiations if he got hurt somehow liberating the North from the Bolton's rule. I didn't think he would, but it was better to just be safer. I thanked him for wanting to lend his aid before telling him he was free to stay in Kyoto for a few days, and then I would head over with him to meet the royal family of the Rieste kingdom. I pulled out my phone and sent a text to Yasaka. She would probably send a pretty yokai girl tour guide to show Gazef around for the next few days and take care of all of his needs. Are you sure you don't need our help, my friend? Agner asked me. I told him we'd be fine and that he should take some time to calm down his pent-up vampire wife. Serana couldn't blush, but I felt like she would have been as she practically dragged the Dragonborn back to Whiterun. Once they all left, it was just myself, Naruko, Sansa, and Caitlin left in the foxhole. WHYD, you send them away after they promised their aid? Caitlin asked me. I smiled at her and told her that we had other options. It's not just Winterfell, but the entire north that the Boltons rule, correct? I asked Caitlin, and she grimaced before nodding. She said only a few houses haven't pledged themselves to Ramsay at this point. It's nice to see you again. Haru, sorry about my behavior last time, Tsunade, the leader of the Hidden Leaf said with a small blush on her cheeks. The other women in the room pointedly didn't ask what happened last time I was in here, but I could see Naruko shoot a small glare Tsunade's way before the Busta Blonde spoke up again. This time Tsunade was addressing Sansa and Caitlin. She had a grin on her face as she spoke. "It's a pleasure to meet you both, Princess Sansa Stark, and I'm not actually sure how to address you properly," she said to Caitlin. "I was technically the Queen Mother when my son, Robb, was King of the North, but with him dead, I would simply be addressed as Lady Caitlin again. At least, until I get remarried," she trailed off with a blush. Tsunade chuckled after listening to Caitlin's explanation and nodded. "Lady Caitlin, is it? Well, Haru here has offered to foot the bill for our village's services, but I'd like to hear the situation directly from you first." Caitlin nodded and began telling her story again. She didn't miss any details, going over everything that had happened to her family in the north. Tsunade listened carefully, only interrupting once or twice to ask questions about Westeros. Most of them were about how the political system worked, or how such chaos could happen in a world without ninja. When Caitlin finished, Tsunade sighed. "Your continent sounds just as crazy as the elemental nations. And here I thought ninjas were the source of most problems. I used to think along those lines, too. But then I had a discussion with Rias, who is a mega anime fan, and she set my opinion straight by telling me that the numbers don't lie and that ninjas were actually a good thing." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what numbers? How many ninja died during the Third Shinobi War?" I asked her to humor me. Tsunade tapped her chin, thinking for a moment. "I don't have the exact figures, but it was somewhere around 20,000 in total. It was a long and bloody war, but that's what I remember. That's all." Caitlin looked shocked. "We had at least half that number perish in single battles. The North probably lost around 60,000 men after the War of the Five Kings ended." Sansa, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. "If you count all the other kingdoms, it was easily over 500,000 soldiers who died, and maybe 1,000,000 people total when you include the small folk who had their lands burned or their food stolen." Tsunade blanched at those numbers. "That's more deaths in a couple of years than in all 3 Shinobi Wars combined," she said, shaking her head. "I never realized ninjas actually make the world more peaceful." She looked genuinely surprised at her own conclusion, but quickly refocused. "Right, back to the task at hand." Tsunade leaned forward, her hands clasped on the desk. "I'll assign a large force to help you. Around 100 Chunin and Jonin. They'll completely purge the Bolton soldiers from the north and deal with the other lords who have turned traitorous against your family." She said to Caitlin and Sansa, who looked a bit confused at getting such a small force before I told them the average Chunin was worth about 100 regular men, and a Jonin was worth around 1,000 such power. Caitlin gasped. "At least with the Boltons taken care, there won't be any more bloodshed in the north." Sansa said sadly, "We have so few people left as it is." Tsunade asked my opinion of this plan, and I nodded at her. This sounded like the right approach. I could handle a straight-up fight, no problem, but manhunting and assassinations across a massive territory like the North would simply take up too much of me and my friends' time. It was better to leave it to the literal professionals. We were in contract with a village of assassins, so we might as well use them after all. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade," Caitlin said, bowing slightly. Sansa followed her mother's lead, looking genuinely grateful. "Don't thank me yet," Tsunade said. "We'll get it done, but it's going to be costly." She suddenly turned towards me, and for a second I thought I saw her eyes literally shining with greed. If I didn't want the yokai coffers to take a big hit, then maybe I should pop over to Skyrim and hunt a couple dragons to pay for all this. The deal with Tsunade and the Leaf Village was finalized, and we left with a solid plan in place. I led the group back to my restaurant, feeling a little more relaxed now that things were moving forward. As soon as we stepped inside, I spotted Yasaka and Kunu waiting for me near the counter. Kuna's face lit up as soon as she saw me. She ran over and wrapped her arms around me tightly, practically bouncing with excitement. "Haruniken, you're back," she said, squeezing me like she hadn't seen me in years instead of just a couple of days. I ruffled her hair with a chuckle. "Of course I'm back. Did you think I'd leave you to run this place on your own?" Kunu giggled and shook her head before stepping back, her eyes darting curiously to the people behind me. "Era, Yasaka said as she stood up gracefully. Her golden eyes sparkled as she took in Sansa, Caitlin, and Naruko. It seems like we have some new faces. All of them were looking at her, and Kono hugging me, curiously. Yasaka, this is Caitlin Stark. Her daughter Sansa, and Naruko, I said, introducing them. Everyone, this is Yasaka, my mother, and that's Kono, my little sister. Your mother? Naruko sputtered in shock. Oh, hello, she said nervously. Sansa looked just as nervous suddenly. Yasaka Kanu was in the kitchen helping Haru make ice cream, while Yasaka decided to have a chat with the ladies. Era, 3 new potential daughters-in-law. Fortune has been smiling on my family lately, Yasaka said, smiling warmly at the 3 nervous women sitting in the booth across from her. 2 of them were even a mother and daughter pair. Her son truly knew how to attract interesting women, or was the universe just throwing them his way at this point? Maybe it was that random goddess orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? As if on cue, a scroll suddenly popped onto the table in front of Yasaka. She unrolled it, scanning the hastily written words. I'm not doing it. Why would I try to give myself more love rivals? Yasaka chuckled quietly. That cinched it. The goddess could definitely read everyone's thoughts in the restaurant. Haru had mentioned this earlier, but Yasaka wanted to test it herself. This goddess was truly a powerful being, but that was a thought for later. She stored the scroll away to inspect more thoroughly when she had time. You could learn a lot about a person from their writing alone. At this point, Yasaka was almost certain the goddess was a total tsundere. Her attention returned to the 3 red-haired women in front of her. Yasaka had heard about Naruko and even read the entire Naruto manga after finding out Haru's restaurant connected to a similar alternate version of that world. Naruko had quite a bit of chakra. With the proper training, she could easily become an ultimate class being. Yasaka approved of her as a potential match for Haru almost immediately. The whisker marks on Naruko's face only made her more endearing. What could Yasaka say? Foxes were the best. She then turned her attention to the 2 mortal women. Both were undeniably beautiful, and Yasaka detected traces of an ancient magical bloodline lingering in them. However, it was so diluted and weak that it was practically non-existent. They would require a lot of work to meet her high standards as potential daughters-in-law. Still, Yasaka believed in fairness. She would give them a chance to impress her. Lady Yasaka, Caitlin began, her tone formal and careful. Your son has been more than generous to us. We cannot thank him enough for the help he's already provided. Haru's heart has always been in the right place, Yasaka said, folding her hands neatly in her lap. But tell me, Lady Caitlin, how do you plan to repay such generosity? Caitlin's expression grew serious. My daughter and I are both unmarried, and through marriage, he could unify the North and the Riverlands under his protection. Sansa is the princess of the North, and I am the rightful heiress to the Riverlands. Together, we could offer Haru a large swath of territory and loyal bannermen once our lands recover from all the damages of the recent wars. Marry both of you? Yasaka asked, her golden eyes gleaming with intrigue. The territory sounds nice, but is that all you're both going to offer? Of course not. Sansa declared, as my lord husband, I will also grow to love Haru with all of my heart. She said it passionately, without any hesitation. Yasaka laughed softly as Haru's hand slipped, sending a jug of milk tumbling onto the floor. Milk spilled everywhere. Yasaka had never seen him mess up in the kitchen before, and she found it oddly endearing. Naruko sputtered, her cheeks turning red. I can't believe you just shouted that out loud. Haru and I haven't even gone on a date yet, but I'm not going to lose to you. It's not about losing, Sansa said. Also, I'm still a princess. There was a hint of smugness in her tone that made Yasaka admire the fire in the mortal princess. Naruko crossed her arms. Not backing down. My brother's an idiot, so Tsunade never told him who our parents are, but I know. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki, and she was the granddaughter of the previous Yuzakage, who was also the land's daimyo. That makes me a princess of the land of whirlpools as well. Yasaka's tails flicked to the sides as she smiled. You don't have to try so hard, Naruko Uzumaki. You already have my approval as Haru's mother. Really? Naruko's eyes widened, and Yasaka nodded. Hell yeah, Data Bane. I can't wait to rub it in Sakura and Ino's faces. Naruko cheered. Caitlin and Sansa exchanged nervous glances before looking back at Yasaka. I take it we don't have your approval, Caitlin ventured. Not quite yet, Yasaka said honestly. But with proper training and lessons from me personally, I believe we can get there. You both should have plenty of time for that, after all. She turned to Naruko and asked, how long will it take for the Leaf Ninjas to deploy and clear out the north, and make it safe again? Deploy? They can set out tomorrow, Naruko said. As for how long to clear out the north, we're pretty fast on our feet, but a lot of Leaf Ninjas aren't used to snow, so that'll slow them down a bit. Not to mention, the north is almost as big as the entire elemental nations. It might take around 2 weeks to hunt down every Bolton supporter and all his allied houses. Only 2 weeks? Sansa asked in shock. I was expecting it to take months, maybe even a year. Magic is truly amazing. It's actually chakra they use, Yasaka corrected Sansa. That's something you and your mother will be learning in our lessons, along with how to live in a more modern world. You two will be staying with me in my palace in the meantime. I know you both probably want to hang around my son more, but he does have a restaurant to run. We understand, Caitlin answered for them. The heavy conversation was brought to a temporary halt as Haru and Kunu walked over with a tray full of homemade hot fudge sundaes. Kunu was already halfway through her own ice cream treat. Chocolate stains smudged across her cheeks. We made ice cream. I helped mix it, Kunu said proudly. Yasaka smiled warmly at her daughter. Good job, sweetie. She leaned forward and took her bowl as Haru set down bowls in front of everyone else. Yasaka took a spoonful and sighed contentedly. So good. Caitlin and Sansa hesitated at first, but soon started digging in. It's so cold, but so tasty, Caitlin said, her eyes wide with surprise. Sansa nodded in agreement, taking another small bite. I've never had anything like this before. It's amazing. Naruko, however, was the real shocker. Before anyone had even finished their first few bites, her bowl was already empty. She held out to Haru, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. More, please. Yasaka blinked. Ada, didn't he just set that down in front of her a few seconds ago? Maybe Yasaka would need to spend some time with Naruko as well. If only to teach her a few proper dining manners, especially since she declared herself a princess as well. Chapter 30. Poor Part 1. Haru Tanya was slumped over the counter, letting out a huff like the weight of the world was on her shoulders. She looked troubled about something. Is something wrong, Tanya-chan? I asked her. It's your sister's birthday tomorrow, and as her loyal employee and bestest friend, aren't I supposed to get her a gift? What do I get for a yokai princess who already has everything she could ask for? She said. Apparently, Victoria had been out in Kyoto trying to find something too, but was having no luck, either rich people problems, Alice said with a small smile from her spot at the counter. Alice had spent the entire previous day with Rias and looked much better after their spa day. She was back at her post as the guard of my restaurant, at least until the door decided to open back up to her world. No luck yet on that front. I nodded at Tanya. I know how you feel. I usually just make her an elaborate feast. This year, I was thinking of making the theme pork. Tanya tilted her head, considering. Maybe I could help. I've never hunted before, but maybe one of the dimensions has some exotic ingredients I could hunt? I ran a hand through my blonde hair. That's actually not a bad idea. Although I'm pretty sure the boars in Skyrim and Ains's world are the same as we have here. Same with Harry's world, and I'd rather not experiment with alien meat either. We need somewhere new. As if on cue, 2 white badges dropped down on the counter. They were circular and had the numbers 407 and 408 printed on them. I think the goddess is helping us out, I said, picking up the badge marked 407 and handing 408 to Tanya. I walked around the counter, heading for the door, but paused. Alice, want to come with us? No thanks. Have fun hunting pigs on your own. I just spent an entire day in a hot spring after months in a zombie apocalypse. I'd rather not get filthy again so soon. We'll just hang out with Henry when she shows up. That girl is adorable, Alice replied. Thanks for watching the restaurant for me, I said, heading out with Tanya following close behind. Before we even reached the door, it flew open, and Naruko strolled in, her eyes immediately landing on us. Oh hot, he hadu. Are you heading out? I just stopped by to visit. Yeah, it's Kuna's birthday tomorrow, and we're gonna hunt some exotic pork for her birthday feast. Wanakome? I asked. Before she could respond, another badge appeared out of thin air. Naruko deftly caught it, reading the number 409 printed on it. Pork is my favorite. I definitely want to help. Naruko grinned. This can be like our mini date before our actual date. And then you have to take Alice Shawn over there out next. You can't just bring in two other women when she was here first. Alice choked on her coffee, coughing as her face turned bright red. Haru is handsome and all, and am very grateful to him, but am not ready for anything like that yet. Naruko gave Alice a baffled look before shrugging and grabbing my arm. Let's go. Hadu, we got pigs to hunt. She started dragging me toward the door, Tanya trailing behind us with an amused expression. When we stepped through the door, I immediately noticed how dark it was. We were in a pitch-black tunnel, and stairs stretched out in front of us. My night vision made it easy for me to see, but Naruko and Tanya weren't so lucky. This is ridiculous. I can't see a damn thing, Naruko grumbled, waving her hand in front of her face like it would help. Agreed, Tanya muttered while squinting. This is inconvenient. I sighed and grabbed both of their wrists, pulling them along. Stick close. I can see just fine. As we climbed the stairs, I heard a man up ahead, clawing at a steel door. He was panicking, slamming his fists against the metal like it owed him money. Please no. I was so close. Open up. Please, I need to pass the hunter's exam. The man begged, his voice full of desperation. Need some help? I called out, leading Naruko and Tanya closer to him. The man whipped around, startled. Who's there? Did you just get here too? The proctor closed the door on me right as I reached the top. That damn mouthless asshole. Mouthless? I shook my head. That sounded weird, but I heard stranger things. Placing my hand on the steel door. The goddess had sent us here for a reason, and I doubted there were any pigs hiding behind this tunnel. My blue foxfire ignited, and the thick steel began to rapidly meld under my palm. What the hell? Holy fucking shit, the man exclaimed, stumbling back as the heat radiated from the door. Naruko whistled, clearly impressed. Not bad, Haruko. Can you do this for all locked doors? Asking for future reference in case I want to steal some shit. Of course, Tanya just crossed her arms, looking more annoyed than anything. This feels excessive, but I suppose it works. I smirked, focusing on creating a large enough hole. Once the steel blob melted away, sunlight poured in, revealing a large group of people on the other side. All of them were staring at us in sheer disbelief, their expressions somewhere between awe and terror. Thank you so much, the panicked man shouted, darting through the hole and carefully avoiding the molten edges. I stepped through after him, with Naruko and Tanya close behind. The large group of people on the other side didn't move. They just stood there, gawking at us. I scratched my cheek, feeling a little awkward under their stares. Sorry about that. The door closed on us. I glanced around and noticed that all of them were wearing numbered badges identical to the ones we had. My tail swayed behind me as I walked toward the colorful group of people. There were so many of them, and they all looked like they came from completely different places. Two kids near the front immediately spotted Tanya and ran up to her. They seemed around her size, which wasn't saying much given her unique situation. Hi there. My name's Gon, and this is Killua, said the one with spiky black hair and a big grin. We didn't see any other kids here. Where did you come from? Killua, the one with silver hair and a more suspicious vibe, glanced at me nervously. And how did your friend over there melt through those thick steel doors so fast? And why does he have tails? He asked Tanya. Tanya crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed with the two kids. I'm Tanya, and I came from the other side of that door. Obviously, Killua smirked. You're funny. You should come hang out with us instead of the boring adults. Yeah, come on, Gon added enthusiastically, grabbing her hand. Tanya turned to me with a look that screamed, help me. Haru, I couldn't resist messing with her. Have fun, Tanya. Go play with your new friends. Her glare promised payback, but before she could argue, the boys were already dragging her off, chatting her ears off about who knows what. Naruko giggled and hooked her arm through mine as we made our way to the front of the crowd. That was me and Haruquin. I'm sure she'll be fine, I said with a grin. At the front, a man with no mouth, seriously, no mouth, was staring at us nervously. The other guy from before hadn't been exaggerating about him. Something wrong, buddy? I asked innocently, as if I'd totally been part of this group all along. The faceless man glanced at the badges on Naruko's and my chest before shrugging. Nothing is wrong, I suppose. My name is Saditz, and welcome to the Hunter exam, an exam to test out people's qualities as hunters. That was great. No wonder the goddess sent us here. I was sure we'd find some good pigs during this test. Saditz turned and addressed the rest of the crowd. The first exam is still not yet over. Follow me to the next phase. We'll be passing through the Swindler's Swamp. Be sure to stay close to me. If you get lost, you may never find your way out. The swamp is full of poisonous plants and dangerous creatures that will try to trick you and eat you. Naruko tightened her grip on my arm as the group started moving. This place reminds me of Training Ground 44, she muttered. I hated that place so much. There were centipedes there bigger than me, and they spat acid too, because why the fuck wouldn't they? Naruko clung a little tighter to my arm, muttering about giant centipedes and acid, and I couldn't help but chuckle. You're afraid of bugs? After everything you've faced? Tie the goals, okay? She shot back, pouting. And they always come out of nowhere. We followed Saditz through the swamp, the air getting heavier with each step. A lot of the other examinees were starting to lag behind. They looked exhausted, like they'd been running marathons for hours. Some of them smelled like it too, which made my nose twitch. Super smell was great most of the time, but moments like this made it a curse. I noticed a man jogging closer to us, his aura practically dripping with murderous intent. He was wearing clown makeup and a ridiculously colorful outfit that made him look like he'd just escaped a circus. As he got closer, he smiled in a way that wasn't comforting at all. Hello there. I don't remember seeing you too when the Hunter exam started. I definitely would have noticed people as powerful as you. Your little blonde friend too, he shuddered, and, to my disgust, licked his lips. Naruko stiffened and muttered under her breath. Fuck me, it's another Orochimaru. I had to admit, I was getting similar vibes. I kept my expression calm. You should probably stay away from Tanya. The clown raised an eyebrow. Oh, and why would I do that? She looks so tantalizing. He smirked, giving both of us a once-over. As do both of you. Your funeral, I said with a shrug. Oh, he leaned closer, his bloodlust spiking so sharply that several nearby examinees fled, no matter how tired they were. Even Saditz picked up his pace, clearly not wanting to deal with this guy. Are you going to kill me for going near the innocent little girl? I love a good fight. I chuckled softly. No, I'm not going to kill you. Tanya-chan will take care of that herself. I never got her exact body count, but it's easily in the tens of thousands, maybe even close to 100,000. The clown froze mid-step, his expression faltering. Naruko gaped at me. Holy shit, Tanya is scary. I know she basically one-shot a dragon, but what the fuck was wrong with her homeland if a little girl has a body count that high? It's a whole thing. She doesn't really like to talk about it, I mumbled, scratching the back of my head. I glanced back at the clown, but he was gone. I shrugged and sniffed the air, picking up Saditz's scent trail. Come on, let's catch up. Naruko nodded, still muttering about Tanya's insane kill count. We sped up, weaving through the swamp. Tanya was fine, I was sure of it. She had those two boys with her, and if she somehow got lost, she could always just fly above the trees to find us. No big deal. Probably Tanya was not happy. She was dripping with frog mucus after the largest amphibian she had ever seen, about the size of a building, try to swallow her and the two dumb boys she was stuck with. Her mood was about as bad as her current smell. Haha, that was a close one, Gon said, rubbing the back of his head. WHYD, it spit us out. I gave it some of this poison juice Tampa gave me, Killua said nonchalantly. Tanya narrowed her eyes at him. Why do you have poison juice? Killua shrugged. You know, if you guys had been here at the start of the exam instead of sneaking in halfway through. We did no such thing. Tanya snapped, crossing her arms, even though she knew neither of them believed her. Gon and Killua seemed unbothered by the entire ordeal, but Tanya was sticky, smelly, and furious. She grabbed the rifle hanging off her shoulder, spun around, and pointed it at the giant frog that was waddling away. "What are you doing?" Killua started, but his words were cut off as a glowing magic circle appeared in front of Tanya's rifle barrel. She pulled the trigger, and a deafening boom echoed through the swamp. The giant frog's head was blown clean off in an instant. The ground trembled as its headless body collapsed with a sickening thud. Gon stared at her in awe. "Tanya-chan, you're really scary." "What the hell?" Killua exclaimed, his silver hair sticking up as if the blast had shocked him. "How does a regular rifle do that kind of damage? And what was that glowing circle? That looked like something out of a video game my brother plays." Tanya scoffed. "That was magic. I used a spell to increase the velocity of the explosive bullet and amplify the power of the explosion." "Magic is real?" Gon's eyes lit up with excitement. "Can you teach me?" Tanya let out an exasperated sigh. "Are you any good at math?" Gon blinked. "I've never been to school." "Me neither," Killua added, as if that was something to be proud of. Tanya rolled her eyes. "My magic requires precise calculations. You need at least a college-level education to even begin learning it." "Then how do you know it?" Killua asked suspiciously. "You look younger than we do." "Imtiatan," Tanya declared, pouting. "And I'm a genius. I didn't need school." Killua muttered something about it being unfair, and Gon's shoulders slumped. "Math ruins everything," he grumbled. "Whatever. We need to catch up with the group before we fall too far behind," Tanya said. She started floating a few feet off the ground, leaving a shocked Gon and Killua gaping at her. "You can fly?" Gon shouted, his earlier disappointment completely forgotten. Tanya smirked. "Try to keep up, or you'll fail this ridiculous test." Killua muttered something about flying being unfair, but he and Gon quickly sprinted after her as she floated gracefully through the swamp. Sadit Seitas arrived at the site of the second exam faster than he should have. He needed to warn the second stage examiners. "Hey there, Seitas," Menchi called out, leaning casually against a table piled with cooking supplies. "You look like you've seen a ghost or something. Want some cookies?" Bahara added, shoveling another heaping handful of food into his mouth. Crumbs spilled down his shirt as he continued eating like he was preparing to hibernate or something. Seitas shook his head. "No, thank you," he said briskly, trying not to grimace at Bahara's gluttonous display. He straightened his tie, again a habit when he was anxious. "I came here to warn you too." Three very powerful beings somehow joined the exam halfway through my stage. Menchi frowned, her sharp eyes narrowing. "Powerful how?" Every single one of them, Seitas hesitated, glancing around as though the trio might appear out of nowhere. He lowered his voice. "Every single one of them reminds me of the chairman. Bahara immediately stopped chewing mid-bite, and Menchi's usually confident posture stiffened. There was no need to explain further. The chairman was regarded as one of the most invincible nun users in the world. If even one person comparable to him was in the exam, it would be cause for alarm. But three? You're sure about this? Menchi asked, her tone serious now. I've never been more sure of anything, Seitas replied. The danger I felt from them, it's bigger than anything I've ever sensed from the old man. Bahara swallowed his mouthful of food with an audible gulp. That's not great. Menchi crossed her arms and leaned against the table again, her usual confidence creeping back into her expression. Well, thanks for the warning, but neither Bahara nor I plan to make this exam about fighting. We're gourmet hunters. After all. Exactly, Bahara chimed in, his nerves easing slightly at the familiar thought of food. If they can't cook, they fail. End of story. Menchi smirked and punched her palm for emphasis. No matter how powerful they are, if their cooking sucks, they'll kick them to the curb without a second thought. Haru Naruko and I were almost to the second exam site when I stopped dead in my tracks, frozen. A strange tingle ran down my spine, and the fur on my tails puffed out like I'd just been hit by electricity. What's wrong, Haru? Naruko asked, her bright purple eyes wide with concern. I turned to her, my face serious as I declared, I feel it. My pride as a chef is suddenly on the line. Someone out there dares to challenge me. Naruko blinked at me, her expression shifting from worried to amused. Yeah, okay, she said, letting out a small chuckle. Well, I guess you better show them who's boss then. I nodded firmly, the fire of determination already lighting in my chest. Indeed, I will. No one questions my culinary talents and gets away with it. Chapter 31. Port Part 2 Haru Naruko, and I finally reached the end of the first exam stage. A small crowd had already gathered, made up of participants who had arrived ahead of us. Most of them looked exhausted, sprawled on the ground or leaning against trees, trying to catch their breath. Naruko glanced around, frowning. Tanya's not here yet. She'll be fine, I said, leaning casually against a tree. She'll probably show up at the last second after maybe killing that creepy clown guy. Naruko blinked and then nodded. That probably makes sense. She paused for a moment, her frown fading into something more thoughtful. Still, I can't believe Tanya has such a high body count. Even my old man only killed, like, 2,000 or 3,000 people. I gaped at her, completely thrown by how casually she said that. A few of the other participants nearby overheard her and immediately took several steps back, giving us a wide berth. I caught a glance from one guy who was covered in needles. He looked way too interested in Naruko all of a sudden. I made a mental note to keep an eye on him. Naruko didn't seem to notice the commotion Shed caused. She just plopped down under a shady tree and grabbed one of my tails to use as a cushion. I sighed but let her. At least she wasn't yanking on it like Kunu usually did. While we waited, the silver-haired kid from earlier showed up, walking out of the forest like it was no big deal. I waved him over. Hey, where's Tanya? And that other kid gone, right? Kiluya. I remembered his name, now shoved his hands into his pockets and shrugged. They stayed behind to fight Hisoka. Is Hisoka the clown guy? I asked, already knowing the answer. Killua nodded, looking entirely too nonchalant about it. I turned to Naruko with a smug look. Told you. She'll be here right at the end. Naruko giggled, leaning back against my tail. You must really know Tanya well. I shrugged. She's almost part of the family at this point. She even has the hair blonde for it. Surprisingly, Hisoka showed up first, carrying another contestant who looked like they'd gone 10 rounds with a bear and lost. The guy was out cold, head lolling against Hisoka's shoulder. But what really caught everyone's attention was Hisoka himself. His outfit was half shredded, scorched, and smeared with soot. Parts of his skin were raw and blistered. The sight made the whole crowd go quiet. People started whispering, their voices blending into a confused hum. Who could have done that to Hisoka? One of them murmured. The clown's eyes scanned the group, lingering on me and Naruko. I couldn't help it, I smirked. Hisoka's face twisted into a pout, and he quickly looked away. It didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. The guy had obviously bitten off more than he could chew when it came to Tanya's explosive magic. He was lucky to still be breathing. A few minutes later, Tanya showed up with Gon and some other blonde guy in tow. Gon immediately bolted off to join Killua while Tanya stomped toward me, her small frame radiating fury. Naruko was still curled up on my tail, making herself comfortable. I nudged her. Come on, Naruko. Time to be social. She pouted at me as I pulled her to her feet. You're no fun, Haru. Hey there, Tanya, I said, then immediately recoiled, covering my nose. Oh, what the hell happened to you? You stink. Her glare was deadly, and before I could react, a sharp pain shot through my shin. Ow! I yelped, hopping on one foot. Did you reinforce that kick with magic? I got eaten by a freaking frog. Tanya snapped, crossing her arms. A frog the size of your entire restaurant, Haru. And in case you're wondering, I blew its head clean off. Naruko doubled over laughing. You got eaten by a frog? That's priceless. Tanya spun toward her, aiming another kick, but Naruko was faster, darting behind me for cover. I couldn't help laughing, even as Tanya fumed. Turning my attention to the blonde guy, I held out a hand. Name's Haru. You must be one of Tanya's new friends? He hesitated, then shook my hand. Imkohapika. Are you her big brother? She really saved us from Hisoka back there, but he paused, frowning. Her gun is terrifying. Should a little girl really be walking around with something more powerful than a cannon? I grinned at him. If you're so worried about it, you could try taking her weapons away. Kurapika blinked. Wait, weapons? As in more than one? Oh yeah, I said with a laugh. She's probably got 2 or 3 sidearms under her clothes right now. Tanya's always strapped head to toe. I chuckled to myself. Watching people realize how much of a walking arsenal Tanya never got old. Karapika gave Tanya a wary glance, like he wasn't sure if he should thank her again or start running. Tanya just rolled her eyes. "Don't worry," she said flatly. "I only use them on idiots who deserve it." That didn't seem to reassure him much. A sudden commotion drew everyone's attention to the front of the group. A woman stood there with a confident stance, her strange hairstyle making her stand out. But it wasn't just her. There was a guy next to her who looked even stranger. "Wow, he makes members of the Akimichi clan look healthy," Naruko said with a chuckle. I nodded in agreement. That guy was big. The woman cleared her throat, her voice cutting through the murmurs. "Listen up, everyone. My name is Menchi, and this is my partner Bahara. We're the proctors for the second stage of the hunter exam." She paused, letting her words sink in before delivering the kicker. "This portion of the exam will be cooking." The crowd erupted into mutters and groans. "What kind of test is this?" Someone grumbled. "Cooking? That's a woman's job." Another yelled. "No real man who wants to be a hunter would waste his time with garbage like that." Minchi's eyes narrowed, her glare promising pain. But before she could act, I felt one of my tails lash out on instinct. It smashed the loudmouth so hard into the ground that a small crater formed under him. Dust and debris puffed into the air, and everyone nearby backed away like ID just sprouted an extra head. I let my tail sway behind me menacingly. "I'll have you all know, I'm a professional chef. I even own my own restaurant. Does anyone else feel like insulting cooking in my presence?" My voice was calm, but the menace was impossible to miss. Naruko leaned toward Tanya and whispered loud enough for me to hear. "What a bunch of morons." Tanya nodded in agreement. Minchi glanced at me, a spark of approval in her eyes. "Well said, guy with all the tails. Cooking is a noble profession. And in case any of you didn't know, some of the ingredients in this world are so dangerous they'll kill you before you even get them into a pot." She folded her arms and smirked at the group. "With that said, we're wasting time. Bahara and I are hungry." "Uh-huh." Bahara chimed in, his deep voice rumbling. "The thing I want to eat most is pork." Minchi grinned. "You heard him. Go out in the forest, hunt some pigs, bring them back, and start cooking." A few contestants looked like they were about to complain, but then their eyes flicked to my still swaying tails. They wisely kept their mouths shut and started moving. "Pork, huh?" Naruko said, tilting her head. "Now that's a coincidence." "This is perfect," Tanya added. "We can save a few pigs for Kuna's party tomorrow. If these pigs are anything like that giant frog, they're going to be huge." "That's true," I said, nodding. Then I looked at them. "How about you two go hunting for the 3 of us? I want to have a word with Menchi. I need to see if she's got the qualifications to judge my cooking." Naruko raised an eyebrow. "You're really going to check the proctor? That's bold." "Haru, my pride as a chef, won't allow for anything less," I said with a grin. Tanya rolled her eyes but nodded. "Fine. We'll bag the best pigs out there. Don't take too long, though. We'll need you to cook them." The 2 of them disappeared into the forest, leaving me with Bahara and Menchi. I strode up to her, folded my arms. "So, Menchi," I began, "you're a chef?" She raised an eyebrow. "One of the best." "Why?" "Because I'm not about to take culinary criticism from someone who doesn't know their way around a kitchen. Cooking is my life. If you're going to judge my food, you'd better have the skills to back it up." I said challengingly. "I like your attitude," Minchi said, her eyes locking onto mine. "You want to test me? Fine. While everyone else is out getting their pigs, you and I will have a little showdown. Let's see who can make the best sushi." Minchi," Bahara said, looking confused. "We don't have any fish for sushi." Minchi let out a frustrated sigh, crossing her arms. "No problem," I said. I opened a portal beside me, reaching in without hesitation. When I pulled my hand back out, I was holding 2 large yellowfin tuna. I handed one to Minchi, keeping the other for myself. Minchi stared at the fish in surprise. "What kind of an ability is this?" she asked. "This fish is fresh and it's still cold." "Nen," I repeated, tilting my head. "I don't know what that is." Minchi frowned but didn't press the issue. "Whatever it is, it's impressive," she said, holding the tuna tightly. The cooking stations nearby were set up with everything we needed. Minchie and I each took a station and got to work. I pulled out one of my best knives and started preparing the tuna. The blade moved smoothly through the fish as I cut away the head, fins, and tail. I carefully removed the skin, revealing the deep red meat underneath. I worked quickly but carefully, slicing the tuna into perfect portions for sushi. While I focused on the tuna, one of my tails detached and transformed into a clone of me. The clone immediately began preparing the rice, rinsing it in a bowl until the water ran clear. Minchie stopped mid-slice to stare at the clone. "What is that? That's not fair." "Ich glänze her." "All's fair in cooking," I said simply. My clone finished washing the rice and placed it in a pot to cook. It measured the water and added just the right amount of seasoning before setting it to steam. Meanwhile, I continued working on the fish, seasoning the tuna lightly with sea salt, soy sauce, and a touch of lemon. Once the rice was ready, my clone started folding the seaweed wraps, making sure each sheet was smooth and unbroken. Minchie was working hard, but it was clear that she was struggling to keep up. Her movements were sharp, but she wasn't as fast or as precise. "Having trouble?" I asked teasingly. She shot me a glare, but didn't answer. I finished plating my sushi first, arranging the pieces neatly on the plate. The vibrant colors of the tuna, rice, and seaweed made it look beyond appetizing. I made enough for Minchie and Bahara, making sure to give Bahara an extra-large portion. Minchie finished her sushi a couple of minutes later. She placed her plate next to mine, looking tense. Bahara's eyes lit up as he looked at the food. "This looks amazing," he said, leaning closer to my plate. Minchie frowned at him. "At least act like you're excited for my cooking too," she muttered. We started the tasting with my sushi. Minchie picked up a piece and took a bite. Her expression changed immediately. She closed her eyes and chewed slowly, her shoulders relaxing. "This is really good," she admitted quietly. Bahara grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. His face lit up, and tears started running down his cheeks as he continued eating. I tasted her sushi in return. It was good, better than most, but it wasn't on the same level as mine. I smiled at her, letting my tails sway behind me as I waited for her to admit it. Minchie put her chopsticks down and sighed. Saditz was right. "You're a monster of chef," she said. She looked at me seriously. "I am not worthy to judge someone of your skill. You immediately passed the second exam, master." "Oh, right," I said, realizing I'd almost forgotten this was part of the hunter exam. Minchie groaned. "I thought this test would intimidate people, not make me look bad. Thanks for that." I shrugged. "Maybe don't challenge a professional chef next time." "I'm a professional chef, too," she grumbled before asking me if I wanted to be a judge for the second exam as well. I couldn't keep the mischievous grin off of my face. That sounded fun. The other contestants started returning from the forest, all carrying pigs. And not just any pigs, massive pigs. Each of these animals had to weigh at least a ton, but these humans carried them over their heads like it was nothing. I couldn't help but grin. Kuna was going to lose her mind when she saw how much meat we were bringing back for her birthday feast. Then I noticed Naruko's clones. At least 10 of them were making their way toward me, each carrying a pig. The moment they reached my feet, they dropped the carcasses in a neat pile and vanished in a puff of smoke. "More clones," Minchie exclaimed. She turned to me with an incredulous look. "Why didn't I think of that for my inability? That would be so useful in the kitchen." Buhara patted her head with his massive hand. There, Minchie," he said gently. The real Naruko strolled over with Tanya, a smirk plastered on her face. "All right, Haru, get to cooking." "Nope," I said casually, leaning back in my seat. Naruko blinked. "Huh? What do you mean, no?" Minchie answered before I could. She stood up, raised her voice, and declared loudly, "Haru has already passed the second stage of the hunter exam. He's going to help judge the rest of you instead." A chorus of complaints erupted from the contestants. "That's favoritism. He didn't even do the pig hunting part. The pretty fox boy is cheating." I turned toward the complainers, letting a small amount of my yuki leak out. It wasn't much, just enough to get their attention. Their hair stood on end, their eyes went wide, and I could hear some of them gulping audibly. Any other issues? I asked, keeping my tone even. They all immediately shook their heads, apologized, and hurried back to their cooking stations. Naruko frowned, crossing her arms. I suck at cooking, Haru. I always left that stuff to Naruto or Sakura on missions. Tanya shrugged. Who cares if we pass the exam or not? We already got the pigs. That's what we came here for. Minchi turned to us, her mouth slightly open in shock. Wait, you three came to the hunter exam for the pigs? You don't even want to be hunters? I shrugged. I'm not even really sure what a hunter is at this point. I admitted. And yeah, it's my little sister's birthday tomorrow, so I can't stick around after tonight. We came here to get pork for her party. Minchi lowered her finger, clearly at a loss for words. She opened her mouth like she wanted to argue, but then closed it again, apparently deciding against it. I can't believe this, she muttered under her breath, sitting back down. The contestants began bringing over their cooked pork dishes one by one. I was sitting at the judging table, next to Minchi and Bahara, ready to see what they'd come up with. I wasn't expecting much. Still, this part might be entertaining if nothing else. Naruko was the first to step up. She set her plate down with a grin, looking way too proud of herself. What'd you make? I asked, eyeing the dish suspiciously. A pork sandwich, she announced. I leaned closer, sniffing it. My nose wrinkled immediately. The bread smelled fine, but the meat, I grabbed the sandwich, ripped it in half, and saw the blackened chunks of pork inside. You torched the meat, I said flatly. Then, without hesitation, I tossed the entire thing into the garbage can beside me. Naruko's jaw dropped. Hey, that took me forever. And you still burned it, I said, shaking my head. Fail. She stormed off, muttering something about how she wasn't a chef. Tanya stepped up next, carrying a small tray in both hands. I looked at the grayish cube on her tray and frowned. What the hell is this, Tanya? She sighed. Emergency field rations. I'm not a cook, Haru. I made do with what I had. I picked up the cube, inspecting it. It smelled like pork, but there were other ingredients mixed in that I couldn't quite identify. The texture felt dense and unappetizing, but I took a bite anyway. It tasted awful. Sure, it was probably nutritious, but it had the consistency of rubber and the flavor of disappointment. I chewed slowly, trying not to laugh, but I couldn't hold it in. This is terrible, I said, shaking my head as I set the rest of the cube down. Fail. Tanya just shrugged and walked over to sit next to Naruko, who was already sulking. The next group of contestants came up together, Gon, Killua, and Kurapika. Each of them carried a massive whole roasted pig on a platter. I stared at the pigs as they set them down in front of me. You roasted the entire thing? Yeah, Gon said with a big smile. It's how they do in the wild. I poked at the seared skin with my fork, then cut into the meat underneath. As I suspected, it was raw. You know this kind of thing takes hours, right? You've only had 30 minutes, I said, looking at all three of them. Killua shrugged. It looked cool, though. Cool isn't edible, I said. Kurapika sighed. So we fail? Obviously, I said, tossing my fork onto the plate. Despite their failure, Bahara didn't hesitate to dig into the massive pigs. He tore chunks of meat from the bones and ate them raw, skin, bones, and all. I couldn't help but watch in a mix of awe and horror. Minchi leaned over and whispered, Yeah, Bahara will literally eat anything. That much is obvious, I muttered, shaking my head. Kurapika, Gon, and Killua went to join Naruko and Tanya in the loser's corner. I could hear them all grumbling with each other one by one. The rest of the contestants brought up their dishes. The patter was clear burnt, undercooked, over-seasoned, or just plain bad. Minchi and I shot down dish after dish, while Buhara happily stuffed his face with whatever he could get his hands on. This is even worse than I expected, I said after the 50th fail in a row chapter 32. The pork returns not a single contestant passed. That was honestly pathetic. What made it worse was the fact that all of them had decided whole roasted pigs were the way to go. Every single one of them. They saw me fail every person who brought one up, and yet they still thought it was a good idea. Are all you idiots? I muttered under my breath, shaking my head as the last contestant walked away in defeat. This might be a bit of a problem, Minchi said quietly, glancing nervously at the crowd. She wasn't wrong. The contestants were glaring at us like they wanted blood. I could feel killing intent rolling off a few of them, especially Hisoka and that pincushion-looking guy. I didn't bother standing up. Instead, I flexed a small amount of my Yuki aura and directed it at them. I smirked as both of them froze and shivered, their killing intent disappearing in an instant. I mouthed the words, "Just try it." If they didn't like the results of the test, maybe they should have put in the tiniest amount of effort to actually cook something. You know what? I changed my mind. I said loudly enough for everyone to hear. The crowd went silent. A few of the contestants looked hopeful. "Do we pass after all?" Gon called out from somewhere in the middle of the group, standing next to Killua. "No," I said, smirking as their faces dropped. I pointed at Naruko and Tanya. "But I've decided that they pass." A wave of complaints immediately erupted. "What? That's so unfair." I ignored them and turned to Naruko and Tanya. Naruko burned her pork to charcoal, but she was the only one who even tried to make a sandwich. Tanya's emergency rations tasted like crap, but at least they were edible. Both of them put in more effort than the rest of you combined, so they pass. "Hell yeah, Databane!" Naruko cheered, throwing her fist into the air. "Whatever," Tanya grumbled, but I caught the faint grin tugging at the corner of her lips. "The little tsundere." The complaint from the crowd got louder. "That's clearly nepotism," someone shouted. "Of course you'd pass your little sister and your girlfriend, you nine-tailed freak." Another yelled. I turned toward the guy who had said that, glaring as I held up a hand wreathed in blue foxfire. "Come over here and say that to my face." I shouted. The guy immediately looked down and didn't say another word. "Thought so," I said, letting the flames flicker out. Before things could escalate further, a booming voice cut through the tension. "Ho! It looks like things are getting interesting down here." I glanced up to see an old man with long earlobes leap from an airship high above us. He descended hundreds of meters in a controlled fall and landed nearby with a loud crack, creating a small crater where he stood. "Chairman!" Menchi and Buhara exclaimed at the same time, both of them snapping to attention. "So what's going on here?" he asked, looking between me, Menchi, and Buhara. Menchi stepped forward, visibly nervous but doing her best to stay composed. "Chairman Netero, sir, only 3 contestants have passed the second stage of the Hunter exam," she said, gesturing toward me, Naruko, and Tanya. Netero's gaze shifted to the 3 of us. His expression was unreadable as he looked us over critically, like he was sizing up every detail. "You're all certainly strong," he said finally, "but the exam must have been far too difficult if so many others failed during only the second portion." "Not really," I said. Netero raised an eyebrow at me. "Oh, they were all just bad at cooking." "Like cartoonishly bad," I said bluntly, gesturing toward the group of contestants still standing nearby. "Burned pork, raw pork, flavorless pork. It's like none of them had even seen a kitchen before today." I paused, looking at the contestants. "Anyone want to argue with me?" Silence. Not a single person spoke up. A few of them looked embarrassed, while others just avoided my gaze entirely. "Ere be that as it may," Netero said after a moment, clearing his throat, "I think you, Menchi, should host another stage of the exam. One with less cooking involved." Menchi sighed, clearly unhappy about that, but not about to argue with her boss. "All right," she said reluctantly. "You'll need to borrow the airship, though, of course," Netero said with a nod. "All right, then," I said, standing up. "This was fun, but we're heading out now." Naruko and Tanya walked over to join me. Naruko looked up at me. "Do we even know how we're getting back to your restaurant?" "Not yet," I admitted. "If the goddess left us a door nearby, great. If not, we can backtrack through the swamp." "It's not a huge deal." I noticed Netero's eyes widen slightly at my words. "You're all leaving?" "Yeah," I said simply. "You don't want to continue the Hunter exam?" he asked, sounding genuinely curious. "Not really," I said with a shrug. "I only came here for the pork. My little sister's birthday is tomorrow, and I needed meat for her party. That's why we're here." The chairman raised a hand, stopping us as we started to leave. "It would be a shame for such strong contestants to drop out after only the second exam," he said. I paused, glancing back at him. "We've already got what we came for. No point sticking around." Menchi spoke up before the chairman could respond. "We're going next. there's more delicious food. Your little sister will love it, I'm sure. That caught my attention. More delicious food? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Minchie nodded confidently. It's something you'll definitely want to try. I sighed. Fine. We'll stick around for a few more hours. I doubted Minchie was going to lie as a fellow chef, so whatever she had planned was probably worth it. We boarded the airship along with the rest of the contestants. The crowd was still buzzing, people chatting about the unexpected second chance. Killua and Gon ran over as soon as they spotted us. You're so lucky to have a big brother like Haru, Gon said, looking at Tanya. He totally passed you. Tanya crossed her arms and huffed. I passed because of my own talents, not because Haru took pity on me. She turned to me, her eyes narrowing. Right? I avoided her gaze, pretending to be distracted by something on the floor. Her frown deepened. Havu! Killua and Gon burst out laughing. Before Tanya could get any angrier, Karapika approached with another contestant. The guy was tall and dressed in a suit that looked way too formal for a survival test. Hey there, the suited guy said, holding out a hand. That was a close one. Made me really nervous back there. I'm glad we're getting another chance. Name's Leorio. I shook his hand. Imhahu. We talked for a while. Mostly small talk about the test and how absurd the cooking portion had been. Leorio seemed like a decent guy, even if he complained a lot. After what felt like an hour, the airship landed again. Everyone disembarked, stepping out onto a rocky cliff that overlooked a massive canyon. Minchie walked to the edge of the cliff and turned to face us. This is the next part of the second exam, she said. She pointed down into the canyon. Spider eagles nest here, and their eggs are considered some of the most delicious in the entire world. But they're not easy to get. What's so hard about grabbing an egg? Someone in the crowd asked. Minchie smirked. Watch and learn. Without another word, she jumped off the cliff. Gasps and shouts echoed behind her as she plummeted downward. I watched her calmly, already guessing what was about to happen. Dozens of meters below, she reached out and grabbed an egg from one of the nests on the cliff wall. A massive updraft of wind blew from the canyon, lifting her back up in a smooth arc until she landed gracefully back on the edge of the cliff. She held up the egg with a grin. That's how it's done, she said. If you want to pass this part of the exam, you'll need to get your own spider eagle egg. No exceptions. A few random contestants stepped forward, clearly trying to prove they weren't afraid. One by one, they jumped. The first missed the nest entirely, flailing as they fell into the canyon below. The second managed to grab an egg, but miscalculated the updraft and fell, clutching the egg all the way to their death. Same with the third. People hesitated a lot more after watching 3 men fail to come back up. Minchie stepped forward with her hands on her hips. Those idiots didn't wait for the updraft to blow them back up. Don't be like them, she said bluntly, her voice sharp. I glanced over at Naruko and Tanya. So, either of you want to grab some eggs? Tanya crossed her arms, her face scrunching up in a pout. You already made us get the pigs. You go get the eggs. Naruko chimed in, Yeah, Haru. You're the one obsessed with food. Do your thing. I chuckled, stepping toward the edge. Fine. They'll handle it. Without another word, I stepped off the cliff. Gasps erupted from the contestants watching, and I could hear a few muttering things like he's insane, or he's going to fall. Blue flames ignited under my feet as I casually walked down through the air like it was solid ground. The flames flickered with each step, holding me steady as I descended toward the spider eagle nests. Oh, come on, someone yelled. He can fly too? How? What kind of cheat code is this guy running? Another contestant grumbled. I ignored them and focused on the task at hand. The spider eagle eggs were large, bigger than I'd expected, with a glossy finish. I crouched and started grabbing them by the handful. My ears twitched as I overheard Minchie from above. Better hurry, she said to the others. At this rate, Haru's going to take them all himself. A chorus of complaints followed. Didn't he already pass? Why is he even participating again? The eggs were big, so I wasn't planning to take more than 20 anyway. But they didn't know that, and watching them panic was a little funny. The first to leap off the cliff was Gon, with Killua right behind him. They both landed above me, grabbing onto the strong webs that crisscrossed the cliff face. I gave him a small wave. Nice forms. Thanks. Gon called back, already focused on the eggs near him. I finished stashing my collection into my pocket space and started walking back up. As I ascended, more contestants started dropping down, trying their luck. Some managed to catch the webs or land near nests. Others weren't so lucky. I watched as a few missed entirely, plummeting to their deaths below. One man fell dangerously close to me, his arms flailing. My tail flicked out instinctively, wrapping around him and tossing him onto a nearby web. "Thank you," the man said, tears streaming down his face as he clung to the web. I nodded at him and continued walking upward. I wasn't going out of my way to save everyone. This was their choice to take part in such a dangerous exam, but I figured one good deed wouldn't kill me. When I reached the top, Minshi, Naruko, and Tanya were waiting for me. Minshi let out an exaggerated huff, her arms crossed. "Your abilities are so unfair. Clones, flames you can cook and fly with, you're impossible to compete with." I chuckled, setting down the eggs ID gathered. "So, how do you prepare these things? What's the best way to eat them?" "They're best hard-boiled," Minshi said. "They'll show the others how it's done once they make it back up." We waited until another updraft came. Lifting the contestants, Hood managed to grab eggs back to the top. Some are clutching their eggs tightly, their faces pale from the experience. Gon and Killua ran over to Tanya. "You didn't even try. You're such a chicken," Killua said. "Skadadikat," Gon added with a grin. Tanya clicked her tongue, glaring at them. Then, without a word, she jumped off the cliff. Despite having memories of a past life, she really did act like a kid sometimes and was easily egged on. "Hey, egged on? Did she just jump?" "But the updraft, holy crap, she can fly too." The gawkers voiced their shock. But Tanya didn't even notice or care. In a matter of seconds, she grabbed one of the remaining eggs and flew back up, landing smoothly. She smirked at Gon and Killua. "That was easy," she said smugly. Killua pouted. "Flying is cheating. You missed the whole point of the exam." Tanya shrugged, walking over to one of the large pots Minshi had set up. "Sucks to suck," she said, dropping her egg inside. Naruko tugged at my sleeve, pouting. "I want to try it too." I sighed, pulling out two of the ones ID collected and handing them over. "Here. Happy?" She grinned. "Yep." She ran over and tossed them into the boiling pots Minshi had set out for everyone who passed. Once the eggs were cooked, I had to admit they were incredible. The yolk was rich, and the white had a delicate flavor that I hadn't tasted before. Too bad they're so rare, or ID add them to my menu full-time. I said, maybe ID commission some yokai to occasionally come out here to collect some, though, on special occasions. Now that we had the eggs, it was time to head back. I was already thinking about how Kunu would react to the feast when, as if responding to my thoughts, my entire restaurant appeared out of nowhere at the edge of the cliff. The foxhole stood there like it had always been there, its clean and modern design completely out of place on the rocky terrain. Everyone froze and stared, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. "What is that?" Minshi exclaimed, pointing at the building. "That's my restaurant, the Foxhole," I said casually, already walking toward it with Naruko and Tanya close behind. The hunter exam had been an interesting experience, but Wed overstayed our welcome. We'd come for the pork, gotten more than enough, and even grabbed a few spider eagle eggs as a bonus. There was no reason to stick around any longer. "Hold up, please," Chairman Netero called out, his voice stopping us in our tracks. I turned to face him. "What's up?" "Before you leave, I wanted to give you something," Netero said, reaching into his sleeve. He pulled out 3 plastic cards with strange writing on them. I stared at the cards for a moment, realizing I could read the language on them perfectly, even though I'd never seen it before. "These are your hunter licenses," Netero said, handing one to each of us. "Huh," I said, blinking at the card in my hand. "That was pretty easy. We didn't even finish the whole exam." Netero chuckled. "You didn't even finish half of it, technically, but I knew with one look at the 3 of you that you were bound to pass. Honestly, the competition was a little unfair with you sticking around." Naruko snickered. "Guess we're just that good." Tanya inspected her card, her expression skeptical. "What exactly are these licenses for?" "They grant you access to places information, and resources that regular people can only dream of, Netero explained. They're very valuable and come with a lot of privileges. Take care of them, they can't be replaced if lost or damaged. I slipped my license into my pocket with a nod. Got it. Then I gestured toward my restaurant. By the way, if you or Minchi ever see this place pop up again, feel free to stop by. It has a habit of showing up in the strangest locations. Netero's eyes twinkled with amusement. Ho ho ho. They'll keep that in mind. Netero let out a long sigh of relief. Everything had ended peacefully. Those three beings, they weren't normal. If someone had told him they were from the Dark Continent, he wouldn't have argued. The thought sent a chill through him. He hadn't taken Saditz's warning seriously at first. Now, he almost regretted that. As soon as the three of them disappeared into the restaurant and closed the door, the building itself vanished without a trace. It just vanished. Minchi gasped before spinning toward Netero. You just gave them all licenses. Just like that, Chairman. Netero stroked his beard thoughtfully. It will be fine, he said calmly. I got the feeling those three wouldn't abuse them. I'm a pretty good judge of character, you know. Minchi wasn't convinced. She glanced back at the empty space where the restaurant had stood just moments ago. The entire thing made her uneasy. Come now, Minchi, Netero said, motioning toward the airship waiting in the distance. Everyone else has already boarded, and it will take hours to get to the next exam site. All right, Minchi said, hesitating one last time before turning to follow him. As they walked, she frowned and glanced up at the chairman. Saditz warned me that those three were super dangerous, but Haru didn't seem that bad. He even seemed kind of nice. She perked up slightly, and his cooking skills were amazing. Too bad you arrived late. You missed the sushi he made. It was to die for. She clapped her hands together, practically salivating at the memory. Netero chuckled. I'm disappointed they had to leave so suddenly, he admitted. I would have liked to spar with them. Although he paused, his voice lowering slightly. I would have probably lost. Minchi froze mid-step, her eyes widening. Really? Even to the little girl, Tanya? Her nun ability is just flying, isn't it? I know she had a gun strapped to her back, but guns are basically useless against hunters. Netero laughed softly, his tone carrying a mix of amusement and seriousness. Ho ho ho, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Minchi-chan, the world is a very big place, and I have a feeling it just got a little bigger. They'll make sure to stop by that restaurant if I ever see it again. Chapter 33. A party in a city of Cape's glory girl Victoria Dallin was doing her daily flyby over Brockton Bay, or at least the nicer areas her mother let her patrol. She kept an eye out for anything out of the ordinary when something caught her attention. Down near the boardwalk, a crowd had formed around what looked like a restaurant at the end of the pier. That's weird, she thought. She didn't remember seeing that building there yesterday. Curious, she descended toward the gathering. As she got closer, people noticed her approach. A few pointed her out, and the chatter turned toward her. It's Glory Girl. She'll know what to do. Someone in the crowd shouted. Vicky landed and glanced around. What's going on, everyone? She asked. We don't know. Someone else replied. This building just appeared out of nowhere. Like poof, and there it was. Another person chimed in. Yeah, 1 second there's nothing, and then suddenly a whole restaurant shows up. It's freaking bizarre. Crossing her arms, Vicky stared at the building. The sign on the front read the Foxhole. She muttered the name aloud. The place looked ordinary enough for a family restaurant, though the windows were oddly opaque, like they were tinted from the inside. Should probably call this in, she thought, or wait for backup. But her curiosity was getting the better of her. If this is some kind of villain trap, I'm probably an idiot for walking right into it, she mumbled to herself before stepping forward. The crowd parted to let her through, murmuring behind her as she pushed open the door. The inside of the restaurant caught her completely off guard. Banners stretched across the walls, reading Happy Birthday Canoe. A group of people were gathered around a table, laughing and celebrating like they were at the best party ever. It was definitely a very odd and colorful bunch. Was that guy just a straight-up skeleton? That must be another case 53, she thought to herself. In the middle of it all was a little girl with fox ears and 9 fluffy tails. She was in the process of blowing out the candles on a massive birthday cake, while everyone sang for her. Vicky's first thought was how adorable the girl looked, even for a case 53. It was almost too cute to handle. "Hi there," a voice called out. Vicky turned to see a girl approaching her. She felt a twinge of envy as she took in the girl's stunning appearance. She had crimson red hair that practically glowed and a figure that made Vicky's gym efforts feel like a joke. "Hey," Vicky said. "What's going on here with all this?" She gestured awkwardly to the party. The girl smiled brightly. "Oh, are you new here? Today's Kunuhan's birthday. She's the adorable little sister of my fiancé, Haru. He's the owner and chef here at the Foxhole. Best restaurant in the whole multiverse." Vicky blinked. "The multiverse?" "All right," she nodded slowly. "Well, I guess he'll come back later. I wouldn't want to crash a birthday party." The girl waved her off. "Oh, don't worry about it. Haru and Kunu wouldn't mind another guest as long as you're not here to cause trouble." Vicky put her hands on her hips. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm a hero, after all." The girl's eyes lit up. "Wait, really? An actual superhero? That's not just cosplay." "Ooh, no," Vicky said. "You seriously don't know who I am?" "I'm Glory Girl. I love your name and costume." The girl said. "You have to meet Kunu and Haru. Kunu-chan will flip when she finds out a real superhero showed up at her birthday party." She grabbed Vicky's arm and started dragging her toward the center of the room. Vicky sighed, but let herself be pulled along. This wasn't the first kid's birthday party Shed crashed since becoming a cape. Honestly, it wasn't even the first one this week. And hey, free food and cake were always a plus, right? Besides, kids usually got a kick out of her showing up. Be careful not to eat too much, or you'll make yourself sick. Little sister Vicky stopped mid-step, her thoughts skidding to a halt when she saw the most gorgeous case 53 Shed ever laid eyes on. Damn, she wished she was older. He was handing a slice of cake to a little fox girl with frosting smudged on her cheeks. The guy looked almost exactly like her golden eyes. Tall fox ears and 9 golden tails swaying behind him. Weird, Vicky thought. As far as she knew, case 53s didn't share appearances. Everyone Shed ever met was unique. "Era, hello there." Vicky flinched and turned toward the new voice. She blinked twice. Another fox person had appeared, this one a woman with long golden hair and the same vulpine features. She stood right in front of Vicky and the red-haired girl dragging her along. Yaseka, I found someone new," the redhead said brightly, giving Vicky a firm push toward the busted fox woman. Yaseka laughed no. It sounded more like a chittering noise and folded her hands neatly in front of her. "Hello, my dear. Welcome to my son's restaurant, the Foxhole." Vicky glanced around and raised an eyebrow. "I can see where the name comes from." Yasaka grinned at the comment, the corners of her golden eyes crinkling. "Indeed. I see you're already acquainted with Rias here, one of my son's fiancés." "One of his what? Fiancés? Plural?" Vicky froze, her head spinning. She swallowed down the barrage of questions threatening to spill out and was about to demand an explanation when the little fox girl suddenly noticed her. "Hi there. I'm Kunu, and today I'm 10. The girl bounded over with a wide smile, bits of frosting still on her face. Her fluffy tails swayed enthusiastically behind her. Vicky crouched down to meet Kunu's gaze and smiled. "Hi there, Kunu. I'm Glory Girl, otherwise known as Victoria Dallin." She waited for the usual spark of recognition most kids got when they realized they were face-to-face with a superhero. Kunu just tilted her head, looking puzzled. That was, until Rias leaned in with a playful grin. "Vicky's a real superhero." Kunu's eyes widened, her whole face lighting up. "You are? That's so cool." Vicky couldn't help but laugh a little. "Yep, that's me. Super strength, force fields, the whole Alexandria package," she bragged. Kunu clapped her hands together excitedly. "Wow, do you fight villains and save people?" "All the time," Vicky replied with a grin. Kunu spun around to face the handsome restaurant owner Haru and blurted out, "I want to be a superhero too now. Can I go out and fight crime with him?" She paused, looking at Vicky. "What's your hero name?" Vicky giggled. "I'm Glory Girl, and I think you're a little too young to go on patrol. What are your powers?" Anyway, she was starting to get suspicious. Maybe this family wasn't a bunch of Case 53s after all. They could just be capes with strange powers that gave them the same fox-like appearances. That would explain a lot. Kunu put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest proudly. My powers are super awesome. She held up her right hand, and a small ball of blue fire flickered to life in her palm. I can use foxfire to fight, or I can trick bad guys with illusions, or I can scratch them with my claws, or even bite them. Vicky laughed at Kuna's excitement. I wouldn't recommend biting villains. They're not exactly hygienic. She smirked, thinking back. One villain I know, Mush, covers himself in garbage before fights. Pretty gross. You can't tell me what to do, Kunu suddenly declared. Before anyone could react, she dashed right past Vicky, her tail swishing behind her. I'm gonna be a superhero for my birthday. Wait, Kunu. Haru called after her, already stepping forward, but the little fox was too quick. She weaved through the crowd of partygoers like a pro, heading straight for the front door. It's fine, they'll catch her, another blonde girl said casually. She looked younger, maybe 12 or 13, with sharp eyes and an air of authority about her. Without waiting for anyone's response, she darted out the door after the runaway birthday girl. Haru's sorry about Kunu. She's just really hopped up on sugar and excited 'cause it's her birthday, I said to the new girl. Imhahu. That's okay, she said with a smile. Glory girl, or just Vicky. Are superheroes supposed to give away their secret identities so easily? Rias asked, leaning against the counter. What's a superhero, Haru? Agner walked over, towering over both of us. Vicky blinked at him, her mouth slightly open as she stared at his sheer size. Wow, you're big. Agner grinned and puffed out his chest. That I am, lass. I'm a true Nord warrior. We don't come in any other size except big. He thumped his fist against his chest. For once, he wasn't wearing his usual armor, since this was a party. Only the men. Ila called out from the bar. She was already on her third tankard of mead. We Nord women are large too, but not freakishly so like the men. And yet somehow, they're almost as strong as the men are. I always figured it had something to do with the magicka running through everyone from Nirn. Whether they used it for spells or not, it still seemed to enhance them physically. How do you not know what a superhero is? Vicky asked Dagner. I can explain that one. Rias said, cutting in. I feel like you didn't believe me when I said this was the best restaurant in the multiverse. She gestured around the room. This restaurant connects to a whole bunch of other dimensions. Some of them are other Earths, and some of them are completely different worlds. There's even a super huge alien space station we can go to, full of aliens. Vicky's eyes widened as she really started taking in the room. She looked at the different styles of clothes, the unique features of the guests, and the general weirdness of it all. Counselor Tevos, sitting in the corner talking to Sansa and Catelyn Stark. The counselor was very fascinated about the literally impossible weather cycle in their world and wanted to launch a couple probes there to find out what was going on. Vicky's head snapped back to me. That blue lady isn't a Case 53, she's an actual alien? I nodded. Yep, and I'm not human either. Ima iokai akitsunya. Rias' wings popped out, and she grinned at Vicky. And I'm a pure-blooded devil. She started pointing around the room. Over there is Ains. He's undead, and his girlfriend is a succubus. I think he also has a vampire girlfriend, but I haven't met her yet. She pointed toward the bar. Over there is Haru's other fiancée, Ila. She's a werewolf. And over there is Lady Gabriel. She's an archangel, yeah. That one from the Bible. Vicky stared at Gabriel, her jaw dropping. Holy shit, an angel that's not evil. I raised an eyebrow at her. Most angels aren't really evil. Except for, like, Kokobile. Probably. I trailed off. Gabriel tilted her head before gracefully walking over to us. Hello there. Have you met an angel before? This restaurant hasn't connected to any worlds with other angels yet, but I'd be fascinated to meet one. Vicky shook her head quickly, her eyes wide. You don't want to meet ours. She's killed millions of people and destroyed even more lives. Gabriel's expression didn't change, but I noticed her wings twitch slightly. Then, her golden aura started to leak out, glowing brighter and brighter. I grabbed Rias by the arm, and scooted her backward a few steps so she wouldn't get burned by that aura. Gabriel's voice cut through the air like a blade. Tell me more about this blasphemous creature. Tanya and Victoria were flying above the city. The skyline, a mix of glass towers and older brick buildings that made it clear this was this world's version of America. Below them, Kunu zipped around, her tiny form a blur as she ran through the streets, pretending to be some kind of superhero. People stared openly at her non-human features. Her fox ears and tails made her stand out in a big way, but Kunu didn't seem to care. Should we stop her? Victoria asked as Kunu slowed down to help an old lady cross the street. She even did it dramatically, puffing out her chest and walking the lady at a snail's pace, earning a few chuckles from passers-by. Nah, Tanya said, watching from above. I've been watching over Kunu long enough to know it's better to let her burn out all her energy before we drag her back. If we interrupt her now, she'll just sneak out again later. Victoria nodded, glancing down at the little fox as they floated in the sky. I like this new job a lot more than fighting in a war, she said softly. I like just spending time with you peacefully, Colonel. Tanya blushed and cleared her throat, looking away quickly. I like spending time with you too, Victoria, but I'm not a colonel anymore. I'm just a normal salary woman working as a bodyguard for yokai royalty. She crossed her arms, trying to sound casual. Victoria giggled. That doesn't sound normal at all down below. Kunu had wandered into a park and was now standing on a bench, speaking loudly to herself. Tanya cocked an eyebrow and leaned in to hear what was going on. All my life, people have looked down on me, Kunu declared to absolutely no one. Oh, what is she talking about? Victoria whispered. Tanya smirked and pulled out her phone, already hitting the record button. Yasaka always paid her a bonus for videos of Kunu being adorable, and this was pure gold. She's improvising her superhero backstory, Tanya said. Kunu kept going, her hands on her hips. They thought I didn't have what it takes. They said my lowly fox powers couldn't keep up with the big leagues. They said I'd never be a true superhero. A couple of old ladies walking by cooed at her. Ah, they said, smiling as Kunu kept up her act. But not anymore, Kunu shouted, pointing dramatically at the sky. Now I'm out here, and I'm going to prove everyone wrong by taking down the biggest and baddest villain on these streets. Kunu leapt off the bench and ran up to a teenage girl walking 3 dogs. The girl stopped and stared as Kunu struck a pose. You there. I am Kunu, the most powerful hero this city has ever seen. Show me where the most evil villain in this city is, she declared. The girl stared at Kunu blankly before leaning down and sniffing her. Tanya frowned. That was unexpected. You smell like a fox, but that's still a canine, the girl said finally. So that means you're a good person. She stood back up and nodded. There's an evil villain named Hookwolf. I hate him. He likes to hurt dogs. I like dogs. I want to hurt him. Kunu gasped so loudly Tanya heard it from above. Her tails swished wildly, practically vibrating with energy. An animal abuser? That's the most evil person in the whole world. Let's go beat him up, she shouted. The girl nodded seriously. Bitch, she said, then put 2 fingers to her lips and let out a sharp whistle. Tanya and Victoria froze in the sky as the 3 cute dogs at Bitch's side transformed into gigantic, monstrous creatures. The girl grabbed Kunu and plopped her onto the back of one of the massive beasts before climbing onto another herself. The people in the park scattered, staring nervously as a cheering Kunu rode off with Bitch and her giant dogs to take down Hookwolf. Well, Tanya finally said, still holding her phone, I wasn't expecting that to happen. I guess we should follow and see where this goes. If the villain's too strong, you or I will have to step in, of course. She turned to Victoria, only to see a fiery determination in her eyes. An animal abuser, Victoria said fiercely. What monster? I hope Kunu-chan gets his ass. Chapter 34. Puppies Kunu Sanju. Hiso. Shiju Saikyu. Non datinda. Furisudarishin. Ore vato maranai. One punch. Kanryu. Rinsen Rinsho. Ore wakatsu. Sunanikatsu. Aso. Kunu felt like the coolest hero in the world as she stood on top of Angelica, one of Bitch's gigantic mutant dogs, belting out her favorite anime theme song. She had officially decided it was her superhero anthem now.